yellow shirt on. His name is Chris, and he'll give you all the details about that DVD of tonight's race. Also, a couple of things I need to pass along. The other special we have in our merchandise area tonight, we have Benny Corbin Memorial T-shirts on sale. $13 a T-shirt. They're located at the drive-thru, and they're also located in the beer booth lounge with Melissa. So if you guys want those Benny Corbin Racing T-shirts for tonight's memorial race, please, please, please go down there. It goes to a great cause. They're awesome T-shirts. I've seen a couple of them floating around, so make sure you take a peek at that. And we're going to go ahead and set everything quiet here in about the next couple of minutes, about the next 2 minutes as a matter of fact, and we're going to get tonight's festivities underway. So stand by for another great night of racing action.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, would you please rise for the opening ceremonies and remove your hats, please. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you again for this beautiful Saturday we had here in Volusia County. Father, we thank you for the fine weather that you've given us throughout the week and the rain that we had over the summer for all our crops to grow. Heavenly Father, tonight is a very special night. It is the Benny Corbin Memorial. Benny was a great inspiration in short track racing in the state of Florida. His name is known throughout the state of Florida, Georgia, and all the Southeast. So tonight we are here to celebrate the Benny Corbin Memorial. Father, please look upon all our drivers, our crew members, our fans, and all the officials here at Volusia Speedway Park, that we have a safe and enjoyable race tonight. Amen. Please remain standing for the national anthem.
All right, race fans, are you ready for racing? Let me hear it. Now, come on, cheer or do something here. There you go. That's a little bit better. All right, couple of things that we got here real quick. We're going to go ahead and roll into a special little event that we have here tonight. We've got the Living Legends. I'm going to turn over to Bob real quick. They're going to do a little bit of a hot lap session for you. Bob, what do we got over here?
All right, Dustin, tonight we got 3 participants here at the Living Legends. In the number 20 car, that car will be driven by Ronnie Hess. That is a 1935 Chevy Coupe, open wheel mod, and it is a 6-cylinder. In the M2, and that is driven by Glenn McClone, and that is has a fish carburetor on it. It's a flathead V8, and it is a 1938 Ford sedan. And then the 777 car, it is driven by Hank Goodrich tonight, and that is an old throwback of the Marty Robbins car, and that is a 1964 Dodge. So these 3 gentlemen are going to put on a little show for you here from the Living Legends.
That's pretty cool that we have something like that out here tonight, especially being so close to Daytona Beach. I mean, we are in Barberville. Only down the road is where these guys used to race all the time back in the day before NASCAR was really NASCAR. So it's really nice for those guys to come out here, and I'll tell you what, there's a couple of nice ones too. The 20 car looks great, the M2. I've got my eye really on that the car that's kind of bringing up the rear right now, the 777 machine. I haven't seen a car like that in a very long time. Got the old school 405 horsepower written on the roof. Awesome to see these guys come out here. You know, Bob, you've been talking to these guys here just a little bit. I hate to interrupt you there, but you know, what do these guys have to say about coming out here? It was a little bit of a surprise. I didn't know they were going to be here tonight.
Yeah, it was a surprise to us also, Dustin. It's great to see these guys. They restored these cars back to their original, the way they looked back in the day when they ran them. And for those guys to be able to come out here and join us at the Benny Corbin Memorial is a huge thing for them. Unfortunately, there's only 3 of them here, but these guys live for these Saturday nights, Dustin.
Yeah, and they were living it up, too. I kind of saw them when I came in just a little bit. Like I said, did not realize they were going to come out here on the track. So really cool if they're actually going to come out here and give us a little bit of a display a little bit. So as you can see, the Wild Child waving the checkered flag for them real quick. So great to see these guys come out. Really appreciate. Give a wave as they come by. Give a nice little round of applause because these guys put a lot of heart and soul into these cars, and especially the way they look. And I mean, they are absolutely spotless, and they look like they just rolled off the trailer and ready to race on a Saturday night. All right, we're going to go ahead and turn things over here just briefly. He took a phone call, but we also just got word from Kent Corbin. He's up here in the Tower Scores booth right now with us. He's going to say a few words about tonight, but I'll tell you what, one thing about these guys that were out there, I wish I had known about it before they crossed the start and finish line, but they came out here on one phone call. We called them yesterday at about 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, and they were able to put their stuff together and come on down here. So really cool that they did that. And he's off the phone finally. So we'll go ahead and turn things over to Kent Corbin right before we get started tonight with our Hobby Stock Heat Race number 1. So Kent, I'll ask you a question. Well, he's already sent the cars out. Kent, just stay up here. We'll get with you here in just a second, I promise. We're definitely trying to roll things along here tonight as we sometimes do. So we'll go ahead and set up the lineup here for your Auto Add-ons Hobby Stock Heat Race number 1. It is going to be 8 laps to distance. Remember, these guys are racing for $1,200 tonight. On the pole is going to be Tim Powers in the number 44 machine. Alongside of him, the 64 Trent Wilson. Inside row 2 will be the number 13 of Philip Brown. Outside of him, the 99 of Rodney Wright. Inside row number 3 will be the number 9 of Kyle Eng. Outside row number 3 will be the 71 of Dwayne Warden. Inside row number 4 will be the 66 of Donnie Ashford. Outside of him, the number 24 of Dennis Williams. Inside row number 5 will be the 34 of Pat Buckley. Outside of him in row 5 will be the 5 of Steve Ramos. Inside row number 6 will be the number 40. He was a little bit of a late arrival. Good to see he made it out here. It's going to be Rob Weiler in number 40. Like I said, 8 laps is going to be the distance. This is heat race number 1 of 2 for your Auto Add-ons Hobby Stocks. And these guys, remember, are racing for $1,200 to the winner. So going to be awesome to see them out here tonight. We're going to see how it plays out. We're going to turn things over to Bob here, possibly for the start of the race.
All right, thank you, Dustin. Wild Child in the position. We are ready to take our first green flag tonight, and the green flag is in the air. Tim Powers pulls the trigger in that 44 car. He's your race leader into turn number 1.
Yeah, Tim Powers got a great jump there in the number 44 machine. He is going to run about the bottom, slides up a little bit. Donnie Ashford's got himself up about the middle of the track, and so does Rodney Wright. So we'll go ahead and see the drag race down the backstretch.
Top 3, throw a blanket over him going into turn number 3. It's still the 44. Tim Powers, your race leader. Running in the second spot is the 64 of Trent Williams. 1 lap complete.
Trent Wilson is definitely trying to, or Wilson, sorry. Trent Wilson is definitely sitting in that second spot. Rodney Wright gets a little crossed up. That's going to allow the number 9 car, I believe, of Kyle Eng to kind of catch up. Maybe Brian Morgan, actually. I might have that name wrong. We'll have to check that. It's Brian Morgan out there in the number 9 car. Down the back stretch we go into turn number, or front stretch we go into turn 1. The 44, Tim Powers still out in front. Rodney Wright knocking on the door. Trent Wilson in the 64 trying to get on around. Donnie Ashford settled himself back around Brian Morgan. Off into turn number 3.
Donnie Ashford in that 66 car started in the 7th spot. He's up the 4th looking for more, but it's still all Tim Powers in the 44 car, your race leader.
Tim Powers is your race leader in the number 44, definitely extending that lead a little bit. Rodney Wright trying to hook himself up in the bottom, cannot find a way around Trent Wilson.
Rodney Wright was really good through 1 and 2, had a little trouble coming off of 2. That allows the 64 of Trent Wilson to hold on to that number 2 spot. Powers still your race leader.
Trent Powers making it look easy here at the Volusia Speedway Park right now. Running it right about the middle of the track, maybe just a groove below the middle. And we're all stacked up now for 3rd place. Here comes Donnie Ashford trying to find a way around Rodney Wright going into 3.
Ashford's got him on the inside. Wright slams the door on Ashford. Rodney Wright in the 99 car, hanging on to that number 3 spot. Probably didn't make Ashford too happy over there in turn number 3.
I don't think he did either. And these guys race very clean week in and week out. I have a feeling Rodney might not even have known he was there and got a little bit of a startle as well. Donnie's still trying to get his car crossed back up as we go down the backstretch into 3.
It'll be 2 to go this time by for Tim Powers. Powers looking for Wild Child's 2 more laps to go, and Powers will have won the heat race. Great battle for that number 2 spot.
Tim Powers has just about a mile to go for heat race victory. Rodney Wright, though, is all over Trent Wilson now. He wants that 2nd spot badly. Gets a good run off at turn number 2. He's going to pull the door down the backstretch into 3.
Rodney Wright really's got that 99 working through 1 and 2. He's got your 2nd spot. Coming off of turn number 4, Rodney Wright up to the number 2 position. 1 more lap for Tim Powers.
Rodney Wright is up to 2, but here comes Donnie Ashford. He wants 3rd away from Trent Wilson right now. Pulling up to the door, Trent Wilson gets a little crossed up. Donnie Ashford's going to go into 3rd. Down the backstretch, Trent Wilson's still your race leader. I'm sorry, Tim Powers.
Tough break for Trent Wilson. He was in the top 3 the whole race, but when it comes checkered flag time, he's going to finish in 4th. Tim Powers, your heat race winner. Rodney Wright in 2nd. With Donnie Ashford in the 3rd spot. So that concludes Hobby Stock Heat Race number 1. All right, before we get into Heat Race number 2, we have Kent Corbin up here. Kent, we don't even know where to begin to talk about your dad. So just tell us when your dad started out here at Volusia Speedway Park. And I understand, and personally, I want to thank you and your family for doing this race as everybody does from Volusia Speedway Park. There was a great article this week in the Daytona News Journal talking about your dad, quotes from Jim France from NASCAR, quotes from Dr. Cherry Punch with ESPN. Unfortunately, I didn't get to ever meet your dad, but just tell us a little about when your dad got started in short track racing. And it wasn't only here at Volusia, it was at, I understand, New Smyrna and Ocala and other tracks. So, Kent?
Well, my father actually started up in Indiana in midget and sprint car racing in USAC. We moved to Florida in '64, and he started building racetracks. He started off at New Smyrna building the asphalt tracks down there. Well, it was dirt to start with. Then he turned it to asphalt. Then he went to Ocala. Then he built this place back in '68. First, I'd like to thank each and every one of these spectators that came out. I know there's a lot of my friends here, a lot of our family's friends. Thank you guys for being here. And here goes the start of the race.
We're going to let Kent go ahead and call the race for us while we're at it.
All these guys. That's Chad Scranton out there in the number 7. The 26, I believe that's
David McCormick.
David McCormick.
We're having a guest announcer
And
here
that's,
tonight.
DJ Nobles in the 15 in 3rd place there. Doing a good job. That's a local boy out of Benell.
Keep on going there, Kent.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. It's great.
Yeah, Kent turned the mic over. Chad Scranton is your race leader. Bobby McCormick trying to run him down. DJ Noble's into 3rd. Robert Sermon's now coming up into the 4th spot, taking away from Jordan McMillan going into 3. Coming off of turn number 4, Chad Scranton still your race leader, but he's got a handful of 26 of Bobby McCormick, and DJ Nobles is just sitting back there waiting to see what happens. Chad Scranton running about the middle of the track, slides up a little. McCormick kind of losing a little ground, about a car length and a half now as we go into 3.
David McCormick with a 2-car length advantage going into turn number 3, hanging on to that advantage. Coming across for the start.
Just keep going.
Chad Scranton, your race leader. It's going to be halfway this time by for Scranton. He's got company. David McCormick on the inside. Scranton on the high side. Give that lap to Scranton. Chad Scranton, still your race leader. He's got company. David McCormick now on the inside in 1 and 2. McCormick got a little loose coming off of 2. That allows Scranton to retain that number 1 spot. Scranton's going to take halfway home this time by for Chad Scranton. Scranton, your leader. McCormick in second. In the 3rd spot, it's DJ Nobles.
Chad Scranton is going to have a handful just in a minute because Bobby McCormick keeps looking underneath that quarter panel as we go down the backstretch. Nobles still in 3rd. Sermon still in 4th. Great battle going on. Big old cluster, actually. We got Maresca, McMillan, and we got a car off the pace. It looks like
and hopefully he's going to make it off the track. Yes, he does.
That was the 00Z of Breyer Zimmerman. He actually is off the pace now. 2 more laps to go for Chad Scranton. He's still got that handful by McCormick in the 26.
Scranton got a good hot rod here tonight in that number 7 car. It's going to be 1 to go. This time by, he's going to get the white flag. He's got company once again. That's the 26 car of David McCormick. McCormick and Scranton battling for that win going down the backstretch. And looks like it's all Scranton.
And we're going to have, we got a spinner here. We got Maresca spun around the wrong direction. That will bring the caution flag out. Didn't hit anything, I don't believe. I kind of missed what happened. We'll get Maresca spun around the right direction here.
So as you can tell, Mark Maresca got it fired back up.
I don't think he's very happy at somebody, so we'll have to kind of pay attention to that one as we get Maresca lined back up. We will have 1 more lap to go. We'll throw the white and the green at the same time, and then we'll be having the checkered flag next. Up in front is all Chad Scranton. He has got a mirror full right now. Bobby McCormick in the 26. DJ Nobles is just kind of chilling out back there, watching it all unfold. 8th place starter Robert Sermons. He made a nice run. He's gone all the way up to the 4th spot. So good to see Robert having another good showing out here. We'll go ahead, and I believe we're going to try to go 1 more time around possibly. Yep, we're going to go ahead and make it 1 more time around, get the field line back up. Go ahead and line them up for here. It's Chad Scranton up on point. Bobby McCormick in 2nd. DJ Nobles 3rd. Robert Sermons 4th. Looks like we've got I can't really make that number out, to be quite honest with you. 20, is it the 5? Oh, Corey Hupp in the number 22 car. I need to get some glasses. That looked like a 32 to me. So 22 is Corey Hupp, the 68, Jordan McMillan, 77, Mark Maresca, Kyle Eng, and the number 9. And running out the field is going to be the 2S machine. The 2S machine I do not have a number on, so. The 2S machine made it in on us here at the end, as everybody likes to come in nice and late because they work full-time jobs usually. So I'll go ahead and turn things back over to Bob because I am tongue-tied and having troubles up here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do the start of the race here. Chad Scranton is on point. Bobby McCormick is in 2nd. We're going to throw the white and the green flag at the same time on the Wild Child's mark. And green flag is out and the white flag. Good start for Chad Scranton coming down the front stretch. Bobby McCormick sitting in 2nd off into turn number 1. Chad Scranton is your race leader. McCormick now falling back a little bit. DJ Nobles is sitting in the 3rd spot. He wants a piece of Bobby McCormick. 1 more time through turn number 3. It's going to be Chad Scranton. He has to negotiate 1 more turn. And it's going to be a race winner, Chad Scranton, followed by Bobby McCormick. DJ Nobles rounding out in the number 4 spot. Great run for the 22 of Corey Hupp. Jordan McMillan is going to round out your top 5. So go ahead and put your hands together 1 more time for heat race number 2 winner, Chad Scranton.
All right, race fans, coming on the track now is the Volusia Speedway Park Mini Stock Division. Starting on a pole in the X car is Randy Bennett. Dalton Walker in the 28 car will start 2nd, with Mark Eldridge in the 22 car starting 3rd. Starting in the 4th spot in the 9 AR, it's Charlie Stats. Todd Haught in the number 1 AR will start 5th, with Jake Hampton in the 19 car starting 6th. Starting in the 7th spot in car number 11, and happy birthday to Cameron McCauley, 14 years old today. So happy birthday, Cameron. And starting in the 8th spot is the 83 car of Cody Fisher. We're going to go 6 laps, mini stock heat race. And we only have one heat race, so it'll be heat race number 1. All right, Wild Child in the position watching these mini stocks come off of turn number 2, nice and easy. All right, Wild Child in the position. Green flag is in the air. Randy Bennett the 22, Mark Eldridge, your race leader. Todd Haught in the 1 AR in that number 2 spot, battling with the 9 AR of Charlie Stats coming off of turn number 2.
Yeah, sorry, I was on a little bit delay there. There's a good battle going on. The 1 AR machine now going to look underneath that leader. He's going to take the lead, give the lead to the 1 AR machine, and I don't even have a name on it. Todd Haught, the 1 AR.
Your leader.
22, Mark Eldridge, he falls into second. The 9 AR, that's Charlie Stats. He's trying to take second place away. Tell you what, these 1 AR and the 9 AR, the Stats machines, they are definitely dominant here at Volusia Speedway Park as we go down the backstretch into 3.
Charlie Stats with a good run down the backstretch into 3, takes over that number 1 spot, or that number 2 spot, I'm sorry. Now his eyes are set on the 1 AR of Todd Haught. Haught still your race leader.
Todd Haught is your race leader. He's making it look very easy right now as he goes into turn number 1. Charlie Stats in second. Now trying to make a little bit of a run for third underneath Eldridge. That's going to be the number. I can't even see the number on that machine because I'm about blind. Number 75 that we don't even have a number on. So we'll have to go ahead and track that number down. He's running pretty good right now. Halfway home, says the Wild Child. Halfway home. Still to be Todd Haught is your race leader. Charlie Stats in second. The 75 sits in third. We just got to find a name on him. Todd Haught running really good right now. Now the 75 is doing really good. We're trying to get a name on him because he's all over Charlie Stats for the second spot.
It'll be 2 to go. It'll be 2 to go this time by. It's still your race leader in the 1 AR car. It's Todd Haught. Battle for that number 2 spot. Nick Kerr is in that 75 car. That is Nick Kerr up to the number 2 spot.
Yeah, and I should have actually known that. Nick actually won one of the first races we had out here at Volusia Speedway Park for the mini stocks, but that was quite a few months ago, so good to see him come back out here. White flag is out for Todd Haught, but he doesn't look out. He's going to have a handful of the 75 of Kerr in here in just a little bit.
Yeah, Kerr may be running out of time. He's got the backstretch to get it done, but he's got a good run off of 2, Dustin. He's now within 2 car lengths.
Yeah, Nick Kerr,
the Todd Haught machine.
Nick Kerr is going to drive it hard into turns number 3 and 4. We're going to have a lap car, the X machine of Randy Bennett. He's only got one more turn to make it happen. Not going to happen. Todd Haught's going to be a race lead winner. Nick Kerr comes in second. Charlie Stat's going to come home in third, and Eldridge is going to round out your top 4.
So great heat race in that mini stock division. And again, we only have one heat race. Coming up next, folks, is the V8 Thunderstocks. And again, we are going to run 8 heat races for the V8 Thunderstocks. There will be 3 cars that are going to transfer from each one of these heat races. That's going to give us a total of 24. Then we're going to run 2 non-qualifier races, and we're going to take 2 cars out of each one of those non-qualifiers races to give us a field of 28. When we go green for that field of 28, it's going to be $4,000 to win the Benny Corbin Memorial. Dustin, what do you think?
It's going to be an interesting night, no doubt. 8 heat races. A couple of things we do want to pass along. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and apologize in advance to all of our race fans. We are diligently working, trying to get all these names correct. We have people that, some of these guys, they work full-time jobs. They don't get out here until after hot lap, so we're getting names in as we come along. We're trying to do our best to get the pronunciations right. If anybody hears something wrong that we might pronunciate, maybe pass it along, see if you can get it up here so we can get those names right. We do apologize in advance. Right before the races even started, we got all the heat races, and then we had to redo all the heat races. So we're doing our best to try to make this a great program for you guys tonight, so kind of bear with us. We appreciate everybody being patient. Back to the race, though. Cannot thank Benny Corbin Memorial Race. Cannot thank Kent Corbin enough. Kent's a good modified racer with the Daytona Sportswear Modifieds. Comes out here and races almost every weekend, and he's doing a lot to promote this event. Looking around, I'll tell you what, this is the most people I've seen here at Volusia Speedway Park here since our last big late model race that we had, so it's great to see all these fans come out. Pits are absolutely packed full of good, stout race. It is going to be a great night of racing, no doubt. As far as who's going to win it, it is going to be anybody's show with this field of over 50 late models.
It sure is, Dustin. And I attended a drivers meeting a little bit earlier down there. You folks that are up here in the grandstands, we had quite the meeting down there for quite a while, and it was a super meeting. And I'm just going to fill you in on some of the things that they were talking about. That Dash for Cash that we talked about, we had a young man come up here in the tower, and we're not going to tell you what number he drew, but it's going to pay $200 for the Dash for Cash, sponsored by Annis Roadside Service. And what they've done is this young man came up here and he picked a number from 1 through 8. Whatever that number is, and nobody knows except our scorer, is the finishing position of one of these heat races. Say the child picked number 3. Whoever finishes third in this heat race will be in the Dash for Cash. I don't know what number he picked. Neither does Dustin. So that's the Dash for Cash. But right now we got a heat race to run.
Yeah, we got a heat race out here right now, and I can see out now already.
Wow, Sean.
Wow.
Been streaming live here for a little while.
Yep.
We got a few people online right now. We can look on there and we can see. Want to thank everyone tuning into Racing Nation for our very first streaming live video broadcast.
This is a first for Race Nation, guys. We're giving it a try to go live, do a streaming live, and a special reach out to Mr. I'm sorry, I don't know his first name, but our track promoter, Wendy, to Wendy's dad. I hope you're enjoying this race, sir, and I hope you can see everything and hear everything and bear with the horrible commentators, that would be Matt and I, that you have to endure tonight.
Well, you know, that could be tragic for anyone to have to listen to us for any length of time.
44 car just going right through.
Get it? You know, this is a first for us. I believe it's the first for the Benny Corbin Memorial to have a live streaming broadcast. So we just want to thank our sponsors for making this happen. Of course, GoPuck, Braille Battery. Check out GoPuck.com. Of course, it's wearable, portable, mobile freedom.
Total. Not to mention, we're not going to forget about Verizon of Williston. Thank you very much. Without your wonderful internet, we wouldn't be able to broadcast tonight.
Exactly. We are streaming, working on computers, playing on cell phones, tablets playing. We're watching football games.
We do have 2 football games on as well, and I'm monitoring the race. So we're quadruple multitasking.
All with the Verizon of Williston 4G internet.
Yeah, if you guys don't have internet and you don't have, or you do and you don't have Verizon, I suggest you go out and step up and buy it, because it works and it works well.
Of course, now all these heat races that you're watching right now will determine who's going to be in the feature race for the Benny Corbin Memorial. Of course, the 2nd annual Benny Corbin Memorial. Oh, Sean, where'd you go on me?
I got cut off for a second. I had the broadcasting professional ask me a question, so that's really scary. The track broadcaster asked me for pronunciation. That's really scary. Wow, there's some serious stuff going down, and just in the pits tonight and the stands. It's really going. Whoa! We have one off the wall.
He saved it.
Number 2 saved it.
Wow.
Yep,
what we're going to do is we're going to kick this over from time to time. Me and Sean will come in. We'll do a little bit of commentating, try to be funny. If it can happen. But we'll pass it back on over to the booth right now.
46E of Mike Eubanks to continue to lead with just 2 to go.
1 more mile to go here at the Volusia Speedway Park. 2 laps. Eubanks is still going to be your race leader. RJ Glazer, he's hooked up on the outside, still rolling. You got the 98 of Duran Cheney. He's fallen back a little bit. Now off into turn number 3 for the one of the final times. It's going to be the 46 of Eubanks and Glazer trying to still knock his door down on number 1.
Glazer's got his eyes on that number 1 position. He's still in second, though. White flag in the air, half a mile to go for the 46 of Mike Eubanks. Eubanks leads him into 1.
Eubanks is still your race leader. RJ Glazer, he's up on that middle groove, gets a little crossed up. Eubanks is going to pull him now down the backstretch. Look out now for Eubanks, because there's a battle on for that third spot.
That third spot is the valuable one. It's the final transfer spot right now for the heat race. Little bit of contact between the 3rd and 4th place car. Checkered flag in the air. Eubanks, your winner. Glazer in second, and a 98C at Dorian Cheney in that final transfer spot.
Duran Cheney, I'll tell you what, he leaned on that Doris Staley. He wanted that third spot and nagged it away from him right there at the end. What a great race. Tell you what, though, give it up for your race winner. He had to fight for that one. One more time, it's going to be the number 46 machine of Mike Eubanks.
Yeah, Dustin, that was a great race. And, the top 3 drivers right now are breathing a great sigh of relief, because they are in the Benny Corbin Memorial.
Yeah,
So-
there is nothing like that feeling to know that you are now in the Benny Corbin Memorial Race. You don't have to worry about anything else until it comes feature time, and that's going to be at least an hour or two from now. Sit back, watch the track, see what everybody's kind of doing. Get your game face on basically for that Memorial Race, especially knowing, not really knowing where you're going to start yet either. It's going to be interesting. I cannot tell you the sigh of relief these guys feel right now. Making a couple of the dirt track championships myself up in Ohio, when you qualify for that feature, it's just a load off your shoulders.
All right, rolling on the track now is heat race number 2. Starting on a pole in the number 26 car is Sean Doherty. John Thorpe in the 114 will start second. Alan Peacock is driving that 119 car tonight, and he will start the 3rd spot. In the P38 car, starting in 4th, it's Donnie Ashford. Justin Mimi in the 2 car will start 5th. Jeff Bear in the 3 car starts 6th. Tommy Hill in the 5.8 starts 7th. And Tim Hughes in the 54 starts 8th. Green flag is in the air. Sean Doherty leads him into turn number 1.
Sean Doherty is going to lead him into turn number 1. Hooked up on the bottom. The 119, Alan Peacock, has been absolutely on fire lately. He's good, strong finishes in the Bucklish machine. Down the backstretch, off into turn number 3.
Donnie Ashford in the 3rd spot. Jeff Bear in that number 3 car up to 4th.
And
So Bear with a good run going so far. Started 6th, he's in 4th. Battle for that number 1 spot. Give it to Shane Doherty in the 26 car.
Peacock wants that 1 spot away right now. He's going to take it, roll the outside in turns 1 and 2, gets up onto the cushion, and he's going to try to drag race now down the backstretch. Coming up strong is Doherty in the 26. He's going to try to reclaim the lead into 3.
Doherty not giving up. He's got the bottom. Peacock's got the top. Doherty down low. Peacock on the high side. Looks like Peacock with the advantage off of 4.
Peacock's going to finally make it work with a little bit of right rear damage right now. It shouldn't affect him at all, though. Peacock's going to try to roll that outside again. He's going to make it work this time over Doherty as Donnie Ashford looks on in the P38. Jeff Baird still trying to track him down for the 3rd and final transfer spot.
Donnie Ashford in that P38's got the best view of all of us on that number 1 and number 2 spot. He's just hoping that maybe those guys will make a little bit of contact and he'll come home the heat race winner. But right now it's all Alan Peacock.
And a little bit of contact might not be out of the question because here comes Doherty. He's fighting back, wanting that spot back from Peacock. Peacock loses a little bit off the turn. Looks like Doherty's got a better run off the 2. He's going to drag race down the backstretch into 3 to try to pull the door.
Doherty right there on the inside. It'll be halfway home this time by Wild Child. Give him the cross flags. Who's it going to be? It's Peacock, still your race leader.
Great battle up front. It is not undecided yet decided yet of who is going to come home with heat race number 1. Peacock gets a good run from the middle, and then it's going to be Doherty with a good run off the backstretch, off of the turn, off into turn number 3.
Great battle back there for the 6th, 7th, and 8th spot. Those are starting positions for the consolation races, so everything from 1 through 8, it's huge wherever you finish. Peacock, still your race leader.
Peacock still your race leader. Donnie Ashford still lurking in 3rd spot. The 26 car of Doherty, he keeps trying to knock at the door. Peacock just can't make anything happen. I think Peacock's getting a little bit stronger as the race goes on, but just as soon as I say that, here comes Doherty pulling within a car length of Peacock.
Doherty not giving up. He loves the bottom. Peacock loves the top shelf. And Donnie Ashford hanging right there in that P38. It'll be 2 to go this time by.
2 more laps to go for Alan Peacock. Less than a mile now as he goes into turns 1 and 2. Doherty looked at his door again, couldn't make it work, and actually got crossed up. That's going to allow Donnie Ashford to possibly close in a little bit as we go into turn 3.
Peacock still your race leader. And it's going to be 1 to go this time by Alan Peacock in that 129. Going to be in that Benny Corbin Memorial feature event if he can hold on for just one more lap, Dustin.
Yeah, here's the thing. Peacock, he is solidified a transfer spot. So is Doherty. So is the P38 at Donnie Ashford. Worst thing that can happen to these guys is race too hard and knock each other out.
Best battle on the racetrack right now is for that 4 spot. Jeff Bear has got it right now, but your race winner, Alan Peacock, coming home 2nd, Sean Doherty. And Donnie Ashford coming home 3rd, and Jeff Bear in the number 3 car comes home in that 4 spot. So once again, folks, only the top 3 automatically get to the big dance a little bit later on. And speaking of the big dance, well, we got a half a minute here between races. Get this, race fans. At the drivers' meeting, Kent Corbin says we got an extra $2,600 that we want to give away tonight. So what they did, what Kent proposed, and that's what they're going to do, they're going to run a non-qualifiers race, and that's obviously everybody that's not going to be in the Benny Corbin Memorial. The winner of the non-qualifier race will get $550 for winning the non-qualifiers race. If you finish 2nd, you're going to get $300. 3rd spot, you're going to get $100. And positions 4th through 30th are going to get $85. And that's unheard of, Dustin. I mean, there's no track around that pays that kind of money for a non-qualifiers race.
Not only a non-qualifiers race, but a non-qualifiers race for what you would consider one of the lower divisions, I guess, not a late model division or anything like that, like if the United Dirt Late Model Championship Series came out. So great to see all that money coming up. Great for these guys, especially them being the headliner tonight. Benny Corbin Memorial Race, just awesome. So going over our lineup real quick, though, on the pole, we've got Marco Reyes in the number 93. Outside him, Shane Taylor in 82. Bubba Durbin, row 2. Travis Stats on the outside of him. Martin Hassel in the 81. Jason Gamble in 33. Robert Hicks in the 18, and we're green flag racing. Off into turn number 1 we go. It looks like the early jump is going to go to the 82 machine of Shane Taylor. He's going to take the early lead. And we are all crossed up in turns 1 and 2. One of them got all around. And it was a little interesting, a little dicey as we were expecting here tonight. Took all the way to heat race number 3 to actually make it happen. We'll go ahead and get that car turned around and figure out who it actually was. And it looks like, it was our pole sitter, actually, Marco Reyes, that actually got spun around. Unfortunate, tough break for him. It looks like everybody just got kind of crossed up there in turns number 1 and 2. So we're going to go ahead and reset the field back up. We'll see where we give Marco his spot back or not. I'm not quite sure who got him around or if it's a restart or if he'll go to the tail. Go ahead and give you the proper rundown of how that was actually going to go. Starting in second is Shane Taylor. Second row starting third is Bubba Durbin in the 3G. The 9AR of Travis Stats is going to be outside row number 2. Inside row number 3 is going to be the 81 of Martin Hassel. Outside of row number 3 will be the 33 of Jason Gamble. Inside row number 4 is going to be the 18H of Robert Hicks. And I'll tell you what, Robert has had a string of bad luck lately. He has been consistently in the back of the pack, which is where we are not used to seeing him. Last week actually blew up a motor, so good to see him get another power plant back in, and we'll see if he can march his way up to the field. And we are giving Marco his spot back, so back to Bob for the start of the race.
All right, thank you, Dustin. Wild Child in the position. We're ready to go green. This time by they're in 3 and 4. Green flag is in the air. They're pull the trigger off of 4. Here we go. Your race leader to 93. Marco Reyes leading him into turn number 1.
Marco Reyes got a good jump. He is going to be your race leader going into 1. Now it's going to be the 3 of G of Bubba Durbin. He wants a piece of that. He's going to get a little bit of a run going down the backstretch. Reyes with some power underneath the hood. Ain't going to last, though, into 3. Here comes Bubba Durbin.
Bubba Durbin on the inside. Reyes on the high side. Durbin looking for that number 1 spot, but he's not going to have it. It's going to be Marco Reyes in the number 93 car.
Marco Reyes is going to be your on point in the 93. Bubba Durbin is still all over his back bumper. 3 wide now going up into turn number 1, and it didn't last for very long as Travis Stats is going to fall back out of that transfer spot. Shane Taylor, he wants a piece of the transfer. He's got 31 seconds for Bubba Durbin going into 3. Nice and smooth they go. Durbin's going to push up a little bit. Shane Taylor hooked up on that bottom. Reyes is still going to be your race leader in the number 93, and it is throwing a blanket over for third. Here comes Travis Stats. He's going to run the bottom. They're going to go 3 wide in turn 1 once again for the 3rd spot. Remember, that is the final transfer spot. Up on the outside is going to be the 33 of Jason Gamble, and he is gambling now. We are 3 wide going into turn number 3. Giving us a 3rd spot to Travis Stats. Gamble up on the outside. He wants to roll around Stats now. Up front, there's a battle for the lead. Bubba Durbin's going to try to take it away from the 93 machine of Reyes. Reyes. All right, it is Reyes. I thought I was saying it right, but Reyes is going to be on point. Bubba Durbin still in second. Battle for third now. Still Gamble and Stats trying to duke it out. Stats has got the advantage into 3 for right now. Not sure if he's going to make it hold. Here comes Gamble trying to roll the outside. Stats is going to take that 3rd and final transfer spot away. Off into turn number 1 they go now. Reyes is trying to get it or keep that lead. Durbin slides up. He's going to pull the bumper. Now Stats is solidifying himself into 3rd, but he wants more going into 3.
Here comes Travis Stats on the inside looking for that number 2 spot. Travis on the inside. And he's going to remain in that number 3 spot. It's still your race leader, Marco Reyes in the 93.
Don't look now, but here comes Robert Hicks, the man on the move. He wants to try to take that 4th spot away from Gamble. He's got his car hooked up pretty decent. Here comes Hicks, showing the horsepower down the backstretch into 3.
Hicks got that new bullet in that number 18 car. He's putting it to work. He's moved all the way up to that 4th spot. It'll be 2 to go this time by Dustin. Still your race leader, Marco Reyes.
Reyes has got a handful right now as Bubba Durbin wants that lead away. Now Travis Stats, he's going to try to take second away, fall back now. Now Gamble's back up the outside. Throw a blanket over 1 through 5.
Travis Stats and that 9AR better be careful right now. He's in that final transfer transfer spot. Robert Hicks wants it, though. It'll be 1 to go this time by side battle for the lead. It's still Reyes, your race leader. Final time into 1.
Reyes is the race leader. Durbin's up on the outside. Battle now on for the lead. Third. Here comes Gamble. Here we go. 3 wide coming off a turn through. Robert Hicks is going to take the third spot away down the backstretch going into 3.
3 wide for that final transfer spot. It's Hicks by a nose, but for the win, it's going to be between the 93 car, maybe. Yes, it's Marco Reyes, your winner. Coming home second is the 3 car. Bubba Durbin coming home third, I believe, is Robert Hicks. So
Yeah.
Hicks, is it?
Robert
was it
Hicks, he
Yeah.
got it. Robert Hicks got the spot. Unbelievable racing out there. They were just duking it out for 1 through 4. So give the win to Marco Reyes, give second to Bubba Durbin. But Robert Hicks from the tail, he's going to make his way into the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial Race. So congratulations to him. But one more time, put your hands together for your heat race winner, Marco Reyes.
All right, Dustin, we got 3 heat races in the books already. Yes, 5 more V8 Thunderstock heat races to go. Coming up next to be heat race number 4. Starting in a pole, driving car number 44 is Tim Powers. Mike Tovett in a 1-shot will start on the outside of the front row. He was last week's V8 Thunderstock's feature winner. Starting in the 3rd spot in the 238 car is Scott Brumfield. Jeff Stonecker in the 9S will start 4th, with Mike Stonecker in the number 8 car starting 5th. Starting in the 6th spot in the 4 car is Sean Babcock. Rodney Wright in the number 55W will start in the 7th spot. Again, we're going to go 8 laps. V8 Thunderstock heat race number 4 with the top 3 going to the big dance. Wild Child in the position already. Watching Tim Powers in 1-shot. Mike Tovett nice and easy in the turn number 3. What do you think, Dustin?
You know what? It is a crapshoot now because they've had great racing all over the track. And we are green flag racing.
Green
back to you, Bob.
flags in the air. Tovett got a little loose when he got on the throttle. That allows Powers to lead him into 1 with Tovett on the outside.
And Powers cut Tovett off, and he did not want him to get back around him. Further on back is Brumfield. He wants that 3rd spot. He's going to go ahead and hold it down from the number 7. Nope, we are got big action now going off into 3.
Yeah, Mike Tovett in the 1-shot. Your race leader. Powers in the 44 car trying to challenge back. It's Tovett. Lead lap number 1, Wild Child not too happy with some of these drivers. He's pointing that yellow flag at somebody out there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that was all about, but he was definitely not happy at something. But up front, though, it's Tovett taking the lead away from Powers, and he's going to go ahead and extend it down the backstretch going into turn 3. Scott Brumfield is in your final transfer spot right now. Whoa, he gets a little crossed up right there. That's going to allow the door to be open for the number 4 machine that we do not have a name on. The 410 machine is Sean Babcock.
Babcock in that 4th spot. He knows he's got to get 1 more spot if he's going to go to the big dance right away. Meanwhile, Tovett, still your race leader with Powers in the 2nd spot. Great battle for that 4th spot going into turn number 3. It's still Scott Brumfield right now in that final transfer spot. Brumfield holding on to that 3rd spot, but Tovett is your race leader.
Yeah, Tovett has definitely solidified himself as the race leader. Powers is trying everything he can. He gets a good run in, but can't do much off. So Tovett's your race leader, Powers 2nd. Battle right now is on for 3rd, and you can throw a blanket over it. It's Brumfield in the 238. You've got the 9 machine of Jeff Stonecker. He's trying to get around right now. And you got the 410 car, Sean Babcock as well, trying to make his way back around. So definitely a show for the 3rd spot right now.
Once again, the final transfer spot is the 3rd spot, and it's Scott Brumfield right now holding on, but he's got company. It's Sean Babcock in the 410. Or the 4 car on the outside, looking for that 3rd spot. Babcock on the high side.
Babcock is looking on the outside. He wants to come around him in the 4 machine. He's going to try to take that 3rd spot away. He's got a decent run. And I'll tell you what, he let it all hang out right there. He was completely sideways down the front stretch, still trying to get around Brumfield, the 238.
Babcock on the hammer, coming off of turn number 2, but it's still Brumfield in that final transfer spot. Meanwhile, Mike Tovett in the 1-shot, having it all his way. It's going to be 2 to go this time by. Tovett, your race leader, Powers in 2nd. Brumfield in the 3rd spot with the 4 of Babcock running in the 4th spot.
Yeah,
Babcock challenging again, Dustin.
And Mike Tovett, he's got his hands full again there. And, here comes Babcock, and there's a little bit of contact there. That's going to open the door for the number 9 machine. Give it to Steinecker. He's going to go ahead and come back around. And now we got all kinds of action. The 55 machine of Rodney Wright, he's trying to find his way up into 3rd.
White flag is in the air. It's still 1-shot. Tovett, your leader. Powers in 2nd. Brumfield in 3rd. And Stonecker in the number 9 car running in the 4th spot.
Yeah, Stonecker now, he wants that third spot away from Brumfield, and Brumfield's car right now is about 50 feet wide, trying to not let anybody get by him. Up front, Tovet still your race leader.
Final time into turn number 3. It's Mike Tovet in one shot. Looks like Tovet's going to bank this heat race number 4. Tovet is your winner. Powers in second, Brumfield in the third spot. And Jeff Stonecker in the 9S finishes in the 4th spot. So heat race number 4 in the books. We already got 12 cars qualified.
Yeah, we got 12 cars already qualified for this main event. I'll tell you what, the racing is unbelievable right now. Action is just flat out all over the racetrack, 3-4 wide. That last heat race was probably the best one we've seen so far, but they've all been very good. So put your hands together one more time for your race winner and the one shot, Mike Tovet.
Mike Tovet, we interviewed him last week in Victory Lane, and he said he's got that one-shot machine dialed in for tonight, Dustin. He said he's got the best of the best in that car, and obviously he's going to be one of the guys to beat here tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. He is definitely one of the guys to beat. Really, he's been one of the guys to beat all year long. Not in the points chase in reality because he's missed so many weekends, but every time he unloads, guess what? He is just a force to be reckoned with. So definitely got that car hooked up, but don't forget, he won one of our bigger races out here earlier on this year. And what happened? The axle came apart.
That's
so
right.
hopefully he has got that thing all worked out, all the bugs out. Definitely paid attention to that car all week long, made sure it was good, made sure every bolt was nice and tight on it. But like you said, like what Mike said last week, he has the best of the best underneath that car right now.
All right, Dustin, we're about to go heat race number 5. Starting at a pole in the number 27 car is Chad Scranton. Starting in the 2nd spot in the 24 car is Randy Strebel. Starting in the 3rd spot in the 01 is Kevin Mills. Ben Hutto in the 38 car will start 4th. And Greg Mondesi Sr. in the 93M starting in the 5th spot. Robert Griffin in car number 34 will start 6th. And in the X11 car, it's Daniel Keene. We're going to go 8 laps, V8 Thunderstock heat race number 5. And Wild Child's going to give us one more lap to breathe here. Because we said Mondesi and Billy.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and reset this back up and definitely make sure we get it right this time. Wild Child, I think he's ready to go this time. He's going to go ahead and readjust himself, definitely steering that field down. And we've got great racing action, heat race number 5. Up front, you got Chad Scranton. He is sitting pretty. He's got one feature win this year already. Actually, he won opening night here. He won against Mike Tovet, too, so definitely a good story up front. See if Chad can get back into this Benny Corbin Memorial race. That's the race that you want to be in this year. Back over to you, Bob, for the start of the race.
All right, that's the Wild Child in the position. It's Chad Scranton and Rodney Strebel on the front row. Here we go. Green flag, and that looks like a lazy green flag. I don't believe Wild Child like that start. Somebody pulled the trigger a little bit too soon. Probably going to see
I'm wondering if
the red light.
Red light. I think that was
Yellow
an
light,
accident.
yellow light, yellow
Yeah,
light.
it's been a long week for the Wild Child, so, just making sure all the lights work, I guess. But he definitely did not like the start of that. If I had to guess, probably going to end up pointing at somebody in the front row for either not going or going too soon. So, also, we would like to apologize. We noticed that the scoreboard is not working. We're working desperately trying to get that fixed, so stand by and hopefully get on the rest of the night. But back to you, Bob.
All right, Dustin, Wild Child. Folks, when we talk about the lazy green, they throw the green flag very slowly rather than throwing the yellow one and wadding them up. But this time we got a real green flag. Chad Scranton leads him into turn number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be Chad Scranton taking that early lead away from Strebel. Let's see if Strebel can fall back into second. Going to do it good. Hutto now in third. He's going to have a handful of the number 24 car. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. 34 car.
Chad Scranton's going to lead lap number 1 here in heat race number 5. Running in the number 2 spot is the 01 car of Kevin Mills. Mills up to that number 2 spot.
Had the name wrong on that one. Couldn't see the number very well, but Kevin Mills is in the 2nd spot. Hutto now trying to work his way back around. He's got a good run coming up at turn number 2. Not going to make it work. Still Mills in 2nd, Hutto in 3rd.
Tell you what, Chad Scranton in that 27 car, he is checking out. Great battle for that number 2 spot.
Yeah, Hutto now, it's definitely a battle for second. He's going to try to roll the outside of Mills. Mills got a little crossed up and still gave Hutto some room up there. Hutto now going to try to roll that outside. He's going to make it work coming up at turn number 2. Give second to Hutto. Fall Mills back to 3rd, and if he doesn't watch, he's going to have a handful of Strebel in the 24.
You're right, Dustin. Hutto with a great run through 1 and 2. He's in that number 2 spot. Right now, Chad Scranton so far having it all his way in that 27. Hutto in 2nd, Mills in the 3rd spot. Then you got Strebel in the 4th spot.
Yeah, and up front, it is definitely all Chad Scranton making it look easy right now. This is one of the more dominating heat races I've seen so far tonight. Hutto's still falling back more and more in that second spot. And like I said, Mills is going to have a handful here in a couple laps.
It'll be halfway home this time by. 4 down, 4, and we have a yellow.
Got a car around. Or no, it looks like we got debris on the racetrack, if I'm not mistaken. I see something laying up there in the middle of turns 1 and 2 right now. They're one of our phantom NASCAR cautions, I guess. We'll go ahead and reshuffle the field back up, get that piece of debris out of there. Up front, all Chad Scranton, and like we've been talking about, definitely a dominant heat race performance right now for the number 27 machine. Hutto is trying to do everything he can to track him down, but he's not. However, Hutto is also pulling away from third place, so he's kind of setting himself up really pretty right now to make the Benny Corbin Memorial Race. This will bunch everybody back up. Not good news for Mills. Mills out there in the number 01, running in third right now. He's going to have your outside front row starter, Randy Strebel, all over him on this restart. Strebel was trying to close back in on him. He also had a little bit of help there from the number 34 machine. That's going to be Robert Griffin. He was trying to close his way on third, that ever-important position to make it into the Benny Corbin Memorial Race. And I believe we're going to go green flag racing this time by. Yep, we're going to get the tow truck off the track. So it's going to be Scranton and Hutto on the front row. And we're going to go ahead and get the field stacked back up. Scranton and Hutto on the front row. Mills and Hutto. I'm sorry. It's going to be Kevin Mills. It's going to be Kevin Mills in row number 2. Alongside of him is going to be that 34 machine of. Sorry, we're going to go ahead and line them back up now. Scranton is going to be in the front row. Green flag is going to come out, and it was a little bit of an early start, but we're going to let it stand. Mills now trying to get a piece of the lead. Hutto is still in second. Mills went second away from Hutto now as we go into turn number 1. It's not going to happen. Hutto's going to try to roll the outside and try to pull up with Chad Scranton. Battle's on for third. Strebel now on the outside of the 0-1 of Mills. Now it's going to change hands a little bit. The X11 of Daniel Keene, he's going to move into fourth.
It'll be 2 to go this time. I'm sorry, halfway this time by. It's all Chad Scranton. In this 38 car, Ben Hutto in the number 2 spot.
And Ben Hutto got way high down the front stretch, almost tanked the wall, but made it stick. He's still going to be in second. Battle is on for third. Throw a blanket over him. 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's going to be the number 0-1 of Mills. You've got Keene in the 11. You've got 24 Strebel, and you've got the 34 machine of Robert Griffin.
Daniel Keene in that 11 car wants that third spot. He's running fourth. That's not good enough to get into the feature.
And Daniel Keene, he's starting to smoke a little bit now in the X11 machine. See if it holds together for just a couple more laps. Keene right on the back bumper for the 0-1 of Kevin Mills. He wants to come around him really bad. We're going to go off into turn number 3.
It'll be 2 laps to go this time by for Chad Scranton. Scranton with a good run going here in heat race number 5. Running in the number 2 spot is the 38 car of Ben Hutto. In the third spot, it's still the 0-1 of Kevin Mills.
And Daniel Keene is driving the car harder and harder, but more and more smoke keeps pouring out of that X11 machine. He loses a little bit of ground coming off of turn number 2, but he'll probably make it all up going into 3.
It'll be the white flag this time by. Top 3 pretty comfortable right now. Daniel Keene giving it all he's got in that smoking car. No more mosquitoes out here tonight. Keene taking care of that problem for us.
Daniel Keene has got a lot of smoke coming out of his X11 machine, more and more and more, especially from underneath the hood area. He's trying to track down Kevin Mills, but up front, checkered flag is going to come out. All for Chad Scranton.
Final time off of turn number 4. Chad Scranton, heat race number 5 winner, coming home in the second spot is Ben Hutto in the 38 car. And in that final transfer spot is the 01 of Kevin Mills. So we got 5 heat races in the book so far.
All right, race fans, heat race number 5 is in the books. One more time, put your hands together for your heat race winner, the number 27 machine of Chad Scranton. All right, we're going to go ahead and line them back up. We're going to go ahead and go with heat race number 6. We're moving right along, which is a good thing here at the Volusia Speedway. Everything nice and easy. On the front row here, race number 1 will be the 55 of Joey Durbin. Alongside of him will be the number 16 of Paul Shedd. Inside row number 2 will be the number 19 of Brian Morgan. Outside row number 2 will be the 56 of Gene Posey Sr. Inside row number 3 will be the 118 of Mike Kafka. Outside of him in row number 3 will be the 69 of G.J. Horeski. And final starting spots in row number 4 will be the 32 of James Shaw. So that's going to round out your top running order here. It's going to be 7 cars. Top 3 cars transfer. 8 laps is going to be the distance. Back over to you, Bob. Any last words?
No, Dustin, these heat races have been great, and I tell you what, they're just going to get better as we go along. This is heat race number 6 already, and once again, we take the top 3 out of each one of the 8 heat races we're going to run. That gives us 24 cars, and then we will have 2 consolation races and take 2 cars out of each one. All right, Wild Child in a position. It is going to be the green flag in the air. Joey Durbin on the inside, Paul Shed on the high side. Shed with a good run in 1 and 2.
Shed's got a great run in 1 and 2. He's going to take that top point away from the 55 of Joey Durbin. Joey Durbin's going to fall back to 3rd now if he doesn't watch it. He's going to fall back to 4th. Great battle. 3 wide down the backstretch into 3.
It sure is. Dustin Durbin shuffled back to
Oh, we got a car breaking.
Your race leader.
And
Paul Shed had issues, and we got a spinner up there.
It's Kopka on the 118 spinning around.
Mikey Kopka brings out the yellow, so break for Mikey there. He'll be able to rejoin the field in the last position, but at least he won't go a lap down.
Yeah, Kopka actually got spun around there from the 32 machine to James Shaw because the Wild Child gave him a little bit of a point there at the end. I'll tell you what, one man's misfortune is another man's fortune because right now, the 55 machine of Joey Durbin, he was in trouble. He fell back like a rock on the start and was losing position after position. I don't think we had a lap in. We're going to go ahead and probably reset this field back up the way it started.
Yeah, Dustin, that would be a huge break for him to put the number 16 of Paul Shed back out front. I'm sorry, Joey Durbin back on the point with Paul Shed in the 2nd spot. So we're going to re-rack him and try it again. We're still going to have 8 laps to go. Stock heat race. Cooperate. Number Joey Durbin and leads him. Well, no, Shed's going to lead him off of 2, Dustin.
Yeah, Shed actually subbing in for Brian Shrunk in the number 16 machine. He's going to go ahead and take the point. Durbin's going to fall back to 2nd. Here comes Morgan. He wants 3rd, going into 3.
Great battle for that final transfer spot right now, but it's going to be Paul Shed leading lap number 1.
And Joey Durbin is all over the back of Shed. He actually wanted a piece of him coming off of turn number 4. Couldn't make it stick. Now we got our huge battle on for 2nd. 3 wide coming off of turn number 2. You've got the 56 of Posey wrapped up in the middle. And it's going to be Posey coming into the 2nd spot with the 19 car of Morgan in 3rd.
I'll tell you, it was all about horsepower coming off of turn number 2 there. And the 56 car, Gene Posey had the most. He's up to that number 2 spot.
Yeah, Gene Posey's all the way up to number 2. He's knocking on the door for the lead. Joey Durbin underneath heavy pressure now. He actually took 3rd back, but it's going to be Brian Morgan battling back on the inside. Morgan's going to take 3rd spot away going into turn number 3.
Morgan in that 19 car back in that final transfer spot. Great battle up front. Paul Shed still your race leader. Shed leads him off of 4 with the 56 Gene Posey Jr. in the 2nd spot.
Gene Posey is definitely sitting in that number 2 spot. Gene Posey Sr., that is. He's knocking on the door for the lead. He wants to get around Shed in the 16 as we go into 3.
Posey with a good run down a backstretch, kind of backed off going in 3. Figures he's got a transfer spot right there.
Here we go.
And a little bit of tap. And we got a spinner up there in turn number 3. That would be the 32 car. James Shaw goes around, and that probably, and it does, bring out a yellow. So James Shaw up there in turns 3 and 4 in the number 32 car.
You know, we went 4 heat races without a caution, so we knew it was going to happen here eventually. When you got $4,000 on the line, these guys are going to be beating and banging off each other, trying to get that transfer spot to at least get them into the feature. You know, you only got 8 laps to make the feature event. You've got 40 laps once you get there, and trust me, you would much rather make that happen early on and get in the feature through the heat race, because once you go to the B main, it's got kind of a double negative. If you go to the B main, you start up front, you win the B main or finish 2nd in the transfer spot, great. If you come out of it nice and easy, you also get a little bit extra track time to see what was happening. However, something could happen in the B main and you might not even make it.
Looks like the 32 car may have a little bit of fire maybe underneath the hood. Looks like the safety crew over there off of turn number 4 on the number 32 car, James Shaw. So Shaw had some difficulties in 3 and 4, and looks like a little more than we originally thought, Dustin.
Yeah, it looks like it's definitely a little bit more original than you thought. Now, he did take a hard spin. Anything could have happened. You know, oil line could have popped off. Fuel line could have popped off. You know, probably a little bit of fire underneath the hood. And you always want to take precaution. You don't want anybody to get hurt. bring it in real quick, and we're going to go ahead and try to light that or extinguish that fire a little bit. And I do believe James Shaw was not very happy at somebody either.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. You know, that $4,000 is a big paycheck, and when you're pulling that pit row in a heat race, you're done. No matter what happens, once you leave the track in a heat race, you are done. You cannot re-enter the track. Now, in the feature, if you get a flat tire, they'll give you 2 laps if you pit on the front, not the front straightaway, but behind the front straightaway wall there. They will give you 2 laps to change the tire. But heat races, you pull in, you're done.
Yeah, and one thing, you know, you got $4,000 on the line. You got big money on the line. Well, guess what? You also got some big tempers on the line, too, because these guys are trying to get everything they can to get back into this race, get into that top 3 position, and make it onto the feature. Of course, you want to win it. You win it, you get a better starting spot or a better shot at a better starting spot. Let's put it that way. But just making that race. And remember, just to make this show, that's $150. Most of the time, these guys race for $150. So the fact they get that just to start, great feeling, and like we've said over and over and over again, you make it to the heat race, it's such a pressure off your shoulders going into that feature event.
Yeah, it sure is, Dustin. And there's so much to talk about this Benny Corbin Memorial, and we get a little slack in the racing action here. We'll be able to talk a lot more about it, but we still got a bunch of heat races to go. Wild Child into position. Paul Shedd is on the gas. Green flag back in the air. Shedd, your race leader. Posey in this second spot, battling for that number 1 spot.
Oh, he got crossed up. Posey got completely crossed up. Not sure if something broke in that machine, but he's going to fall out of second. Off the pace, tough break for Posey. Brian Morgan's your new second place, and here's Joey Durbin. Now he sits in third.
Great break for Durbin in that third spot. Definitely something happened to the second place car, and he is in the pits. So Paul Shedd in the 16, your race leader.
And Paul Shedd, he didn't have a whole lot of time to breathe because now he's got Brian Morgan all over his back bumper. Morgan wants a piece of that lead. Joey Durbin still in third, but falling back from the top 2.
Joey Durbin in that third spot. In the 4th spot, it's Mikey Kopka in the 118 car. Kopka not out of this yet. Hoping something's going to happen with your leaders. Kopka in the 4th spot. Running in the 5th spot is the 69 of DJ Horiski.
And it could happen because Brian Morgan is all over the number 16 machine of the race leader Paul Shedd right now, trying to find a way around him as we go into turn 3.
Paul Shedd holding on to that number 1 spot, but not by much. He's got a half a car length. It'll be the white flag this time by for Paul Shedd with the 19 of Brian Morgan in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, the number 19 of Brian Morgan trying to find a way around the 16 of Shedd. Not sure if he's going to make it happen. Shedd making his car about 50 feet wide again, like we saw in heat race number 4 as we go into 3.
Yes, sir, Dustin. Final time into 3. These guys know they got a transfer spot as long as they cross that start-finish line. It's going to be Paul Shedd, your winner, with Brian Morgan in 2nd, and that final transfer spot is the 55 of Joey Durbin. Coming home in the 4th spot is Mikey Kopka in the 118 car, and DJ Horiski finishes in the 5th spot. So that concludes heat race number 16 cars already qualified.
Six, seven, winner, 6 winner.
He could be the 29th car, but he's the only one that's well, I forgot to tell you that. Come on in. Right here with the car price week. Okay. He wants to take the $150 in the V8 Thunder. Okay. We want it done from the furthest back to the front. Okay. Furthest back to the front. Whoever passes the most cars in the feature. Right. Okay. Let me get information here.
All right, race fans, we're going to go ahead and line them up for heat race number 7. Andy Hicks in the front row, Ken Pettit on the outside, Hayden McCormick inside row 2, Patrick Mennigan on that outside row number 2, inside row 3, Brent Chilson, outside Keith Briggs, starting last, Justin Hamilton in the 6th. Green flag is out from the Wild Child. Andy Hicks now with the early lead going off into turn number 1. Great battle for the lead. Andy Hicks in the 113, finally with some luck this year, is going to jump out to the early lead. The 9 machine of Hayden McCormick, he's going to go ahead and solidify himself into second. Falling back is going to be the 79 of Kent Pettit into the final transfer spot in the 3. We're going to go ahead and complete that first lap. Hayden McCormick, though, is all over the 113. Andy Hicks trying to find a way around as we go into turn number 1. McCormick right in the bottom. Hicks is right about in the middle of the track. The 79 machine of Ken Pettit, he still sits in that final transfer spot as we go off into
leader. McCormick in the second spot. Great battle for that third spot between Brent Chilson and the number 79 car of Ken Pettit.
Ken Pettit now is all over the back end of the 1-star machine of Brent Chilson trying to get that final transfer spot. Great battle. That's going to come down to the wire. Up front still Hicks and McCormick duking it out for the lead.
Andy Hicks going to see the white flag this time by. It'll be a half mile to go, and Hicks will be in the Benny Corbin Memorial. Hicks your leader with McCormick in the second spot.
And McCormick tried one more time. He's going to drive it in hard into turns 1 and 2. Looking to get a run off of 2. Not going to happen, though. Hicks is going to pull him down the backstretch. Now as we go into 3, Hayden McCormick with a little bit of a run.
All right, final time into turn number 3. It's Andy Hicks, your race leader. He started on the pole, and he wins heat race number 7. Brent Chilson finishing in the 4th spot will be the 79 of Kent Pettit. So that concludes V8 Thunderstock heat race number 7.
And it looks like there's another car out there that I didn't notice made this lineup. It's going to be Bobby McCormick. It's not on our official roster, so Bobby McCormick actually looks like he came home in the 4th spot, possibly 4th spot, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, so we do apologize, but he's not on my list right now, and I'm hoping that is Bobby in the number 10.
All right, Dustin, we're going to roll out our final V8 Thunderstock heat race here. It's hard to believe we're in the heat race number 8 already. I can't remember. I don't know if we've ever had 8 heat races for a division out here.
I'm not quite sure if we have either. Maybe last year's race when we did the Benny Corbin Memorial race, but that was probably the last time.
All right, your starting lineup for V8 Thunderstock heat race number 8. Starting on a pole in the 07 car is Sean Creech. Brian Millens in the number 28 car will start second, and driving the M1 tonight is Marley Durbin. Starting in the 4th spot in the 39 car is Craig Montesey Jr. Starting in the 5th spot in the 11 car, it's Shane Williams. Eric Arminio in the 18 car will start 6th, and Timmy Smith in the 46 car will round out the field of 7. Again, we're going to go 8 laps, V8 Thunderstock heat race number 8, with the top 3 going to the 2nd annual Benny Corbin Memorial. Dustin, you know, before we throw the green flag, they're not giving us a whole lot of time to talk. People are coming up here, and they're giving us money. We just got $150, and I don't think even race control knows this yet, for whoever passes the most cars in the feature. So if you start 28th and you finish 2nd and you pass 26 cars, you're going to get an extra $150. Green flag is in the air. It's Sean Creech, your race leader, into turn number 1. Running in the number 2 spot is Marley Durbin. Durbin come with a good run off of 2 down the backstretch, trying to run down Shane Creech in the 07 car. Great battle for that number 1 spot. Creech going to lead lap number 1. Wild Child looking him over still. It's Creech, your leader. Durbin in the 2nd spot. Great battle for that 3rd spot. The 39, Greg Montesi Jr. Montesi in that 3rd spot right now, and he's got that final transfer spot into turn number 3.
Yeah.
It's still Sean Creech.
Craig Montesi Jr., I'll tell you what, he is trying everything he can do now. He's going to start marching his way to the front. He wants a piece of the M1 machine of Marlon Durbin as we go into turn number 1. He's going to roll the outside. Here comes Montesi Jr. on the outside. He's going to pull the door of Durbin. Not going to make it work, though. He's going to get a good run going off into turn number 3, though.
It's still Sean Creech in the 07 car. Creech, your leader. Durbin in 2nd.
Durbin still is in 2nd. Montesi trying to find a way around him, though. We got 1, 2, 3. Throw a blanket on him. Like I said, these guys got to be careful, though. They're all 3 in the feature event. They just got to race each other clean.
Montesi with a great run down a backstretch. He's up to that number 2 spot. It's going to be halfway home this time by. Craig Montesi Jr. in the 39 car. Going to be challenging for the lead maybe here going into turn number 1, Dustin. And we have a yellow.
Yeah, we got a yellow flag.
We got a spinner up there. That would be...
Not sure. It's got a 9 on the end of it. It's not Montesi, that's for sure. So we'll go ahead and try to get that car spun back around here and see who it actually was. Restacking up your order a little bit. Your 07 machine is Sean Creech. He's still out in front. The M1, that is going to be Marlon Durbin. He is still sits in the 2nd spot. Craig Montesi Jr., great run up from the back. He sits in the 3rd and final transfer spot. So that's a big, huge spot to be in, is that final transfer spot. The 11 machine is Shane Williams. He sits in 4, so he's in the outside looking in. 18 at Eric Arminio. Nice to see him come back out here. He sits inside the top 5. Further on back, you got the 46 machine of Timmy Smith. That's who runs in the 46. So he has definitely got a little bit of work cut out for him. Looks like the 28 machine was the guy that spun around. That's going to be Brian Millens. That was actually your outside front row sitter. So looks like a left rear tire is down on that 26 machine. So he'll have to go pit side most definitely, and that will end his night for the heat race. Have to see him in the transfer or the B main coming up later tonight.
Yeah, tough break. You get a flat tire in a heat race, you're done. You got to run the consi a little bit later on. So we got 3 laps complete, 5 to go in our 8th V8 Thunderstock heat race. And like I was saying a few minutes ago, a gentleman just came up here from the Florida Fresh Meat Company, and there's a bunch of brochures down there by the main gate. Two gentlemen came up here and handed us $150 and said, whoever gains the most positions in the Benny Corbin Memorial Race, give him this $150. So the drivers don't even know about that little perk, but we're going to hand it out later on tonight. Green flag back in the air.
Green flag is out, and now it's going to be the M1. It's going to be Durbin. Marlon Durbin on the outside trying to roll around. And we had a yellow flag. That was a lazy yellow.
Been a lazy green. I missed that one, Dustin.
I'll tell you what, either the Wild Child's getting a little impatient or he's just not waving it as lazy as he used to, because he's fooling me a couple times here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a little extra energy in that lazy green. But, you know, Wild Child's trying to tell these drivers something. And his message is, I'm the one in charge with the green flag. And he's doing it in the heat races. He's very consistent. He's one of the best starters, if not one of the best flagmen in the country. And these drivers out here definitely respect the Wild Child up there on the flag stand.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It was kind of a strange start, too. I thought Durbin was going to roll the outside there. And 1, 2, 3, and 4, they were bunched up hard with each other. And you got to look. You got Creech sitting on point, so he's in the show as of right now. You've got Marlon Durbin. He's in the show as of right now. Craig Montesi Jr., he's in the shows right now. And then you got that outside looking in. You always got your wild cards. Shane Williams, he was trying everything he could do to get around all those guys to try to get himself into tonight's feature.
Again, this one is far from over. Wild Child looking him over. 3 laps complete, 5 to go. Heat race number 8. All right, nice and easy through 3 and 4. Creech pulls the trigger. Green flag is in the air. Sean Creech, your leader, but he's got company. Marlon Durbin on the outside looking for that number 1 spot.
Eric Armino had ideas of going 3 wide. He's going to fall back a little bit. Williams, he's going to take away not only third, he's going to move into second, taking away from Creech. Marlon Durbin, he's going to take the lead. Here comes Montesi. He wants third into 3.
It's going to be halfway home this time by. We have a new race leader. It's Marley Durbin. Durbin leading him off of turn number 4 with the second place of Shane Williams. Williams up to second, really got it crossed up in 1 and 2. Diving to the low side, Dustin.
Williams wants to get around Durbin really bad. Now Montesi, he's going to lock himself back into the 3rd spot. He's going to want to get around Williams going into 3.
Montesi with a good run off of 2. He's back to that 3rd spot. Meanwhile, your race leader, it's all Marley Durbin in the number 1 car. Durbin, your leader.
Durbin is going to be your race leader, looking very sharp now. Here we go. Moving to the outside. It's going to be Montesi. He's going to get a pretty decent run coming up a 2. All right, he's going to move to the door now of Williams as we go into 3.
Montesi really good through 1 and 2. He's on the high side, looking for that number 2 spot. It'll be 2 to go. 2 more laps this time by with still Durbin, your race leader.
And give him a 2nd place to Montesi. What a move on the outside he put on Williams. He's going to move to 2nd. Williams is going to fall to 3rd. Here comes Creech. He wants 3rd back away from Williams.
Montesi, he was on the gas coming off of 4. He's looking for more. He now dives to the inside of your race leader. Montesi looking for that number 1 spot. It'll be 1 lap to go. It's I don't know. I couldn't call that one. That was too close to call.
Montesi, the Wilson Race Cars machine, on the move. He's going to take the lead away from Durbin now as we go off of turn number 2. Montesi flexing his muscle here tonight at Volusia Speedway Park.
Montesi is serious tonight in that number 39 car. Craig Montesi Jr. It's going to be all checkered flags for the 39 car. Coming home second is the 1 of Marley Durbin, and coming home in that final transfer spot is the 11 car of Shane Williams. So we got all 8 V8 Thunderstock heat races in the books. Right now we have 24 cars qualified for the 2nd annual Benny Corbin Memorial coming up later on this evening.
All right, we've got your Gladiators, your Curves Automotive Gladiators out on the track right now. On the pole will be Mike Mark in the 53, normally driven by Justin Hamilton. He's in the Thunderstocks tonight, so that car is actually going to drop to the back. Looks like Ashley Taylor now will be up on point. Alongside her will be Dustin Childers there in the 55. And we're going to go green flag racing. I'll just go ahead and call this one from the hip. Ashley Taylor trying to take that early lead away from Dustin Childers, looking very stout now. Ashley Taylor, she's going to take the lead away from Childers. Corey Henney, he's looking pretty good. He's going to fall into 3rd. Here comes Brad Fender trying to make his way up into 3rd. Down the backstretch we go. Early leader, Ashley Taylor. Dustin Childers now moving to the inside. Brad Fender is on the move, though, in the 69X Fender drywall machine. He's going to try to be knocking on the door of Dustin Childers as we go off into turn number 1. Childers is trying to hug the bottom. Fender is basically up on the top. Childers slides up a little bit. Fender's now going to do the crisscross. He's going to move underneath Childers. He wants 2nd place coming off of turn number 2. At the door, Childers goes the 69 of Fender. He's going to go ahead and take the early lead, or the 2nd place into turn number 3. Brad Fender now sits in 2nd, is going to start stalking Ashley Taylor in the number 6 machine. Childers falls back into 3rd. Honey now running now in the number 4 spot. Further on back, you got Mike Mark running into the top 5. And Ashley Taylor's looking really stout. She continues to pull away from Brad Fender in the 69X. Fender running the inside. Taylor just about a half a groove up. Looking very, very stout. And Dustin Childers is not done with Brad Fender yet. He still wants that 2nd spot back before the feature time rolls around. Halfway home, says the Wild Child. 3 down, 3 more laps to go as we come off at turn number 2. Brad Fender now trying to close in on Ashley Taylor. Looks like he's reeling her in ever so slightly. Brad Fender now sitting there running pretty decent. Ashley Taylor now is sitting in nice and pretty. We're going to go ahead and have Brad Fender still sitting in 2nd, trying to find his way around. Brad Fender now about 2 car lengths back, but Ashley Taylor is moving away. Number 6 of Ashley Taylor, still your race leader. Brad Fender now is taking the white flag. Fender now closing in even Taylor. Brad Fender still sits in second. We've got less than a half mile to go. Fender now moving up in on Ashley Taylor a little bit. One more time into turn number 3. Brad Fender now dive bombs it into 3, trying to find a way around Ashley Taylor. Taylor nice and smooth here. Checkered flag is out. Give the heat race win to Ashley Taylor. Brad Fender comes second. Dustin Childers, Corey Henny, good run, coming home in 4th. And Mike Mark rounds out your top 5. One more time, put your hands together for heat race number 1 and only one heat race winner, Ashley Taylor in the number 6.
Jeannie Kelly, we have a young man up here looking for you. That would be Bo. Could you please come up to the tower, please? Jeannie Kelly, Bo is up here looking for you. We'll find her here, buddy. You want to call her?
Mom!
All right. She is on her way up here, I'm sure. Once again, Jeannie Kelly, to the tower, please. Bo is up here looking for you.
All right, race fans, we are actually going to go ahead and move into intermission. We are rolling right along. Lots of stuff going on. We haven't had time to announce pretty much anything, so Billy's keeping us on our toes up here tonight, no doubt about that. Couple things I do want to pass along. Do not forget the 50/50 ticket sales. They are out there right now. You got to be flagging Bailey down. She's got the bright pink shirt. Cannot miss her. She's got the bright pink shirt on. $1 for 1 ticket, $6 for 5, and an arm's length for $20. So please, 50/50 ticket sales. Last week we were well over $300. I want over 500 tonight if we can get it. We've got tons of people in attendance tonight. So please, please, please flag down Bailey for that 50/50. Don't forget, next week is our canned food drive. You donate a can of food, you get to ride with your favorite driver. Also, the on hand next week will be the NBC Sports News. The NBC Radio late model division. We'll also have the Daytona Sportswear Modifieds, NBC Sports News Limited late models, and the Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks. And of course, the VSP mini stocks are all on hand tomorrow or next weekend. On October 25th, it's our second annual Ghost and Goblins Triple 30. The 3 events, or the 3 series, 3 classes running the Triple 30 are going to be the VSP Limited late models running a 30-lap race, the Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks running 30 laps, the Auto Add-ons running, the Auto Add-ons Hobby stocks running 30 laps, but they're also doing the race number 6 for the VSP Shootout Series, paying $1,500 for the winner. On November 8th, please do remember that is our swap meet in the AM. So the AM will be our swap meet. Then we're going to go ahead and roll into the memorial race. Also, the UDLMCS late models are in attendance, $2,000 going home to the winner. Daytona Sportswear Modifieds are in attendance for $1,000 to win. Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks. The Auto Add-ons Hobby stocks are also running a bonus race with the Curves Automotive Gladiators also in attendance on November 8th. Once again, thank you to all of our track staff for making everything possible tonight, our safety crews, all the people making it possible for this racing surface, 3, 4, and 5 wide racing, which is amazing here at Volusia Speedway Park. Once again, I've had numerous people tell me how much they love this track lately with the racing that's been going on, so big shout out to all of our track staff to make that possible. Don't forget, I believe we still have boiled peanuts for sale underneath the main grandstand area. Chairs are still up for sale. If your back's starting to hurt a little bit, for $3, you can get a chair that mounts right up to the bleachers. And guess what? At the end of the night, we'll go ahead and we will take the chairs home at the end of the night. Couple other things we do want to pass along. Don't forget that we are being videotaped tonight, just so everybody does know that. If you do want to purchase the video of tonight's racing action, see Chris up here in the Scores Tower. He's just to the left of the Scores Tower, actually, wearing a bright neon-colored vest. So flag him down. He'll tell you how to order that DVD. Also, don't forget, we've got a live feed right now going on from Racing Nation. Go to their Facebook page at Racing Nation, and they can go ahead and find the video link to tonight's race. That is live. It's on a slight delay, but it is live. Also, you can search Racing Nation on YouTube. And we can go ahead and find a live link there as well. Don't forget about Melissa in the Budweiser Beer Lounge. Beer specials are Mick Ultra, Bud Light Lime, and Budweiser for $4 a bottle. 5 for $16. Twisted Teas on sale. Mixed flavors of Seagrams for $3. The VSP beanies are on sale for $10. $13 for VSP headbands. Don't forget, we've also got Benny Corbin Memorial T-shirts. I believe they are still on sale. $13 a T-shirt underneath the grandstand with Melissa. I believe if we still have them, they're also over at the drive-thru area. $13 a T-shirt. Great cause that it's going to. Don't forget about VSP cups are $1. VSP candy bars, flags, earbuds are all also available.
Well, it's our turn to talk for
Well, it looks like Matt and Sean are back on the air temporarily. You guys got to struggle through this one for a minute. We got a brief intermission going on. And let me tell you, Matt, how many feet tall do you think that trophy is? I'm going to guess and say about 5.
No. I think you're very much so wrong. I'm going to go with 7.
You know what? I think you're right. Now that I'm well, no, 6. Maybe we're both wrong. Let's split it in the middle and say 6. 72 inches.
That's a pretty big trophy.
That's a big trophy.
That's a big boy standing over there. I mean, of course, the video, of course, our cameraman looks like he took a break for just a moment, but
yeah, it happens.
It's a. Let's see. Hold on. That's a 10-foot tall banner.
Wow.
No, that's an 8-foot tall.
8 foot tall. So
8-foot tall banner, and those
trophy.
are probably 2-foot tall. About 2.5 foot or 1.5 foot tall letters. So I'm going to go with 6.5 feet.
I think you're pretty accurate on that. Well, that's a big trophy, I have to say.
It is a big trophy. It's a big race tonight. You know, Benny Corbin helped build this track. He built also, of course, Ocala Speedway, Bubba Raceway Park. Was a very, very big part of bringing racing to Central Florida.
Well, Benny Corbin was a visionary back when he was building this track because in 2014,
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. They're actually doing some stuff right down there. We're going to go ahead and pass it back down to Bob. He's down on the front stretch right in front of that trophy, and they got some information for us.
The voice of Volusia to you.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Thanks for everybody for being here. I'm going to take a couple minutes of your time. I know you came to watch racing, but you're going to listen to me talk for a couple minutes. We got some awards to give away here to some special people. And I really want to thank you for coming out and honoring my father like this. This place meant everything to him, and it means everything to me, to be honest with you. I grew up here. And I need Rob Underwood to come out here, and I need Wendy Underwood to come out here. And I also need Phil Galdagno to come out here. So don't waste no time. Get to stepping. While we're waiting on them, I got a special guy sitting in this gator over here that I'm going to introduce to everybody. And it's the guy that made this place turn into a speed plant after my dad sold it. He built another racetrack over here to the side, and he turned this place into an asphalt place, and he brought NASCAR out here, and he brought Busch Grand National Racing out here. And Steve Grissom and Jeff Gordon won races out here on this place. So if Mr. Dickie Murphy would please step out and come out here, please. Chris, would you bring me the little eagle, please? Y'all give Dick Murphy a big hand. He really turned this place into something. Dickie, I got a big mouth. I'm going to say a few words here. You meant a lot to my dad, and my dad was special to me, so this is special to me to give it to you. Thank you. This is the 2014 Benny Corbin Achievement Award. And I'm giving it to you, sir, for what you've done for my father after he sold this place to you, for being his friend and also sticking to your word, for letting him stay here all those years and keeping this place up.
He's my buddy.
And if you want to say anything at all, you take this mic and say whatever you want.
Yeah, you got it. Hi.
He's a man of few words.
Thank you.
Dickie, what you did for my father for 20-some years after he sold this place kept my dad alive, because he loved getting out here on this grader, and he loved selling his parts and tires, and it meant the world to me to be able to know my dad was out here having fun and doing what he liked. And what you did for this place after he sold it to you and really turned it into, I mean, a world-renowned racetrack where all the guys from all over the whole country and world, I mean, sprint car drivers from Australia come here to race. This is the fastest racetrack on planet Earth, half-mile racetrack on planet Earth. And you did it, mister, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Give him a hand, everybody. Dick Murphy.
It ain't.
Give him a smile, Dickie. I'm not a professional model.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You want me to wrap that up and give it to you in a box later?
Hello, sir. How you been? How are you?
Seen you in a while. Yeah, I know. I'm going to say something to him. You got anything else to say, Dickie?
No. Like I said, you later, not now.
All right. You can go on back and sit in the gator. All right. Did Rob and Wendy Underwood ever show up down here? I don't see them. Rob, Wendy, come over here. Jason Brown, where's Jason Brown at? Huh? Yeah. Where's my buddy Jason Brown? Did you run away? Bring me that big picture of my father out here. I think Jason ran away. My buddy Jason ran away on me. Jason, get down here. I can't hardly hold that. Rob, Wendy, I want to give this to you guys in appreciation for letting us have this race here. You just don't know what it means to me to have it at this place. Last year, we wasn't able to have it here because y'all hadn't leased the place in time to make the deal. But this year, y'all stepped up to the plate. And I really want to tell you what it says there is what it means. I appreciate an appreciation for letting us have it here. Take that from me, Rob. Rob, you knew that guy real well.
Big time.
And he really liked you. Wendy, you didn't know him that well, but he would have loved you too. Thank you guys very much for letting us have this race here. I hope you're happy with the turnout.
Love it.
This is my beautiful wife, Christy, right here. She's getting in the picture with me.
All right, Dave.
There's my beautiful grandbaby. Look at that.
There's Haley.
It's definitely our honor to honor him.
I want you guys to say something for me.
No, I don't speak. You got to speak.
Come on, Rob.
man.
You can talk.
I've got less words than Dick Murphy, but it's our honor to honor Benny Corbin. He helped me out a great deal when we started here. He was always there for all the racers, so it's a big honor for us to honor him with this race.
Thank you, Rob. Means a lot. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Where's Phil at? Where's Phil Gogdagno at? That little scratcher run away from me. All right. I don't see Phil, but I got one more thing here that somebody doesn't know about. This is a guy that's been with me since I was about this tall. He don't know what's happening right now, but since I was about 5 or 6 years old, this dude's been taking pictures of me, and he's been giving them to me, wouldn't let me buy them. And he means the world to me and my family. Mr. Don Bach, bring me that little diamond right there, because he's a diamond in the rough in my view. Come over here, Don. I brought you out here on false pretenses tonight.
Well, I kind of wondered because I know Dave's pretty good at what he does.
I hope you ain't mad at me.
No, I'm pretty touched though.
I can't really read that, but I know what it says. It says that this is second annual Benny Corbin Memorial presented to Don Bach, honorary member of the Benny Corbin family. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
I really appreciate that, Ken.
You are a member of our family now, Don.
I always felt like I was anyway. I can't tell you how much this means to me. I've always felt like you guys were a family, and you called me and asked me to come out here, and I'm 75 years old and tired and wore out. But there ain't no way in the world I would have told you no, and I hope you know that.
I did know it, but I felt like I tricked you. I hope I tricked you. I love you, buddy. I look like a midget next to this guy, don't I? I don't know how many pictures I got this guy's taken, because I got about 50 years worth of them. Don't worry, it's glass and that's mud, so it didn't break.
All right, thank you.
We got a box for you to put that in to keep it safe.
All right.
I love you, Don. You're a great man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, I guess Phil ain't going to make it. There he is. All right.
I was buying it.
Was you? Chris, give me that last plaque down there. You appreciate it, man. I don't know how many pictures of Dad you're going to end up with. This is a different one, though.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Phil, this is for your continued support, you and Liz. I know Liz isn't with you tonight, but I want to include her in this deal. Phil and Liz are from North Florida Speedway. They closed their racetrack down, folks, tonight so that we could have this racetrack and their competitors could come down here and race with us. And they also built all the trophies and donated them to this race. Now, what kind of people do that for another competitor? Let's give them a great big hand. These are really great people. I really appreciate it, Phil. You're a great man, and I really appreciate it. And this is in honor of your continued support of the Benny Corbin Memorial. Thank you.
Honored.
Thank you.
Honored. Honored to be here. Honored to build trophies. Honored to join your the racetrack here and your family in honoring your dad. We appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. You're a great man. I appreciate it. We'll be back. Okay, I guess I've said enough, but there's a lot of people up there in them grandstands that I want to talk to. Uh-oh. Phil's got something else to say. Oh, we gotta shake hands. Thank you. Appreciate it, Phil. Look, I know there's a lot of people I gave some tickets to up here in these grandstands. I can't remember each and every one of you, but there's some of my childhood friends up here. My personal physical doctor's up in them grandstands. My buddy Chuck Marcus is up in there. I can't think of everybody that I gave tickets to up there. I love each and every one of you. I love this place. This is a great race so far tonight. I know I'm running my mouth too much, but thank you for being here. And my buddy Jason Brown's got something to say about me, so I'm going to give him this trophy and I'm going to shut up. And all of these kids and beautiful girls, and bring my family out here because I want my sister and my brother-in-law. I want all my family to come out and get their picture taken. That's my nephew, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, my son-in-law, my grandbabies, my nieces, my nephew. This is my dad's whole family. There's my son over there. He races. He's the modified champion out here 2 years in a row. He didn't do so good this year. He just had a little bit of bad luck. He's second this year. And my wife, that beautiful girl in the pink that won't come over here holding the box. And that's my daughter, the other one. This is a beautiful family. Thank y'all for letting us do this out here. Thank you. Okay, Jason, if you got something to say. Okay, my niece Mackenzie's got to say something.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you guys for coming out and supporting this race. It means a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to Kent. I want to also thank Mr. Pete Close, Speedy Pete Close, for coming out and help us tonight. I got a friend over there, Chris Gravener, one of my real good friends. He decided to come out and help us tonight, and it means a lot to me. But I got to tell a story on this guy right here. Okay? I've known this man.
Probably a lie.
I've known this man 31 years of my life. 31 years. I met him when I was 9 years old. So how old does that make you feel now?
I'm old.
Back at the old Ocala Speedway when the Powell family owned that track, they didn't really let kids in the pits, but my mom was the scorekeeper over there. So I kind of got the special privilege to go in there, plus they knew if I was in trouble, she'd kick my butt. But I walked up to this guy's car one night, and he walks over to me, and he says, "What's your name?" I said, "Jason." He says, "Well, you want to help me tonight?" And my eyes got big, and I smiled, and I helped him. And it just, ever since then, he's been one of my mentors in racing, along with my dad, Spencer Cutway, who's in here, who I love very much. My dad, my mom, has always supported me, and my wife and my beautiful kids that are up there. But how I met Benny, he came to the racetrack one night and he was sitting there on Kent's truck. And I walked up there and Kent said, "Oh, I'm glad you're here." And I was probably 10 years old at the time. And Benny says, "Who's this guy?" And Kent said, "That's my pit crew." Benny says, "Well, I think, boy, you need to get a bigger pit crew." But he said, "You don't know this guy, Dad." But the story I want to tell on Kent, and Christy, you can't get mad at him. This is before you. He said, "Jason, if you ever get your mom to come to Volusia, I'll pay you way in." I said, "Okay." And he says, "Yeah, and if your mom's good looking, I'll pay her way in too." But Ken, I love you. I love your family. So this is why. This is for you. This is what the winner's check looks like. And it says here on the bottom, it says, "Presented to Kent Corbin in remembrance of Benny Corbin, a true father of Florida dirt track racing." And I've had each and every driver that was able to sign this tonight for you.
Awesome.
And it's for you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. That's awesome.
So we hope everyone has a good time tonight and enjoy the rest of the races. And we look forward to seeing who wins this one.
All right, race fans, one more time, big old round of applause for Kent Corbin and all of his crew. All right. All right, race fans, we're going to go ahead and go dash time now. 6 laps for $200 going home to the winner. The dash pill that was pulled was number 5. So anybody that was in each of the heat races, all 8 of them, if they finish 5th, they are in this dash for cash. That was the pill that was drawn earlier on tonight. Remember, it's $200 going to home to the winner. 6 laps the distance.
Okay, we have a couple giveaways to hand out here tonight. If you are in the drive-in section, the drive-through section, and you have wristband 26367, come on up to the tower. That's 26367. And from the main grandstands, if you have a 27457, come on up and claim your prize. That's 27457. And that's from the main grandstand. So come on up and claim your prize, please. Again, the drive-through section, 26367. In the main grandstands, 27457.
Green flag racing for the dash for cash. And everybody's going to have to apologize for me because I did not get this until the last second. So we're going to have to go back and try to figure it out. Out in front right now is going to be the number 4 machine. I'm sorry, the 410 machine. The 410 machine is Sean Babcock. Sean Babcock is going to be your early race leader. Sean Babcock is making it look very easy right now. He was in contention for a top 3 in his heat race. The 34 machine, that's going to be Robert Griffin, I do believe. Robert Griffin, he's in the 34 machine. Running around in the bottom right now, trying to move his way up toward the front is going to be the 33. That's going to be Jason Gamble. Jason Gamble in the 33. Trying to work his way around the number 34 machine. Robert Griffin. Out front, though, it's still all Babcock. Babcock making it look really easy right now. 2 laps down for $200. 4 more laps to go. Babcock is running out there in the front right now. The 34 machine now under heavy pressure from Gamble in the 33. Gamble's going to go ahead and try to take that second spot away. He needs to get up on the loud pedal because we're halfway home. Babcock is your race leader. Gamble now with a little bit of smoke coming out of his machine in the 33, trying to make his way around the 34 of Robert Griffin. Bobby McCormick now trying to stick his nose in there. He wants a piece of this action for the number 2 spot. And now Gamble's off pace. The smoke has succumbed to him. He's going to be off pace and falling down the inside. You can go ahead and give the 34 machine of Griffin. He's going to solidify himself in second, but up front is the 10-4 of Babcock, making it look easy out there right now. 2 more laps to go, and I don't know if anybody is going to catch Babcock in the 4. Babcock down the backstretch into turn 3. No one is even contesting him. The second spot is under a little bit of power now as Bobby McCormick tries to get around Griffin for the second spot. White flag is out one more time around. Less than a half a mile for Babcock in the 10-4. Babcock running about middle of the track right now, making it look fairly easy. Down the backstretch he goes. One more time into turn number 3. All Babcock straightaway lead right now. Makes his way through 3 good. Coming up at turn number 4. Checkered flag is out for Sean Babcock in the dash for cash. $200 going home to the winner. Battle on for second. Go ahead and give it to the 34 machine. That's going to be Griffin. And then Bobby McCormick comes home in third. Fourth at the line is going to go to the 88 machine of Steve Cox, and the 69 machine of DJ Horeski is going to round out your top 5. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the winner of the Dash for Cash, the 10-4 of Sean Babcock.
Yeah, Dustin, and that $200 was donated or sponsored by Annis Roadside Service and Lone Star Cable. So we thank those sponsors for stepping up. And there is your winner of the Dash for Cash.
All right, race fans, he's out. The winner for the Dash for Cash. It's going to be Sean Babcock. All right, come on over here, Sean. Let's go ahead and get a word with you here real quick. All right, Sean, driver the 10-4 here. You made it look easy. And I had a little bit of a problem in your heat race, but hey, kind of made up for it here. You won the Dash for Cash. I don't know if you know, you won by a straightaway, so you were dominating that thing. How'd the track feel to you?
Track felt great. This is a new car for me to drive. I've been blessed by Tony Campbell to get in this car. It's only my second time driving it. Got caught up in a little bit in the heat race. It was my fault getting a little over anxious, but we got a car. We just got to make the show now.
All right, not quite sure where you're starting to be, man. You might have a little bit of ways to go because of your heat race. What do you think your odds are working your way up? Only top 2 go.
Well, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to be patient. How many laps we got?
I think it's 12 laps the distance for the B main.
Well, if I got to start 12th, I guess it's 1 car per lap. We got to do what we got to do.
All right. Well, one more time, race fans, put your hands together. We got somebody we need to recognize real quick. Anybody want to thank out there real quick?
I want to thank Jacob Mannis for doing this for us. Fans, thank you very much for coming out. Volusia, this is it right here. Look at this place. It's awesome.
All right. Put your hands together one more time for your Dash for Cash winner, Sean Babcock.
Went to the Apollo, you should have seen him go, go, go. They said, hey, sugar, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey, babe, take a walk on the wild side. All right. Huh. Jackie is just speeding away. Thought she was Jim Dean for a day. Then I guess she.
But while they're taking a little bit of a break, we'll come back on here and talk about our good friend Sean Babcock. Of course, Sean Babcock just winning the Dash for Cash.
Yeah, it looks like he picked up another $150 for himself.
Well, for the team.
For the team, yeah, Team Babcock. Yeah,
well,
number 4.
No, it's that's Tony. Tony, is it Tony Campbell's car that he's driving this weekend?
Well, Sean's a good driver.
He is. He is
He's a
definitely
good
a driver.
He's an Ocala boy, isn't he?
Yeah, that Ocala boy usually drives a TQ midget.
That's what I thought.
Or TQ late model, excuse me. So
Well, he did good. He brought the team a little bit of glory, a little bit of extra money. That's a good thing. Man,
the lead that he had on the rest of that field as well.
Yeah, it was pretty significant. I can't get over how big that trophy is, man. I mean, I just can't let this go.
Well, it's a big event.
It is a big event. I'm gonna have to ask the lady next to me that's in charge of the scoreboard to go down there and officially measure that. I think I got to know.
Will you do that for us? You go down there and measure it. It might be. How tall are you? 5'3".
It's taller than you.
I believe it's taller than you. I'm thinking that's an 8-foot banner, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get an official reading on that. All 97 listeners right now out there that are kind enough to bear with us throughout this intermission. We've got a few things here coming up that are going to be real special tonight.
112, by the way. 112 listeners.
Oh, yeah, let me rephrase
Viewers.
that. We have 112 viewers right now. We're doing well for our first broadcast. We're happy with that. We're just happy to be out here tonight, able to broadcast the Benny Corbin Memorial, and the folks that aren't able to attend can see it online.
Exactly. Like I said, a good friend of ours, good friend of the show, Sean Babcock, just took home the win for the Dash for Cash, of course. Still got A B main coming up. Then we'll have A main features. Got a great lineup still for the rest of the night. I mean, we're 9:30 at night Eastern Standard Time, but we're not still out here digging.
We're maybe 30% through it.
Well, there's a lot of laps on those features. I mean, we got a 20 lap feature, 25 lap feature,
15, a 40,
a 40, and then another a 20, and then a 40. Of course,
so we got 5 total features is what it comes to.
Exactly.
Yeah,
how it's going down. A lot of cars here tonight. Car count is extraordinary, but 80 cars. That's a big count. But before we go any further, we just want to thank our sponsors, of course. Title sponsor for Racing Nation. Racing Nation you can hear every Saturday morning live on Florida Sports Talk. That's 100.1 FM, 900 AM, 1230 AM if you're in Gainesville or anywhere on the web on your mobile device with TuneIn Radio app.
Or just go directly to floridasportstalk.fm.
Exactly. Title sponsor for our show, of course, Go Puck. Go Puck is a revolutionary new product, just came out on the market, built by the same technicians and inventors that invented Braille battery. Of course, Braille battery, the strongest, fastest, lightest battery you can get on the market, used in F1, IndyCar, Rolex, Tudor United Series, Formula One, of course, NASCAR,
Formula One,
all
power
the
boats, everything, and NHRA. Don't forget NHRA.
Exactly.
I'll tell you, the Braille battery technology with the carbon fiber and everything that goes with it is great. It's unique. Lithium ion,
light, carbon,
super light.
Just you name it. If it's technology that can go into that, they've developed this Go Puck. That's G-O-P-U-C-K, portable, universal charging kit.
Yeah, and it is. Matt and I have 2 of them with us tonight, and every device we have, which is a lot of devices tonight, we're able to charge simultaneously as we're talking and using the power. It's charging us.
Exactly. B-Main rolling out on the track as we speak. Dustin and Bob in the broadcast booth working their tail off trying to get their lineups.
They're trying to get their lineups up.
Trying to get their lineups correct so they can get all these names. Overload tonight, if you would say, of cars that are normally not here every week. These guys are Volusia's best.
Yeah, there's 80 cars at this track tonight. I mean, that's the most I've personally seen in a few years throughout the Florida racing series, all the different series.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the most.
So they have to, go through here and make sure that the number 8 is the correct number 8, that they're talking about. What are you pointing at down there? What are we looking at?
The guy that was on me earlier about lifting the speaker up that fell down at the track. Somebody got a broom out and lifted it up.
So we want to thank all you guys, all you people that are listening and or watching the streaming video. We know that the quality of the video is not all that great. It takes a lot of bandwidth to produce a video quality. We just don't have that tonight. We have enough to get you the feed, but the quality is a little less than we would like. We understand that. We thank you for bearing with us, refreshing as you need to make sure that the video quality is good. We're going to do our best. This is our first live
That's right.
video
We're going to do
stream.
better.
We will work out these bugs and get it tip top as it moves on.
If you have an event that you would like covered by Race the Nation, feel free to send us a text, an email, anything. The best way to get a hold of us on Twitter would be @through THROUGH the THESSESSES. That would reach me. We would be thrilled to look at any kind of event. If you racing, whatever, we'll come out and broadcast it for you.
Racing, as long as it has to do with some kind of racing, power,
We'll do it.
power sports of
Power
some
sports.
sort.
We'll do a Grand National race. It doesn't matter. An enduro,
Exactly.
cross, whatever.
Exactly. Get touch base with us.
Boats.
Again, that's through the S's @through the S's on Twitter, or you can reach the show itself @Racing Nation. That's no G. But they're still not ready, so we're gonna have to clear.
What's
And
our
they're fixing
text
to go-
line, Matt? Give them our text line too.
Text line is I can't remember it off the top of my head.
It's like something, yeah.
Way to
Okay,
put me on the
well,
spot.
Matt and I will straighten that out, and we'll get the text line together for y'all.
Green flag's fixing to wave in the air. The
Looks like Bob. There goes Dustin.
wild child is on his
Look
perch,
at him.
and we're gonna pass it over to him.
Flag racing now. With the early lead, it's going to be Staley in the 2S. Jeff Bear falling back into second. Travis Stats all over his bumper now, though, wanting to get around him. Jeff Bear still sits in the final transfer spot. Travis Stats now trying to move underneath Bear. You're going to go ahead and give the transfer spot to Stats going into turn number 3. You still got Staley out in front, but Travis Stats is sitting in that final transfer spot. Coming off of turn number 4, looking pretty decent right now. Now Jeff Bear has a hood pin off. The right front of his hood starting to come up, and he's going to go ahead and fall back into third, but he's going to continue to challenge for the second. Now we're going to get a battle for the lead. Here comes Travis Stats in the inside of the 2 car of Dalton Staley. Inside of turn number 3 they go. Stats trying to find a way around Staley. It's not going to happen. Jeff Bear still trying to find his way back into the final transfer spot. He's going to pull back up to the door. The number 9 car of Jeff Stondnicker, he's trying to find his way up into this battle. Top 4, pull a blanket over them because they are charging, trying to get it. Travis Stats, Jeff Bear trying to duke it out for the final transfer spot. Staley's loving to see it because he's going to stay out in front. 3 laps are going to be down, only 9 more laps to go. Off into turn 1 they go. Travis Stats gets crossed up. Jeff Bear with a huge puff of smoke going into turn number 1. Jeff Bear is going to lose power. He drifts off pace. Give the 3rd spot to the number 9 of Jeff Stondnicker. He's going to go ahead and try to battle for the transfer. Up in front, though, Travis Stats now wants to lead away from Staley coming out of turn 4. Now Staley's got some smoke coming out of his car. Travis Stats, the 9AR, drives it hard into turn number 1. Stats is going to go ahead and try to take the lead away. Give the lead away to Stats coming off of turn number 2. Staley's going to fall back into second in the final transfer spot. Now Stats is going to try to open up his lead a little bit. The smoking car, Jeff Bear, is now off the track and in the infield. Lots of smoke off of turn 4. They're going to come through and be okay, though. Travis Stats is still your race leader. Second is still going to go to Staley, but he's got his hands full right now with the number 9 car of Jeff Stondnicker. He is trying to find his way around. Now Stondnicker is going to move to the outside of Staley in the number 2. Not going to make it work. Here comes Eric Armino. He's going to try to throw his nose in there for 3rd. Up front, though, it's still Travis Stats with your race lead. Stats has got your race lead. Looking fairly decent right now. He's got about a 3 or 4 car length lead now as we are halfway home. 6 laps are down, 6 more laps to go. Travis Stats, your race leader. Now Stondnicker, he's going to move the inside of Staley. He wants the 2nd spot. For the time being, give it to Stondnicker in the number 2 spot. Staley now battling back on the outside. Stondnicker had 2nd at the line, and he's going to go ahead and get it going into turn 1. They beat and bang in turn number 1. Give it back to Staley. Staley in the final transfer spot. Now Stondnicker, he gets a good run going down the backstretch. He's going to move the inside going into turn number 3. Give Stondnicker the outside. Battling it out. Now they're going to come cross up. Here comes Eric Armino. Bounces off of Stondnicker. He can't make it stick. Staley back into 2nd as we go into 1. All the while, Travis Stats is loving this. He is pulling away by about 15 car lengths as he comes off at turn number 2. 8 laps are down, 4 more laps to go. Staley underneath, heavy pressure now from Stondnicker. He wants a round going into turn 3. Stondnicker is still in 3rd, trying to hug that bottom. Stondnicker now falling back underneath the side Steely the 2. Stonnecker bumps Steely going down the front stretch into 1. That's going to give Steely a little bit of a jump. Now Marmino wants to get around Stonnecker for 3rd. Not going to happen. Stonnecker with a good run coming off at turn number 2. Going off into turn 3 now. He's going to try to get the final transfer spot away from Steely. 2 more laps to go for your leader, Travis Stats. Steely still sits in 2nd in that final transfer spot. He's got 1 more mile to go to try to make it home to start the 2nd annual Benny Corbin Memorial Race. Steely slips up a little bit. Stonnecker gets a little bit of a run now as he goes into turn number 3. Stonnecker going to try to drive it down in deep into turn 3. Not going to make it stick. Steely still with the lead. White flag is out for Travis Stats. He's checking out up front by a straightaway. Eric Armino trying to find his way around Stonnecker. It's going to come down to the wire here at Volusia Speedway Park for your final transfer in B main number 1. Steely still holds the 2nd spot as they go down the backstretch. Stonnecker gives him bump. He's going to try one more time into 3. Stonnecker is going to drive it in, coming out of 4. It ain't going to happen, though. Steely's going to take home 2nd. Travis Stats is going to take home the win. Steely is going to go on to the 2nd annual Benny Corbin Memorial Race. What a great race for the 2nd and final transfer spot in B main number 1. Give it to Staley. Dalton Staley, great run for him. But put your hands together for B main number 1 winner, the driver of the 9AR, Travis Stats.
So we got another number 2, but where the hell is that guy from the heat race? Justin Mimi.
All right, race fans, we're going to go ahead and roll into B main number 2. Still trying to get our lineups up. Like I said, we do apologize for being a little bit delayed here. Bob up here is definitely busting his hump trying to help me out here. I got B main number 2 right in front of me. Finally, on the pole is going to be the number 54, Tim Hughes. Alongside of him, Shane Taylor in the 82. Now, one note of Shane Taylor. He won the Benny Corbin Memorial Race last year. If he does not make it, he is our provisional starter tonight. So he's still going to try to race his way in, but he does have a guaranteed spot in tonight's feature. We're going to go ahead and go green flag racing this time by. Green flag is in the air for Hughes and the number 82 of Shane Taylor. Taylor gets a bad jump, and Tim Hughes is going to fly out in front right now, making it look easy. He's going to pull away by about 2 car lengths over Taylor. Further on back, you got the 55 machine. That's going to be Rodney Wright. He's pulling double duty, trying to make his way into the show. He's going to look underneath Taylor for 2nd. Not going to make it work as we come by to click lap number 1 off of turn 4. Timmy Hughes is still your race leader. You've got Taylor sitting in 2nd. Rodney right now underneath some heavy pressure from the 56 of Gene Posey Jr. Gene Posey, remember, was in the transfer spot in his heat race and was unable to make it after some mechanical woes. Down the backstretch, Rodney Wright underneath Taylor for 2nd. Rodney Wright is going to move into 2nd, the final transfer spot here in B main number 2. Clicking off lap number 2, Gene Posey Jr. now looking the inside of Rodney Wright in the 55. Gene Posey Jr. has got his car hooked up, trying for redemption here at Volusia Speedway Park after a terrible heat race woe. It's still going to be Tim Hughes up front, setting sail just like last race with Travis Stats in the 9R. Tim Hughes is hugging the bottom. Rodney Wright gets his car pitched out a little bit, and on the bottom, running the hub is Gene Posey Jr., and he's got a great run off of 4 going into 2. Posey now is going to look to the inside of Rodney Wright. Wright trying to keep it down. And Posey and Rod touch. And they slam into it. Rodney Wright's going to go around. Gene Posey keeps his car going. Looks like the number. Can't get a number of the other car involved. Coming off at turn number 2, Gene Posey Jr. was inside of Rodney Wright. Rodney Wright got sideways. Posey checked up as much as he could. They ended up touching. Rodney Wright goes around. Collected another car as well. Looks like it might have been the 10 P car, possibly of Bobby McCormick. Not sure. That's not Bobby McCormick, I don't think, but we'll go ahead and get that finalized here in just a second. And we got a flat tire. Gene Posey Jr., what a heartbreak. Again, he's going to have a flat right rear tire. He will have to go pit side to get that car changed as well. That's Patrick Menigan, I do believe, in the number 10M. Patrick Menigan out there in the number 10M. I do believe, not quite sure here. We got all kinds of number 10s and numbers and everywhere, so do apologize if I get that number wrong. Hopefully we got it right. I just know that's not Bobby McCormick for sure. Like I said, we're trying really hard up here to get these names right, but our lineup came in just a little bit late, and they were on the track as we were getting our lineup. So hopefully we get these names right. See who all gets their spots back right now. Looks like Timmy Hughes is still going to be obviously in the lead. He was far away from any of this. And unfortunately, it looks like Rodney Wright is going to go underneath the hook, it looks like. What a heartbreak for Rodney. He had worked his way back up into a transfer spot in second. Tough, tough, tough break for Rodney out there. No, I believe that might have been the number 11 car. We're not quite sure who that car actually was that did spin out. Oh, looks like it might have been the number 8. That was Mike Stennecker. Mike Stennecker that did spin out the number 8. From here, it looks like an 11 or a 10. It was actually number 8. So Mike Stennecker was the one that also got involved in that. He was further back in the pack. He got collected up in what looked like Rodney Wright's a little bit of a mess there. She has 2 T's in her hand. Here, you do it. Who the hell's second? It's not Bobby McCormick. I know that. Who's on first? Who's second? Who's that 10 car? That's not Bobby.
We got a 9 and a 9. Brian Morgan and
It's Kyle Lang's the other one. I don't know which one it is. I'm assuming Brian's further forward because he finished further forward.
so Brian Morgan would be in that 9, and then Kyle Ang is in this 9.
Yeah, that number 10 car. I don't know who the hell that is. I just know it's not Bobby. Who's in the 10? I don't have the 10. I know it's not Bobby. It is in there. All right, in the 10P right now and running in second, the final transfer spot, that's going to be Patrick Menigan. Patrick Menigan is going to be in that number 10 car. He's going to be in the second spot. Outside looking in the 114 is John Thorpe. So a couple of cars are definitely out on this one. One thing is for sure, we got Timmy Hughes is definitely going to be out in front. Looks like also Justin Hamilton, the number 6 car. He's got some issues down there in turn number 1. So with Timmy Hughes with the Justin Hamilton with the problems, that's what our delay is right now. We're going to try to move him off and get him off the track and get going here again.
Because here's 19, 20, 21, 22, but I don't have a 2S in the heat race.
He wasn't. He was a late arrival. It's Mike Kulak.
Mike?
Hobby Stocks?
Yeah, Kulak?
Yeah.
See, oh, no wonder I'm not catching any of these names. Kulak, Ace, I just...
Yeah, that's what we've been dealing with all night.
Do it that way. It's like,
you would think. All right, Timmy Hughes, I know is going to be a race leader. That is for sure. It looks like Rodney Wright got his car back rolling again, so we'll see if he tags the back of the field. Wild Child's going to go ahead and give him the 1 lap to go. Rodney Wright's got a little bit of work for him to kind of try to make his way back up. He did go pit side, change something, so he's got to go ahead and start at the back of the pack, unfortunately. We're going to go ahead and reline him up. Tim Hughes and Menigan, they are going to be on your front row. So Tim Hughes and Patrick Menigan are going to be on the front row. Jim Thorpe is the odd man outside looking in. You've got Craig Mondesi Sr. He's in the 93 with a pretty decent run. The 46 car, that's going to be Timmy Smith. Timmy Smith in the 46. Outside of that 46 is going to be a number I can't read because I need glasses, so I do apologize that to all of his fans. Up front, though, Timmy Hughes. He was definitely running away with it in the number 54. He's actually been running that 54 only a couple of weeks now, so it's good to see him definitely get it back up front, trying to get this B-Main number 2 win and get himself into the Benny Corbin Memorial Race for 40 laps to duke it out with 28 of the best. Wild Child is going to go ahead. Wild Child is staring the field down right now. Tim Hughes is going to take him to the green. Green flag is out. Tim Hughes with a good start. Timmy Hughes is going to take the green flag. Menigan is going to try to get around him on the outside. Tim Hughes dies that down to the bottom. Menigan now on the outside. He's got a good run now. Pulling to the door, Tim Hughes. Go ahead, and we got a good battle now for the lead. Tim Hughes gets a good drive off of turn number 2. He's going to take it away from Menigan going into 3. Tim Hughes is going to hug that bottom now, try to block that door as much as he can. Menigan all over the back end of Timmy Hughes. They might have touched a little bit. Going down the backstretch now, Craig Mondesi Sr., he's going to move into 3rd. He's loving this battle he's seen in front of him. He is the odd man looking in now, and he is going to just hope that something happens up front. Up front, though, Tim Hughes now going to go ahead and dominate himself as the leader. He's going to go ahead and pull away by about 4 car lengths as we go ahead and click lap number 5. 5 laps are down. We've only got 7 more laps to go. Mennigan, though, he is in tonight's feature if he can just hold on a little bit longer here. Tim Hughes is making it look pretty decent up front, still keeping that 3 or 4 car length lead. Pulls a little bit down on the backstretch going into 3. Tim Hughes still hugging that bottom. We are halfway home, says the Wild Child. 6 laps are down, 6 more laps to go. Down the front stretch we go. Looking very smooth is Timmy Hughes. Mennigan now with a lot of pressure from Craig Montesi Sr. Montesi Sr. is flexing his muscle now. He wants to get around Mennigan for second. That is your final transfer spot. Montesi now hugging the bottom, trying to find a way around. Mennigan kind of moves up a little bit, opening that door for the Wilson Race Cars, number 93 of Montesi Sr. Montesi now moves to the corner panel of Mennigan. Through 1 and 2 they go. Montesi with a pretty decent run off of 2. He's going to pull up to the corner once again of Mennigan, trying to move the inside going into 3. Montesi able to run the bottom a little bit better than Mennigan. He pushes up a little bit. Montesi can scratch the car a little bit better. Gets a little sideways down the front. Caution flag is out. We've got the caution flag out. Got a spinner. Looks like the 46 machine. That is going to be Timmy Smith. Timmy Smith got around in the 46, bringing out our caution. All right, race fans, just got word that our 50-50 tonight is already up to $370. $370 for the 50-50, going home with one lucky race fan. So make sure you're getting those 50-50 tickets. I got Bailey up here with me right now. She's going to keep walking around a little bit. She's got the bright pink t-shirt on. $1 a ticket, 6 for $5, and an arm's length for $20. Don't forget about the 50-50 ticket. $370 so far on your total. We'll draw that 50-50 winner, if I'm not mistaken, probably after the hobby stock feature more than likely. So you got a little bit of time yet to go ahead and get your 50-50 ticket spot. $1 for a ticket, 6 for $5, arm's length for $20. So track down Bailey. She just left the scorer's tower in her bright pink t-shirt. Back to the racing action, though. You've got Timmy Hughes. He's going to go ahead and set the pace once again. 8 laps are down, 4 more laps to go. The number 10 machine, that's going to be Mennigan. Patrick Mennigan. He's going to sit in the 2 spot. Craig Montesi Sr., though, he is trying to flex his muscle and get into the Benny Corbin Memorial Race here in B-Main number 2, and we are green flag racing off of turn number 4. Mennigan got a good run, and now Montesi under heavy pressure from the number 8 machine of Mike Stenler. Looking pretty decent now. Montesi's still holding in 3rd. Now Timmy Hughes is going to pull away by about 3 or 4 car lengths going into turn number 3. Hughes now running the bottom nice and smooth. Montesi Sr. out on the outside trying to find his way into the number 2 spot. 9 laps down, 3 more laps to go. Top 2 is still Hughes and Mennigan. Now Montesi Sr. is all over the back end of Mennigan. He's going to try to find a way around. And now there's a little bit of touch. Montesi's going to get spun going down the backstretch. Montesi gets looped around, bumps the inside wall, and is stuck in between the access road coming back inside. Montesi Sr. was spun by the number 8 car of Mike's. Mike Stonecker. It was Mike Stonecker that looped the number 8 car, or the number 8 car that looped the number 93 of Montesi Jr. around. So top break for Montesi. He goes ahead and takes it right back to the pits. Looks like Stonecker is going to go ahead and be coming back around. Looks like actually the left front is bowed out, so tough luck for Stonecker. He's going to go ahead and go pit side. Craig Montesi Sr., he was actually battling for the number 2 spot and got looped by Stonecker, so tough break for both of those guys. That's going to go ahead and move back up. Look out, Rodney Wright in the number 55. So Rodney Wright, with his tough luck, has got his way all the way back up into 3rd now with just a little bit of luck. So now he's going to go ahead and try to knock on the door of the number 10 car for the lead, for that number 2 spot getting into the final transfer. Tim Hughes is still going to be your race leader. You got Stonecker, he's going to be in the number 2 spot. Rodney Wright is going to line up Here comes Rodney Wright. He's going to pull up to the door of Steneker. He's going to try to get around. Side by side down the backstretch. They go into turn number 3 and 4. Rodney Wright one more time. Going to pull up to the door of Steneker. Rodney Wright door to door with Steneker in the 10. Here comes Rodney Wright. It's going to be close at the line. Steneker by about a foot over Rodney Wright, getting the final transfer spot into the Benny Corbin Memorial Race. What a B-main that was. So Tim Hughes, put your hands together for him. He didn't want to deal with the action, so he made his own on the track. Winner of B-main number 2, Tim Hughes.
All right, Dustin. Great job, Dustin. All right, we have a couple more giveaways. If you're in the drive-through up there, the drive-in, 27345. If you have 27345 on your wristband, come up to the tower. Through the main gate, if you have 27520, that's 27520. Come up to the tower, please. So our next one is our mini stock feature. And they're already on the track. Okay, race fans, next up is the mini stock feature event. Starting on a pole, driving car number 22 is Mark Eldridge. On the outside of the front row, in the 9AR, it's Charlie Stats. Nick Kerr in the number 75 car will start third, with Todd Hoyt in the 1AR starting fourth. Starting in the fifth spot, in car number 28 is Dalton Walker. Starting in the sixth spot, in the 11 car is Cameron McCauley. Happy birthday, Cameron. Starting in the 7th spot, in car number 83, it's Cody Fisher. Randy Bennett in the X car will start 8th, and Jake Hampton in the 19 car will start 9th. We're going to go 15 laps, mini stock feature event. All right, Wild Child assumes the position up there in the flag stand. Cars nice and easily coming off of turn number 2. It's Mark Eldridge and Charlie Stats on the front row. Nick Kerr, Todd Hart, row number 2. Dalton Walker, Cameron McCauley. Row number 3, row number 4 is Cody Fisher and Randy Bennett. And starting in the 5th row is Jake Hampton. Wild Child looking them over. And a green, that's a lazy green. That's not good. You're going to see the yellow flag coming back on because Wild Child did not like that start, and he will have that flag rolled up, and I believe he'll be pointing to Mark Eldridge in that 22 car. Looks like Mark got a little anxious. All right, Wild Child going to do some scolding out there. Going to give him the 1 to go this time by. And he is saying, watch me there, gentlemen. You fire over there. There is a checkered flagpole over there coming off of turn 4. On the initial starts, that's where the drivers have to fire. On the initial green, when you get to that checkered flagpole right there, coming off of turn number 4, or in the middle of 3 and 4, that's where you need to fire. If you fire before that, you're going to get that lazy yellow. All right, Mark Eldridge and Charlie Stats. Here we go. 15 laps, mini stock feature about to get underway. Much better. Green flag is in the air. Mark Eldridge on the inside. Charlie Stats on the outside. Stats running high in turns 1 and 2, looking to take the advantage off of turn number 2. Stats with a good run. I'm sorry, that's Todd Haught is your race leader in the 1AR. The 9AR is not out there. My bad. Todd Haught in that 1AR is your race leader. Nick Kerr in that 75 car running in the number 2 spot. Mark Eldridge in the 22 running third. 15-lap mini stock feature with Todd Haught, your race leader. Great battle for that third spot between Jake Hampton and Mark Eldridge. Right now, give it to Hampton. Hampton started toward the rear. He's all the way up to that number 3 spot. Meanwhile, your leader in the 1AR, it's Todd Haught. He's got company, though. Nick Kerr on the inside, drag race down the front straightaway. Kerr on the inside, Haught on the outside. It's going to be Todd Haught off of turn number 2, still your race leader. Nick Kerr staying on the inside now, drops back about a car length and a half. Running in the 3rd spot is the 19 car of Jake Hampton. Still a great battle for that number 1 spot. Todd Haught, still your race leader. Nick Kerr all over the back bumper of Haught coming off of turn number 2, but the 1AR car still out front. It'll be 5 laps complete this time by 10 to go. Still a great battle for that number 1 spot. Todd Haught, your leader. Nick Kerr stays about a car length and a half back in that number 2 spot. The 19 car of Jake Hampton starting to reel in your race leaders as they run side by side. Hampton is closing the gap. Nick Kerr on the inside, Haught on the outside. It's a great drag race down the backstretch, but it's the 1AR of Todd Haught leading them into turn number 3. Haught nice and smooth through 3 and 4, your leader. Nick Kerr in 2nd, Jake Hampton in the 3rd spot. Hampton is right there, going to battle for that number 1 spot here in a lap or 2, Dustin.
Yeah, Hampton is all over. This is a 3-way battle for the lead, no doubt about that. Haught's got his mirror full. Here comes Hampton. He's going to look underneath Kerr for 2nd. Hampton's going to drive the car in hard into 3 and 4. He's going to go ahead and take over 2nd spot away from Kerr at the line.
Jake Hampton in that 19 car up to the number 2 spot.
Yeah, looking really good right now. Todd Haught, he's going to have his hands full. And, whoa, big old push now from the number 19 of Hampton. That's going to allow Kerr to come back underneath. Here comes Nick Kerr underneath Hampton for 2nd.
Nick Kerr with a good run through 3 and 4, battling for that number 2 spot. Meanwhile, that's all Todd Haught, your race leader.
Yeah, Todd.
That battle is for 2nd.
Todd Haught is loving every last minute of this. He wants to see these guys duke it out so he can pull away. 9 laps are down. We've got 6 more to go. Here comes Jake Hampton. He gets a good run off of turn number 2. He's going to go ahead and sneak around now for 2nd going into 3.
Hampton, like he was shot out of a cannon through, coming off of turn number 2, now gets a little bit crossed up in 3 and 4, straightens it back out. It'll be 5 to go this time by, but still your race leader is Todd Haught.
I'll tell you what, these 2 guys, Hampton and Kerr, they keep closing in on Todd Haught, but once they get battling, ends up Todd Haught just moves right away from him. He's got another 5 to 6 car length advantage going into 3.
Yeah, Haught's got it all his way. Now there's going to be a lap car and away. Wildchild giving him the move over flag. It's still Haught, your leader.
Yeah, Todd
Kerr in the number 2 spot.
Todd Haught driving one of the Stats Racing stable cars in the 1AR sponsored by Sun State Ford. He's going to have a mirror full again. Now they got the lap car, the number 28 machine. That's Dalton Walker. They're going to move by. Kerr's going to try to get around him, though, for the lead.
Nick Kerr fighting back in that number 75 car. He's now within 2 car lengths of your race leader. Hampton again right there. Now Hampton on the inside.
I'll tell you what, if Hampton could just put together a couple of good laps in a row, he could be a contender, but he keeps getting crossed up. Right now, great drive off. Both Nick Kerr and Hampton, they're closing back in again on the 1AR of Haught.
It'll be 2 to go this time by Hampton. Got that thing all crossed up again, and he is losing ground to your 2nd place car. Meanwhile, Todd Haught still your leader. Todd Kerr running in the 2nd spot.
Todd Haught still your race leader, but Nick Kerr finally got his nose underneath. Now here comes Nick Kerr. Oh, Kerr gets crossed up coming up a 2. Going to lose all kinds of ground to Haught in the 1AR. That could be the difference maker coming to the white flag.
Nick Kerr gave it a last-ditch effort coming off a 2. Got a little bit loose. It's the white flag this time by for Todd Haught. Haught with a comfortable lead.
Todd Haught's got a comfortable lead now. Nick Kerr trying everything he can to catch back up. Kerr's got a pretty decent run now coming up at 2. You got the lap car, Karen McGully up ahead, going into 3 for the final time. Nick Kerr's going to drive the car in deep, trying to find his way around Todd Haught. Gets right behind him. Nothing doing, though. Todd Haught's going to take home the feature win. Nick Kerr's coming home in 2nd. Jake Hampton home in 3rd. Coming home in the number 4 spot is going to be Karen McGully, actually. They were running in onto the 4th spot, so Great run out there. Let's go ahead and put your hands together. The driver of the Sun State Ford, number 1 AR, Todd Hott.
We play everything. Beach 92.7. She got out of town on a railway, New York bound. Took all except my name. Another alien on Broadway. Well, some things in this world just can't change. Some things you can't see until it gets too late.
All right, race fans down here at trackside, Todd Hott in the 1AR car. Comes home your mini stock feature. Todd getting unbuckled out of his hot rod here, and I'm sure he's going to have a few happy words for all of our fans out here. Come on out here, Todd. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Todd Hott, winner of the mini stock feature. All right, Todd, come on up here. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Great job. Tell us about your win here tonight. Great race with Nick Kerr, and you about had him covered in this 1AR car, didn't you?
Well, I've watched Travis do it enough times. I had to learn how to do it in a hurry because this is the first time I've drove this thing.
So did you have any orders, like if it doesn't come home first, you're out of the ride, or what's the deal?
Nah, they don't put that kind of pressure on me.
You didn't come home first anyway. Okay, obviously there's a lot of people you want to thank. You're a happy man here in Victory Lane.
Well, I'd like to thank Travis and Charlie, AR Machine, Action Automotive, my lovely girlfriend Lily for putting up with me in the garage all the time, my son, who says I'm nothing but a steering wheel holder.
Proved him wrong tonight, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm going to make him carry his steering wheel all the way home.
There you go. All right, Todd. Once again, folks, Todd Hott, winner of the mini stock feature. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations goes to Todd Hott down in Victory Lane, the M&K Used Auto Parts Victory Lane. As you can see, race fans, we've already got another feature on the track. We are moving right along. Billy's doing a great job here with race control. All of our track crews are getting these cars pumped out and lined up quick. Race on the track next is going to be Auto Add-ons Hobby Stocks. Remember, this is race number 5 in the VSP Shootout Series. These guys are racing for $1,200 to win. We're going to go 25 laps the distance for the Hobby Stocks. Give you the race rundown on what we got so far. Starting on the pole in the number 26 car, it's going to be David McCormick. Outside of him, front row starter, he's been on fire as of late, the number 99 of Rodney Wright. Inside row number 2 will be the number 7 of Chad Scranton. Outside of him will be the number 44 of Tim Powers. Inside row number 3 will be the number 66 of Donnie Ashford. Outside of him will be the 15 of DJ Nobles. Inside row number 4 will be Trent Wilson in the number 64. Outside of him will be the 22 of Corey Hupp. Inside row number 5 will be the number 9 of Brian Morgan. Outside of him, the number 68 of Jordan McMillan. Inside row number 6 will be the number 24 of Dennis Williams. Outside of him, the number 94 of Robert Sermons. Inside row number 7, the number 34 of Pat Buckley. Outside of him, the number 77 of Mark Maresca. Inside row number 8 will be the number 13 of Philip Brown. Outside of him, the 2S of Mike Kulak. Inside row number 9 will be the number 71 of Dwayne Warden. Outside of him, the number 9 of Kyle Eng. Inside row number 5 will be Steve Ramos in the number 5. Inside row number 10 will be Steve Ramos, the number 5. Outside of him, the 00Z of Briar Zimmerman. Inside row number 11, final row of the field, will be the number 40 of Rob Weiler. And outside of him, the number 28 of Jeff Miller, which Jeff Miller, I'm not 100% sure was going to make the call tonight, just so everybody knew that. All right, got a great race on hand for you here next in the Auto Add-ons Hobby Stocks. Remember, 25 laps to distance, $1,200 going to the winner. The heat races were unbelievable for these guys. 2 heat races that were jam-packed. It might as well have been almost a mini feature in reality, how many cars we had. David McCormick, he looked very, very, very strong in his heat race as he came home In the number 2 spot, to Chad Scranton, who's starting just behind him. Rodney Wright had a little bit of some issues in his heat race. He ended up coming home in second. Always look out for who's starting in that number 4 spot was your heat race winner, Tim Powers. So he's going to be a tough force to be reckoned with. Looking a little further back through the field, it's Donnie Ashford in the 66. He's an interesting story. Had a bad streak of luck here as of late. A lot of mechanical problems woed him in the month of September, actually dating all the way back to the end of October. So he'll go ahead and look to churn his luck around a little bit tonight. Track looks really good. As you can see, end to end, there really is no black marks, which means there's still a lot of tack left in the track. Hasn't started to take rubber yet. Still a lightning fast track here at the Volusia Speedway Park. While we have just a brief second, go over a couple of sponsors: AC1 Heating and Air Conditioning, Benny's Racing Equipment, Dan's Discount Feed and Fence, Kerr's Tires and Race Car Parts, Dave Shank Photography, Daytona Custom Printing, NBC Sports Radio, VP Racing Fuels, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Allen Plumbing, Blackwater Inn and Williams Landing, St. John's River Campground, Rock Auto, Competition 101 Racing, Sparky's Place, M&K Used Auto Parts, Roy Purgeon Small Engine and Repair Service, Castaways Bar and Grill, Main Street Bank, Kicks Country 98.7, Clean to a T Carpet and Tile. You're not clean till you're clean to a T. Willie's Ironworks, WNZF News Radio, Beach 92.7. Been listening to them most of the night. Action Automotive, Auto Add-ons, Four Seasons Fireworks, Sweet Things, Mid-Florida Golf Cars, and last but not least, the Shack in DeLand, Florida. Once again, thank you to all of our 2014 sponsors here at the Volusia Speedway Park. Also want to go ahead and make sure we give a shout out real quick. We're still trying to sell those 50-50 tickets. I think we're going to wrap it up here soon. So if you see Bailey, she's making her final pass through. $1 for a ticket, 6 for 5, and an arm's length for 20. Last we heard, about 25-30 minutes ago, it was $370 going home to the winner so far. So hopefully we got that thing up over $200 or up over $400 if at all possible. All right, we're going to go ahead and stack them back up a little bit here. Let them make a pace lap or two. Also gives a little bit of time for Four Seasons Fireworks to go ahead and re-prep up for this feature event. Got to thank Four Seasons. They've done a great job. Actually, very good fireworks display for our national anthem and all of our feature events here in 2014. So big shout out to those guys. Also want to give a little shout out. You might notice that we've got a pace car tonight. Thank you, Birkin Chevrolet, for giving us that beautiful pace truck. I said car, should be a truck. Beautiful pace truck from Birkin Chevrolet. So nice jacked up pickup truck we have here, pacing the field for the Auto Add-ons Hobby Stocks. We're going to bring them around one more time and line them up single file. Race fans, tip your hat to them. Give them a wave. Send them off. 25 laps is the distance for these guys. $1,200 to win. They don't always get the credit they deserve because they put on one heck of a show. So here they come. Clap your hands. Tip your hat to them. Your Auto Add-ons Hobby Stock feature event. All right, race fans, they're stacked up. Four Seasons Fireworks putting on one heck of a display on the backstretch. It's going to be David McCormick, Rodney Wright on the front row for $1,200 to win. Chad Scranton, Tim Powers, row number 2. Donnie Ashford, DJ Nobles, row number 3. Trent Wilson, Corey Hupp, row number 4. Who's it going to be for the Auto Add-ons, race number 5 of the VSP Shootout Series? Wild Child's going to go ahead and readjust, staring the field down. McCormick and Wright, front row. Green flag is out. $1,200 going home to the winner. 25 laps the distance. Off into turn number 1 we go. It's going to go ahead and be McCormick with the early lead. Rodney Wright, unusual of him, up on the top shelf. Rim riding. Here comes Rodney Wright with a run. He's going to take the lead going down the backstretch into turn number 3. McCormick's going to fall back into the second spot. Chad Scranton's going to fall in the third. Donnie Ashford, he's on the move from his 5th starting spot. He's in the 4th now. Rodney right now with a pretty decent lead as he goes into turn number 1. He's got about 10 car lengths now on number 2 spot, the 26 McCormick. Chad Scranton, Donnie Ashford, 1, 2, 3, and 4 into turn number 3. Donnie Ashford now looking underneath Chad Scranton. Chad Scranton's going to look underneath McCormick. 3 wide coming off of turn number 4. Rodney Wright. Donnie Ashford gets completely sideways there. He's going to fall back into 4th. Chad Scranton's going to take the 2nd spot away from McCormick. McCormick tries to go ahead and crisscross him up. Can't make it work. Chad Scranton's going to set his eyes on race leader Rodney Wright. He is dominating right now up in front. At least 15 car lengths going off to Rodney Wright. Caution flag is out. Caution flag is out. Looks like we might have debris over in turn number 1 somewhere. Don't see any cars stopped. Looks like it's going to be a debris caution. We'll have to go ahead and get the truck out there, get that picked up real quick. So go ahead and reset. Rodney Wright was dominating. However, Chad Scranton got his way into the 2nd spot. So we'll have to see how that pans out. Rebunch the field up. Whole new race now. 2 laps are down. We still have 23 more laps to go for $1,200. Bobby McCormick, your pole sitter, he has dropped back down to the 3rd spot. Donnie Ashford made it 3 wide at one point, coming off a turn number 4, trying to get into the number 2 spot, taken away from Scranton and McCormick doing battle. Got completely crossed up, an amazing save down the front stretch, so he still sits in the 4th spot. Further on back to 44, Tim Powers. He's looking pretty decent tonight. See if he can kind of work his way up there, rounding out your top 5. DJ Nobles, he's going to go ahead and fall in the number 6 spot. The 64 machine of Trent Swilson, he's going to be in 7th. Jordan McMillan's going to be in the number 8 spot. Brian Morgan's going to be in the number 9 spot. And rounding out your top 10 is going to be the number 22 machine, I do believe. Nope, the number 24 machine. That's Dennis Williams. So that's going to be your top 10 here at Volusia Speedway Park. 23 more laps to go here for $1,200 to win. BSP Shootout Series, race number 5. Chad Scranton and Rodney Wright. Rodney Wright, unusual like him, choosing the outside lane to start. Usually he's a bottom feeder, liking that top lane tonight. So Chad Scranton, Rodney Wright front row. Green flag is out. We are underway. And Chad Scranton gets a really good run on Rodney Wright. Chad Scranton's going to try to do the slide job on Rodney Wright. Not going to work. Rodney Wright flexing his muscle on the outside. Here comes Donnie Ashford. He's in 3rd. He 1 second away from Chad Scranton now going down the backstretch into turn number 3. Chad Scranton now moves to the middle of the track. Donnie Ashford trying to beat his tire tracks. Rodney Wright up top, making it look good. Pulling away about a car length lead now over Chad Scranton. Further on back, Bobby McCormick keeps the falling back. DJ Nobles now wants 4th place away from him. Jordan McMillan with a great run. He's going to move into the number 6 spot, taking away from Tim Powers. Up front still Rodney Wright running in the number 1 spot. Chad Scranton 2nd. Donnie Ashford in 3rd. 4, 5, 6, and 7. Throw a blanket over them. They're doing great battles. Bobby McCormick, DJ Nobles, Jordan McMillan. Jordan McMillan with a great run so far tonight. Looking to get a top 5 finish. Caution flag is out. Looks like it's going to be for the number 71 machine of Dwayne Warden, I do believe. Stuck over there in turn number 4 on the exit. So 4 laps are down, 21 more laps to go. We're going to go ahead and slow them back down and reset the field. Race fans listening in on our broadcast tonight, can't really tell you enough of how it's actually going unless you're seeing it. Don't forget you can go to YouTube, Racing Nation, and go ahead and Google that on YouTube. You can actually get our live feed. But 1, 2, and 3, that's Rodney Wright, Chad Scranton, and Donnie Ashford. They are not letting each other get away. Only about a half a car length separates all 3 of them. They're pulling away from David McCoy. DJ Nobles is knocking on the door for 4th. And how about Jordan McMillan? Hats off to him in that number 68 machine. Started 10th. He has worked his way up all the way to 6th, and he's looking really good here tonight. Usually when the track slicks off a little bit, he's not really as good. So with a little bit of tack still in the track this early or later in the evening, he is definitely flexing a little bit of his muscle. He's right there knocking on the door of the top 5 finish. Tim Powers, who actually, I do believe, won one of our heat races tonight, he is slowly starting to fall back a little bit, unfortunately. So maybe he picked the wrong compound tire, went a little harder than what everybody else did. See if that actually gets a lot of green flag runs, see if he kind of marches back to the front, but he is definitely struggling a little bit. Started 4th and has fallen all the way back to 7th right now. We've got the Volusia Speedway tow truck out there real quick. We're going to go ahead and get the number 71 machine of Dwayne Warden on the hook and get him back out there. We're going to go ahead and turn things back over to, well, we're actually going to do a couple other things real quick, believe it or not. Don't forget the 50-50 ticket sales. I believe Bailey has made her last round or is still finishing up. I think we're going to draw the 50-50 ticket winner after this feature event. Last we checked, it was $370 going home to the winner. Don't forget to see Melissa in the Budweiser Beer Lounge underneath the main grandstand area. Merchandise and beer specials. We still have Bud Light, Bud Light Lime, Mick Ultra for $4. Bag of 5 for $16. Twisted Tea and a mixed variety of Seagrams for $3. Also, don't forget about our fall special for VSP merchandise. $10 for beanies, $13 for head socks with the VSP logo on them. Don't forget, if we still have any while supplies last, the Benny Corbin Memorial T-shirts for 2014 were on sale. $13 per shirt. They're located there at the merchandise area. Also, if there is any left, they're also going to be located at the drive-thru as you go over there over in turns 1 and 2. Don't forget, we've got VSP cups on sale for $1. Candy bars, flags, earbuds, goggles, all available with Melissa in the beer lounge in the merchandise area. Don't forget to follow us on Volusia Speedway 1 or Facebook, or Volusia Speedway 1 on Twitter, or on Facebook at Volusia Speedway Park /Wendy. Also, don't forget to check out our website at www.vspdirtlife.com. We're going to go ahead and restack things up here for the race number 5 of the VSP Shootout Series. On point is going to be Rodney Wright in the number 99. Once again, choosing the outside lane to go ahead and restart here on lap number 4. Very, very, very uncharacteristic of Rodney. That means there's still a lot of tack left in the track, and he's liking that outside. Chad Scranton's going to restart on the inside. Got a good run on Rodney that last restart. See if he can make something happen out of it. Lurking in the wind is going to be Donnie Ashford in the number 66, and still David McCormick in the number 4 spot alongside of him. Wild Child stares the field down. We're going to go green flag racing this time by. Green flag is out. Rodney Wright and Chad Scranton. Chad Scranton gets a great jump on the restart. He's going to nose out in front of Rodney Wright. Now Chad's going to slide up in front of Rodney. He's going to take the lead away. Rodney Wright's in a lot of trouble. He's going to fall back in the number 3 spot, maybe even 4th. Donnie Ashford moves to 2nd. Now Rodney Wright is going to battle back, and she's going to battle on for the number 2 spot with Donnie Ashford. Clicking by lap number 5. Chad Scranton's your race leader. Rodney Wright has fallen all the way back to 3rd now. DJ Nobles, he's going to go ahead and get around David McCormick for the number 4 spot. Jordan McMillan, he wants a piece of that. He wants a top 5. Tim Powers now coming back to life. Up front, it is still Chad Scranton looking really good through 3 and 4. Now Donnie Ashford trying to throw his nose into that mix a little bit. Further on back, top 5 or top 4 battle, DJ Nobles running the hub. He's going to go ahead and try to sneak around by McCormick. That battle is not done. Now Tim Powers is all over the back end of Jordan McMillan for the number 6 spot. Rodney Wright is still now going to move underneath Donnie Ashford and take the 2nd spot away. Donnie Ashford slipped up coming out of turn number 4. Chad Scranton all alone up front. Rodney Wright now going to try to reel him back in. Track's starting to slick off a little bit. Further on back, David McCormick still sits in the number 4 spot. Now it's going to be DJ Nobles has the reverse lights on. He's going to fall back to 7th. David McCormick is in 4th now. Jordan McMillan wants a piece of it. Here comes Jordan McMillan in number 68. He's going to try to get into the top 4. Jordan McMillan's going to try to put the slide job on the 26 of McCormick. Can't make it happen. Now 3 wide coming off of turn number 2 for the number 4 spot. Jordan McMillan back to 5th. Tim Powers on the inside of him looking for 6th. DJ Nobles wants back in on it. 4, 5, 6, and 7 are throwing a blanket over him. Nose to tail down the front stretch going into 1. Tim Powers now is going to go ahead and get underneath the number 26 of McCormick. So David McCormick back into 5th. Up front, though, it's Rodney Wright battling Chad Scranton for the lead. Here comes Rodney Wright off at 4. He's right behind Chad Scranton for your race lead. Rodney Wright now underneath, and the caution flag comes out. Caution flag is out on the back stretch. Brian Morgan. Oh, and the leaders had to cross up there a little bit. Brian Morgan was slow, and it looks like we've got another car stopped up there. Not 100% sure who that was. Very, very, very close call for your leaders as they had to split the difference between that lap car that actually got spun around coming up at turn number 2. And that was just as Rodney Wright had gotten underneath Chad Scranton for the lead. Tough break for Rodney Wright. He was wanting that lead back bad. Looks like it was the 00Z, the ooze machine of Briar Zimmerman that got around coming off at turn number 2. Brian Morgan now is headed off pit side. He's going to go ahead and take his car down to the work area. Might even go back to the garage. We'll go ahead and see what's going on. Yep, Brian Morgan's going to go ahead and go pit side back to the trailer. So tough break. Brian Morgan's night is over, making the tow all the way down from around the Tampa area. Up front, it is still Chad Scranton, your race leader, but Rodney Wright is knocking on the door of that number 99 machine. So he'll go ahead and line up in second. Donnie Ashford will be in the number 3 spot. I know the scoreboard actually says the second spot, but Donnie Ashford is third. We just got to reverse those numbers around a little bit. All right, Wild Child's going to go ahead and reset them. He stares them down. I need you to start on me. Rodney Wright, your leader, is going to be in second. Chad Scranton's going to be your point sitter, so he chose the outside lane to start this restart here on lap number 10. 10 laps down, 15 more laps to go. Donnie Ashford will go ahead and restart in the 3rd spot. Tim Powers making his way up into 4th. David McCormick has fallen back to 5th. Jordan McMillan outside of him in 6th. DJ Noble's in 7th. The number 24 machine, that's going to go ahead and be Dennis Williams. He's going to be in 8th. Robert Sermons is going to be in 9th. And my eyesight is failing me. I believe that might be Kulak out there running in the number 10 spot. Wild Child stares the field down. Green flag is out. Rodney Wright, Chad Scranton. Chad Scranton with a great jump over Rodney Wright on that restart. Go ahead and get the point to Chad Scranton by half a car length. Rodney right now looking underneath the corner panel. He's going to pull up alongside. Can't make it work coming up at 2. Falls back into 2nd. Donnie Ashford now starting to slowly drift back. Here comes Tim Powers on the outside in turn number 3. Tim Powers wants that 3rd spot. He's going to go ahead and take it by a nose right now for Donnie Ashford. And caution flag is out. Kyle Lang, the number 9 machine, gets her looped around, and everybody has to check up on the brakes there. A little bit of bumping and banking going on. Everybody had to really whoa her up there when the caution flag came out. Kyle Lang. It's Kyle Lang sitting over in turn number 2 right now at the exit. Got the car looped back around. Kyle was running somewhere toward the back of the field. We will do a complete restart. 10 laps down, 15 more laps to go. All right, we're going to go ahead and reline them back up. Double file is going to be the restart. A little bit of luck there for Rodney Wright, too, because he didn't get that great of a restart. Chad Scranton is like the master of the restart here lately, making it look really good. And the DJ Strip Shop, number 7, Rodney Wright is going to start on the inside once again. So Chad Scranton is really liking that outside lane right now. Third still going to be Donnie Ashford in the number 66. Tim Powers is still going to be 4th, but Tim Powers had actually slowly tried to work his way around Donnie there in the number 66. So we'll go ahead and see if Tim Powers can get another good restart. Remember, Powers actually started in 4th, drifted his way all the way back to about 7th or 8th, and has come back strong here as of late. So we'll go ahead and see if that continues on. Wild Child's going to go ahead and stare the field down right now. Chad Scranton, Rodney Wright, front row. Donnie Ashford on the inside of row 2. Tim Powers outside. Green flag is in the air. Rodney Wright trying to get a better restart. Chad Scranton still gets a good start. Pulls ahead by about a half a car length over Rodney Wright. Rodney Wright now with a good run in the middle of 1 and 2. Pulls the corner panel of Chad Scranton. Can't make it work. Battles on for 3rd now. Tim Powers the outside of Donnie Ashford as we go into 3. Ashford Powers side by side, middle of turns 3 and 4. Coming up at turn number 4, give that spot to Tim Powers. He's up into 3rd now. Donnie Ashford still trying to battle back as much as he can. Not much doing it, though. Tim Powers is going to go ahead and pull about a car length in front of Donnie Ashford now. Sets his sight on Rodney Wright. Up front, Donnie Ashford's got about a 4-car length lead. Rodney Wright dive bombs into turn number 3 and 4. Pulls back up along the bumper of Chad Scranton as they exit 4. Into turns 1 and 2. It is still Chad Scranton, your race leader. Now Rodney Wright slowly starting to work his way to the hub, and it's working because he gets a little bit of a run. Starting to come in is the hub for Rodney Wright. Rodney Wright still runs about middle of the track on Chad Scranton, pulls up to about the quarter panel of Scranton. Now he's out back on the bumper. Tim Powers is starting to make his way into this little equation. Off into turn 1 they go. Rodney Wright's got the car scotched up a little bit. Off at turn number 2, still Chad Scranton, your race leader. Tim Powers is closing in now on Rodney Wright in the number 3 spot. Wants to get around him, I do believe. He's going to move up the track, and caution flag is out. Another caution flag. Got a car looped around. Looks like it's going to be the 34 of Pat Buckley. 13 laps are down. We've got 12 more laps to go. So 13 down, 12 to go. We're almost at the halfway point. Actually, I believe we are at the halfway point. I believe I am right. That is Pat Buckley looped around in turns 1 and 2, bringing that caution out one more time. Once again, don't forget the 50-50 ticket sales are just now wrapping up. I believe Bailey is right down there. We're still selling, Bailey. All right, don't forget it's $1 for a ticket, 6 for 5, and 20s for an arm length. So Bailey's down in the front stretch right now, just about, we'll say about 10 yards away from the flag stand. Flag her down. She's trying to sell a little bit more. We were at $370 the last time. Somebody just bought a couple tickets, so I think it's a little more than $370 now. We're probably getting close to that 400 mark. So don't forget, $1 a ticket, 6 for 5, and of course an arm's length for 20. Chad Scranton, still your race leader in the DJ Strip Shop number 7. You've got Rodney Wright sitting in the number 2 spot, trying to find his way back up to the front. Tim Powers is sitting in the number 3 spot. 4 spot, give it to Donnie Ashford. He's kind of flatlined here as of late, but he's still got 12 more laps to make something happen. And hats off to Jordan McMillan. I have not talked enough about this kid getting his way back up inside of the top 5. So great job, Jordan McMillan. Probably one of the best runs he's had this year. So congratulations to that young man. DJ Noble sits in the number 6 spot. Further on back, pole sitter in 7th. That's going to be David McCormick. Robert Sermons has moved his way into 8th. 24 machine, that's going to be Dennis Williams. He's in 9th. And Kulak rounds out your top 10. Green flag is out. Chad Scranton gets another decent start. We are single file now because we're past halfway. Chad Scranton's going to move the outside just a little bit more. Rodney Wright all over the back end of him. Can't make it work. Tim Powers got way high. DJ Nobles 3 wide coming off of turn number 2. He's going to go into the 4th place as he splits McMillan and Powers for 4th. Up front, Rodney Wright trying to run the hub again. Slides up a little bit. Donnie Ashford's now closing back in. 1, 2, 3, about a car length separates all of them. DJ Nobles is trying to set his sights in this battle now. Tim Powers is going to get back around Jordan McMillan. He's back into the top 5. Bump McMillan back to 6th. Rodney Wright with a big run now on Chad Scranton as we go into 3 and 4. Trying to make it work. Gets about to the bumper. Now Scranton pulls away a little bit. Donnie Ashford now lurking a little bit. He wants to get around Rodney Wright. Rodney Wright gets a great run into 1 and 2. Pulls the bumper of Chad Scranton. Now Scranton pulls away a little bit down the backstretch. 15 laps down, 9 or 10 more laps to go. 9 more laps to go actually this time by. Rodney right now to the corner panel of Chad Scranton again. Rodney Wright trying to find his way around Chad Scranton. Now he gets underneath him in 1 and 2. Can't make it work, slides up a little bit. Donnie Ashford's going to start to close in on Rodney Wright again as he slipped up a little bit. Chad Scranton still your race leader. We're going to click 17 laps by. Scranton now getting 3 and 4, allowing Rodney Wright to move in. Nothing happening, though. Still Chad Scranton, your race leader. Rodney Wright looks underneath Chad Scranton again in 1 and 2. Can't make it work. Falls back by about a half a car length. Now Donnie Ashford's coming to life. He wants a piece of Rodney Wright as we go into turn number 3. Rodney Wright still lurking Chad Scranton there in the number 7 car. 18 laps are down, 7 more laps to go. Rodney Wright now looks underneath Chad Scranton, can't make it work. He's going to get crossed up and lose about half a car length. Now 2, 3. Here comes Donnie Ashford. That really cost Rodney Wright. He tried to make a move and couldn't make it stick. Rodney Wright gets another pretty decent run in 3 and 4, trying to reel back in Chad Scranton in the number 7. Donnie Ashford now right on the back bumper of Rodney Wright. He wants to try to get around. Both these guys catching your leader, Chad Scranton. Rodney Wright still in 2nd. Donnie Ashford in 3rd. 1, 2, 3, about a car length separates each one of them. Rodney Wright gets a great run into turns 3 and 4. Has the check up for Chad Scranton. Pulls up with on the bumper. Let's see what happens going into turn 1. Rodney Wright now trying to look underneath Chad Scranton. Here comes Donnie Ashford. He's got a pretty decent run. Can't make it stick. Falls back by about a car length. Now 2 car lengths over Rodney Wright. Chad Scranton slowly starting to tighten up. He's struggling, trying to make his corners decent. Rodney Wright all over the back end of Chad Scranton. Chad Scranton still your race leader. Leaders are literally a half a car length separating each other. Each one of them equally powered. Rodney Wright's got a way better run now on Chad Scranton going down the backstretch into 3. Rodney Wright's going to pitch her in sideways, trying to cut back down underneath Chad Scranton and find some traction on the inside. 21 laps down, 22 laps down now, 3 more laps to go. Rodney Wright with the lap car of Kyle Lang. He's going to try to use that as a pick. Rodney Wright gets underneath Chad Scranton, lap car, Kyle Lang in front of him. Down the backstretch going into turn number 3. Chad Scranton cuts Rodney Wright off. He's going to make that pass. Rodney Wright's using the hub, trying to find a way around. Donnie Ashford's there as well. 2 more laps to go. Donnie Ashford underneath. Oh, we got a wreck on the front stretch. The lap car, Kyle Lang, got in the way of Rodney Wright and Donnie Ashford. Donnie Ashford, when airborne, is going to keep the car going. Tough break. Looks like Rodney Wright got a piece of that. Left door looks like it's caved in. Not quite sure the extent of the damage on Donnie Ashford there in the 66. I can see left front damage where he used the number 9 of Kyle Lang as a ramp. And Donnie Ashford's going to go ahead and pull pit side. Oh, he's got major problems. Right front is broke. Looks like a lower control arm. Donnie Ashford's night is going to be done. What a shame. Donnie was running in third, got underneath Rodney Wright, and I made a comment about it before. The lap car of Kyle Lang got in the way, and next thing you know, they are wrecking each other. So 3 wide did not work down the front stretch. Have to survey the damage a little bit more there on Rodney Wright. I think he's just got some cosmetic damage there on the left side of the car. Instead of 99, it looks like a 9 right now, but I don't think it did any suspension damage, so Rodney's going to get a little bit of luck on that one and be able to retain his spot in second. Caution flag is still going to be out here. We're going to have to go ahead and get Kyle Lang's car picked up here, get it back trackside. 23 laps are down. We've got 2 more laps remaining. Rodney Wright sits in second, lurking on your leader, Chad Scranton. Go ahead and we're going to start moving up some people here real quick because you got DJ Nobles. He's going to be in fourth right now. Looks like Tim Powers is still sitting in the number 5 spot, but Powers has still got some smoke kind of puffing out of that car. Not sure if it's a tire rub or if it's an engine or a mechanical issue. So Tim Powers is definitely possibly thinking about that right now. Hopefully everything's going to be okay. He runs in fourth. Jordan McMillan, he's back up inside the top 5. David McCormick, rather, the number 26 machine. He sits in 6th. 7th is going to go to Robert Sermons in the 94, the 24 machine at Dennis Williams. He sits in 8th. 9th is going to go to the number 13 of Philip Brown. 10th, rounding out your top 10 rather, is the 34 of Pat Buckley. While we have a little bit of downtime, haven't had a whole lot of that here tonight at the Volusia Speedway Park. Don't forget, Bailey is still making her final rounds for the 50-50 ticket sales. I'm sure we're over $400 by now. I saw her giving quite a few people there some 50-50 tickets. Don't forget, it's $1 for 1, 6 for 5, and an arm's length for 20. That's $1 for a ticket, 6 tickets for $5, and an arm's length for 20. Don't forget that. Bailey is still walking around trying to wrap up her 50-50 ticket sales. Don't forget about next week's schedule. It is October 18th. That is our canned food drive. Donate a can of food and you can ride with your favorite driver. NBC Sports Radio late models are on hand with us. The Daytona Sportswear Modifies, the NBC Sports News Limited late models, the Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks, and the VSP Mini stocks are all on hand next week, October 18th. On October 25th, we've got the second annual Ghosts and Goblins Triple 30, running the 30-lap events with the VSP Limited late models, the Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks, and the Auto Add-ons Hobby stocks. That is race number 6 for the Hobby stocks. And the Shootout Series, $1,500 going to the winner. Also on hand that night are going to be the NBC Sports Radio late model series. On November 8th, we've got another big special going on. November 8th, that is going to be our memorial race. We also have the UDL MCS Late Model Series in town, $2,000 going home to the winner. The Daytona Sportswear Modifieds, $1,000 going home to the winner. The Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks, the Auto Add-ons Hobby stocks, and there's a bonus race for the Hobby stocks as well. And of course, the Curves Automotive Gladiators are all also on hand that night. All right, race fans, we're going to go ahead and go under green flag this time. My hobby stock race. We've only got 2 more laps left. Green flag is out. Green flag is underway. Chad Scranton, still your race leader. Rodney Wright falls back a little bit. Not a great start for him. Rodney Wright now gets up on the top shelf trying to make some ground. Tim Powers is under pressure from Jordan McMillan. He gets pinched up. Jordan McMillan now to 4th. Here comes Chad Scranton down the backstretch going into turns 3 and 4. Rodney Wright with a good run. White flag is out. Rodney Wright's going to try to make one last run. He's got a half a mile to get around Chad Scranton. DJ Noble still runs in 3rd. Jordan McMillan trying to track him down. Rodney Wright with a good run off of turn number 2. Rodney Wright's going to move the inside of Chad Scranton going down the backstretch into turn 3. Rodney Wright is going to go ahead and they're going to bump doors a little bit. Here we come down to the flag off of turn number 4. Rodney Wright is going to take home the win. Owen Wright is going to get hit, and he's going to go ahead and stay straight. Rodney Wright made it work, coming home with the victory, $1,200. What a feature event with Chad Scranton. Awesome, awesome, awesome job. One more time, let's hear it up for your winner, Rodney Wright. All right, race fans, here he is, your winner of the VSP Shootout Series, race number 5, $1,200 richer, Rodney Wright. Rodney, I grabbed the wrong microphone, so can you come on over here with me? We'll see if I can get a word with Rodney real quick. All right, Rodney, now, you had the lead once. You kind of fell back a little bit. Definitely you and Chad were the show. I mean, the track looks beautiful. It's still, my shoes are still sticking to it. You and Donnie were trying to split the Kyle Lang lap car, and you guys got into it. Unfortunately, Donnie, right front suspension, he couldn't continue. You got some sheet metal damage, but you were able to continue. How did you set up that last lap pass?
I have no earthly idea, to be honest with you. Chad's a pretty clean racer, and I hate, crashing the cars up because I know how hard they are to work on. He jumped me a couple times there on the start, and he got underneath me, and I gave him the line, and I couldn't get back around him. I got him a little bit on the back stretch there on the last lap. He come down into me. He wasn't going to give me the lane, and evidently he got mad because he tried to take me out after the race. But, hey, he'll have to get over it because I ain't do nothing wrong.
Well, for $1,200, it's kind of all on the line right now. So you got a little sheet metal work to do, but, hey, nothing a little sledgehammer and a little block of wood won't take care of. So anybody you want to thank out there real quick?
Oh, yeah, Barry Sheffield, Dave Hartman, Eisenbranch Automotive, Manny Corbin, Kent Corbin, all my fans, friends.
All right, well, hey, this is going to be a pretty bad habit, so congratulations one more time. Race fans, put your hands together for the winner of the VSP Shootout Series, race number 5, Rodney Wright.
Okay, race fans, on the track now is the Gladiator feature. And again, we got a pace truck out there from Birkin Chevrolet. So we want to thank you for coming out here and being our pace track on this Saturday night. Starting at a pole for the Gladiator feature in a 07 Junior, it's Chanel Creech. Mike Mark in the 53 car will start second. Corey Heaney in the 7 car will start third, with Dustin Childers in the 55 car starting fourth. Starting in the 5th spot in the 69X is Brad Fender. And Ashley Taylor in the number 6 car will start shotgun in the field. We're going to go 15 laps for the Gladiators.
All right, race fans, just a couple of things real quick. Don't forget that tonight's racing action is being videotaped. So if you guys want to get a copy of tonight's race, and I'll tell you what, that would be a race to kind of watch again, especially Rodney Wright's last lap heroics there coming off of turn number 4. The video will be for sale. It is actually being videotaped up here in the Scorers Tower, just to the left of the Scorers Tower, actually, if you're looking straight at the front stretch. It's being recorded by Gordon Motorsports. So if you want to get a copy of the video, come up here and talk to Chris. He's actually got a bright yellow vest on, kind of like a construction worker vest. Talk to him. He'll give you all the details on that DVD of tonight's race. And we still have more racing to go as well. So we're going to go ahead and get it restocked up. Where are we at here, Bob? What are we running?
We are on the Gladiator feature, Dustin. We got 6 cars. We're going to go 15 laps with our beautiful Chevrolet pace truck from Birkin's Chevrolet. How you doing there, Birkin Chevy?
All right, good deal. Bob, I'm going to turn this one over to you just for a little bit because I got to catch my breath and get a lineup in.
All right, Dustin, very good. Great job. All right, Wild Child assumes the position. Here we go. Gladiator feature. Chanel Creech and Mike Mark on the front row. We're going to go 15 laps for the Gladiators. Here we go. Fireworks going off on the backstretch, and the green flag is in the air. Chanel Creech didn't last long up front. Dustin Childers shot out of a cannon, and he leads them through turn number 1. Childers with a great start. Leads him off of turn number 2. Childers is your race leader. Ashley Taylor in the number 6 car running in the 2nd spot. In the 3rd spot, it's Mike Mark in the red 53 car. Brad Fender in that 69X running in the 4th spot. Corey Heaney in the 5th spot. And Chanel Creech running in the 6th spot. So far it's Dustin Childers having it all his way, but Ashley Taylor about 3 car lengths off the pace going down the backstretch. Brad Fender in that 69X in the 3rd spot. A little bit of trouble through 3 and 4. Gathers it back up. Dustin Childers still your race leader. Now Fender has a problem. The 69X slowing down the front straightaway. So it looks like Brad has got a problem in the 69X car. Green flag remains out. It's all Dustin Childers in the Gladiator feature. This will be lap number 3 coming by this time. Dustin Childers, your race leader. Ashley Taylor in 2nd. Mike Mark in the 3rd spot. And Brad Fender exits off on the backstretch into the pit area, so his night is done. Coming up next will be the non-qualifiers race, and that is going to be a good one. We'll tell you more about it at the conclusion of the Gladiator feature, but right now we got to finish this one. Dustin Childers still your race leader. Ashley Taylor in 2nd. Mike Mark in the 3rd spot. Corey Heaney running in the 4th spot. Here comes Mike Mark in the number 53 car with a great run off of turn number 2 down the backstretch. Gets by Ashley Taylor. Shuffles Ashley back to the number 3 spot. So you got Mike Mark up to the number 2 spot. He's got a way to go if he's going to catch the Dustin Childers machine. Dustin's got that thing on cruise control out here tonight. Childers leader. Then the 53. Up Mike Mark in the 2nd spot. Ashley Taylor holding down that 3rd spot. Corey Heaney is rounding out your top 4. 6 laps complete this time by 9 more to go. Dustin Childers almost with a half a straightaway lead now over in the 53 car. Field spread out nicely here. Childers, your race leader. Sir, down there on the front straightaway with the red shirt on, you got to back away from the fence. Gentlemen, by the starter stand, you need to back away from the fence. Thank you, sir. Dustin Childers, still your race leader. Mike Mark in the 2nd spot, halfway home this time by. Ashley Taylor hanging on to that 3rd spot. Dustin Childers having it all his way here at Volusia Speedway Park. Kind of threw it into turn 3 there, got a little squirrely, gathered it back up, and I don't know if Mike Mark saw that, but if he did, he said, okay, Dustin, you mess up a couple more times, I'm going to run you down. Childers gathers it back up in 1 and 2, though, still with a comfortable lead. Mike Mark got a little bit sideways there in 1 and 2. That allows Ashley Taylor to close in a little bit. Ashley's still about 8-9 car lengths back, running in the 3rd spot. 5 to go this time by for your race leader, Dustin Childers. Childers now stretching his lead out to a full straightaway over Mike Mark in the 53 car. Childers having a good run here in the Gladiator division. It's 4 more laps, 2 more miles, and he'll have another feature win under his belt. So Childers down the backstretch off of turn number 2. Dustin Childers, it'll be 3 to go this time by. Dustin is your leader. Mike Mark in the 2nd spot. Ashley Taylor in the 3rd spot. Corey Heaney running in the 4th spot. Wild Child grabbing the 2 flags. It'll be 2 to go this time by for Dustin Childers. Childers off of turn number 2 down the backstretch. He's got a lap car in front of him, but I think the race will probably be over by the time he catches that lap car. Dustin Childers throws it into turn number 3, gets Wild Child's white flag. 1 more lap to go for Dustin Childers. Final time off of turn number 2. Dustin Childers down the backstretch. And final time, Dustin Childers, your Gladiator feature winner. Coming home second is the 53 of Mike Mark. Ashley Taylor coming home in the 4th spot. And Corey Heaney rounding out the top 5.
Can you see? Maybe you would marry me if you're in a public eye. Give someone else a try. And you know you better watch your step.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just got a text message from Race Control. If there is a Robert Clements in the stands, Robert Clements, please call your son. It is very important. Robert Clements, please call your son.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Dustin Childers, winner of the Gladiator feature. Come on out here, Dustin. Congratulations, young man. Great job out there. Put that hat on there. Oh, there you go, buddy. All right, Dustin, tell us. Drop of the green flag, you were gone. Tell us about the race. Never looking back.
I knew that either I had to go in the middle or to the high side, and I wasn't going to go to the high side and get stuck up there. So as soon as that green flag flew, I seen them open up, and I said, yep, I'm going. I put the hammer down and never looked back.
And you were gone. You had a good straightaway lead on the rest of the field. Anybody you want to thank especially here tonight?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my brother Nathan Rhodes, who helps out a lot on the cars, BMF Motorsports, Rhodes Property Maintenance, which is also Nathan, Robinson's Auto Parts, Pearson Tire and Lube, DNR Chassis, just everybody that's helped with the car.
All right. Great none. Looks like you got your family here. Start the celebration. Congratulations, Dustin Childers, winner of the Gladiator feature. Oh, Dustin's going to reach in. Wow, look at that. What's our total?
707.
$707 is going to the winner. All right. Dustin says you got to win. Okay, for $707. Here's the number. 38839. 3952. That's three. It's an orange ticket. 3883952 for $707. All right. Some lucky winner is going to go home $707 richer. All right, race fans, on the track now is our non-qualifiers race. We are going to go on the track now, folks. Race fans, is the non-qualifiers race. We're going to go 20 laps, $550 to the winner. This is the non-qualifiers. They had an extra $2,600 that Kent Corbin threw into this race. $550 to win, $300 for second, $100 for third. And every driver out here starting this race is going to get $85. So great night here, pay-wise, for the V8 Thunderstocks. Your starting for the non-qualifiers race, starting on a pole in the number 9 car, is Jeff Stolnecker. In the 55W, it's Rodney Wright. Starting in the 3rd spot in the 18 car, it's Eric Arminio. Starting in the 4th spot in the 93 car is Greg Montesi Sr. Starting in the 5th spot in the 118 car is Mikey Kopka. In the 81 car, it's Martin Hassel. Starting in the 7th spot in the 79 car is Ken Pettit. Timmy Smith in the 46 will start 8th with Sean Babcock in the 10, starting in the 9th spot. Starting in the 10th spot in the 34R, it's Robert Griffin. Glenn Anderson in the X car will start 11th with Mike Stonecker in the number 8 car starting 12th. Starting 13th in the 88 car is Steve Cox. John Thorpe in the 114 car will start 14th. And Patrick Menigan in the 10M will start 15th. Justin Hamilton in the 6 car will start 16th. And Shane Greensford in the 34 car starts 17th. Starting in the 18th spot is the 56 car of Gene Posse Jr. Starting in the 19th spot in the 3 car is Jeff Bear. Shane Taylor in the 82 will start 20th with Sean Creech in the 07 starting in the 21st spot. Starting in the 22nd spot is the 28 of Brian Millers. Starting in the 23rd spot is the 69 of DJ Horisky. Dalton Staley in the 2 car will start 24th. Daniel Keene in the X11 will start 25th. Rodney Strebel in the 24 will start 26th. In the 5H will start 27th. Starting in the 28th spot is the 32 car of James Shaw. Jason Campbell will start 29th in the 33 car, and shotgun in the field in the 94 car is Keith Briggs. Again, it's a non-qualifiers race. $550 to win, $300 for second, $100 for third, and $85 for every position after that. Once again, the pace truck is Birkin Chevrolet. Okay, I got corrected, as I do every week, by Michelle. In the 118 car, it's Mikey Kopke. I got it. Sorry, Mikey. All right, Wild Child, looking them over, giving them one to go. There's that beautiful pace truck by Birkin Chevrolet out there. Fireworks going off on a backstretch. Non-qualifiers race with a big paycheck. $550 going to the winner. Tell you what, this Benny Corbin Memorial is paying out a ton of money here to the V8 Thunderstocks. That's why we had, I think, 56, 58, maybe 60 of these drivers that signed in tonight. And one other thing that I didn't mention earlier in the program, that there was no entry fee for the V8 Thunderstocks tonight. So these guys, this is a great show, the Benny Corbin Memorial, the second annual. Great history with the Corbin family throughout short track racing in the state of Florida. And again, Kent and the rest of your family, we don't know how to thank you enough here at Volusia Speedway Park. It's been an outstanding show. We still got that big $4,000 to win feature coming up. But right now, we got a non-qualifiers race. Green flag is in the air. It's Jeff Stolniker, your leader. Rodney Wright on the outside right, trying to take over that number one spot. He does, coming off of turn number 2.
Rodney Wright doing the double dip here tonight. He's trying to come home with yet another victory. He already won the hobby stock feature. Down the back stretch, going to turn number 3.
In the 93 car, Greg Montesi Sr. up to that number 3 spot with the 18 car.
And I'll tell you what, Eric Armino has his hands full in the 18 as the caution flag comes out. Got a car pointed the wrong direction, and I definitely cannot see what number that is.
I can't either, Dustin, but it looks like the axle came out of it, so
yes,
he's
it
probably
does.
done. But he gets $85.
He gets $85 for starting. Also,
There
I
you
do
go.
believe the number 69 machine is going to pull off the track too as well. He was just dumping all kinds of smoke all over the racetrack, which I don't think we have a name on the 69, so my apologies to his fans. Oh, it is. Oh, DJ Horiski. DJ Horiski out there in the number 69 machine. The reason I don't have a name is because I'm on the wrong page. So we'll go ahead and get them restacked up. 1 lap is down. 20 laps is the distance, so 19 more laps to go for the V8 Thunderstock, sponsored by Benny's Racing Tires. Got the
Dustin,
wild.
this is going to be a great battle up here. You know, this $550 to win basically a non-qualifiers race is just outstanding. You usually don't get that for the feature.
No, usually you do not get that for the feature, which is the sad part. So, you know, it's a good thing. I mean, like I said, we cannot thank the Corbin family enough. They have put out, we need to get a calculator out because I cannot even imagine how much money they've actually put out, especially Wendy, too. I mean, she's made, helped a little bit, too, as well. And all the people involved in this, lots of sponsors. You look down there in the front stretch right now, on either side flanking the M&K Used Auto Parts Victory Lane, that's all the sponsors involved in this race. So there is a lot going on for the Benny Corbin Memorial Race. It's a big, big event we put on here at the Volusia Speedway Park. Tons of cars in the pits. I mean, that's the fullest I've seen the pits all year long so far. And the fans, I mean, the stands are actually fairly full. And we've even proven it because $700 went home to a 50-50 ticket winner. I was just wanting $400 or $500. You guys gave it $700. So, that is an awesome, awesome job by all you fans. So hats off to everybody sticking it out.
Dustin, I don't think we mentioned this, but we know Benny is watching this race tonight, and he is all smiles when he sees 50 or 60 V8 Thunderstocks here for the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial. And we believe that he's up there and he's watching us, and that's why we got a safe night going, and he is just grinning ear to ear.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure it. Yeah, it's 11:11 at night, but you know what? Let's see what all we've done here. We've done 8 heat races, 2 B mains, a dash for cash, a non-qualifiers race on the track right now, hobby stock feature, mini stock feature, gladiator feature. We put a lot of features out on this track so far tonight. and it's still 11 o'clock. So that's still pretty decent. We've tried to roll through this program as best as we can. And hats off to the track crew, too, because this track is still beautiful. I was down there, and I know you were down there for one of the, Victory Lane interviews, and my feet are sticking to the track. It still has tack left in the track. It's a beautiful night here in Florida. Looks like the fog is even kind of trying to set in a little bit here, too. But, it is a little humid, but, hats off to the track staff. They worked hard all week to get this track in order. Racing all around. These guys have been putting on a good show. 2, 3, 4 wide. Great race at the Volusia Speedway Park, as usual.
Yeah, Dustin, looks like they got to put a little speedy dry up there in turn 4, get that oil off the track because that axle come out of that car. So a little cleanup by the safety crew, and we'll be ready to go back under green flag racing.
And that's Robert Griffin in the 34. He's the guy that actually is going to have to drop out, unfortunately. Also, one thing I do want to kind of point out, I've noticed quite a few of these guys have got some pink accents on their cars, which is really nice because it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Very, serious cancer that is out there, claiming that, a lot of women, a lot of problems. So, it's a great thing to see some of these guys out here. I don't see everybody, but I've seen a lot of people wearing pink. I've seen a lot of cars with some fluorescence. So that's really, really, really nice to see that done by some of these drivers.
Yes, it sure is, Dustin. All right, Wild Child getting back up to the flag stand, and he is the man in charge out here. Whether he believes it or not, he really is.
Well, we're going to start the race without him because Billy's been rolling them through here pretty decent. So you might want to hurry up and get up there. All right, race fans, we're going to restack them back up for the non-qualifiers race. Turn over to you here real quick. What do you got?
All right, I'll tell you what. These guys, for $550, they're going to give it all they got. This is their non-qualifiers race. It's not a last chance race. This is their final race of the night. They can't make it into the Benny Corbin Memorial race, the 40-lap feature. They sure take home that extra $550, and that's what they're shooting for.
They sure can take home that extra money. We got Jeff Stallnecker out there in the front row. Rodney Wright alongside him. Like I said, Rodney Wright, he's trying to double dip tonight. He wants another victory. He wants 2 for 2.
All right, Wild Child in the position. Here we go. And green flag back in the air. They're on the gas. Great drag race down the front straightaway. Rodney Wright on the high side looking for that number 1 spot.
And he does have it. Rodney Wright trying to set sail here in the non-qualifiers race. Stallnecker is falling back a little bit. Eric Armina in the number 18 car trying to move his way back up. Great battle between Montesi Sr. now trying to get around into the top 5.
Arminio in that 18 running in the 3rd spot. Meanwhile, Rodney Wright's going to try to win 2 here tonight. Jeff Stallnecker in the 2nd spot.
And a 79 machine of Ken Pettit and Montesi Sr., they got into it a little bit. Front nose damage now on Montesi Sr.'s machine. Here comes Eric Armino, though. He wants to get around Stallnecker for 2nd.
Greg Montesi Sr. in the 3rd spot. Great battle for that number 2 spot. Give it to the 9 car of Jeff Stallnecker. Stallnecker up to that number 2 spot.
Stallnecker back into the 2nd spot over Eric Armino, and it is bunched up all the way back through. It's pretty much nose to tail right now from about 2nd on back to, I don't know, about 10th. Setting sail, though, is Rodney Wright in the 55. I don't know. Moving on is going to be Rodney Wright still out in front, Stallnecker in 2nd, Eric Armino underneath heavy pressure from Montesi Sr. Now here comes the 8 machine. That's going to be Mike Stallnecker. He's going to try to get his way around. He's going to move into 4th and try to track down Armino.
Yeah, Mike Stallnecker in that number 8 car started way back in the field like that 12th spot. He's all the way up to the 4th position looking for more.
Yeah, but up front, though, all Rodney Wright. 5 laps are down. We've still got 15 more laps to go, but he's making it look easy right now.
Rodney Wright's having a good night here tonight. Dustin's already got 1 feature under his belt, going for the sweep.
Yeah, and he might have found something out there, too, when he was out there running. Just because, you get some extra time. He's already run the hobby stock race, was able to take it over, kind of like the Cup guys do when they take over for some racing as well. Coming into turns 1 and 2 now coming off. Eric Armino still sits in 3rd. Stallnecker is in 2nd. The Stallneckers are going to kind of try to do some battle here before too long. Armino now, caution flag is out. That's why Armino got such a run. Not sure what it's for. Possibly for debris once again. we got a birthday request to come around. Brooke Osborne. Brooke Osborne, your birthday is tomorrow, so wishing you a happy birthday. Actually, we'll be able to wish a happy birthday here in about 45 minutes. So, Brooke Osborne, happy birthday to you tomorrow.
Brooke, you want us to sing to you at 12 o'clock? Oh, okay, we won't. All right, so we get this lineup set, and we got 6 laps in the books. 14 to go.
Up front, Rodney Wright, and I'll tell you what, he is just absolute setting sail. He has got the field on fire right now, uncovered. If it were to go green flag, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. It gets about a straightaway lead, but, kind of looking further on back beyond the pack, Eric Armino, if he could just get around Stolnecker in the number 9 car, he might, maybe speaking too soon, have something for Rodney Wright, but you never know. I mean, you never know. He can't get his line down a little bit. Got his hands full. There's been a couple times that Armino's come down the front stretch, and he is just slicing and dicing that wheel hardcore. So, great run for him tonight here in the non-qualifiers race. It still means a lot to even get to this point. So,
absolutely, and all these guys, a lot of these drivers are here for the first time this year for this special race, the Benny Corbin Memorial second annual. And I'm sure they're not going to go disappointed, Dustin, even if they didn't make the big show and there was only 28. Well, actually, we got 29 cars in the big feature here tonight because we had one forgot to use it. But all these drivers, they got to go home happy tonight.
We're going to reset them back up, Bob. So we got Rodney Wright and Stolnecker in the front row. Back to you.
All right, Rodney again choosing the outside. Wild Child in the position. Wright pulls the trigger. He is your leader down the front straightaway, but he's got company. Jeff Stolnecker is right there, but Rodney Wright likes that high side.
Yes, he does, and he is hooked up, no doubt about it, running nice and smooth. Stolnecker with a pretty decent run coming off of turn number 2, but Rodney still has a 2-car length lead going to 2.
Hey, Mike Stolnecker in that number 8 car. He is coming. He's up to the other Stolnecker. That would be Jeff. They're running second and third right now. Running on down. Rodney
really now starting to slowly fall back.
A spinner here.
Oh, and somehow missed everything. I think a little bit of a clip there. That was the 79 machine spinning around. The 79 is driven by Kent Pettit. Kent Pettit in the 79. Not quite sure which car clipped him, but and Rodney Wright's lost a tire. Your race leader has lost a tire. Can't tell if it was the right front or the right rear, but what a heartbreak for Rodney Wright in the 55.
Rodney Wright's tire is about 100 yards in front of him, and he's just watching this race go right down the tubes.
I hate to say it, if it came off underneath the caution, at least it didn't come off the speed.
Bad if it was going down that backstretch 4 into 3 and that if it were right front that came off it looks like it's so it was the right rear that came off. Maybe
right rear,
the axle,
possibly the axle assembly, and we saw that one other time this year. It was actually Mike Tevette had his entire axle assembly come off the right rear through the brake shoes everywhere. The tire went off. Mike got a little bit lucky. He won his race when that actually happened, but did not complete the rest of the evening. So tough break for Rodney Wright trying to double dip here tonight. Looked like he had all the stars lined up for a great weekend, and now the hobby stocks was good, and now the V8 Thunder stocks was not so much.
No. So that sets it up for Jeff Stolnecker in the 9 and the 8 car of Mike. So those two are going to battle it out here, and, of course, you got that 18 car. I wouldn't count out Eric Arminio. He's got a good hot.
As a little something for these guys in the Bremco number 18. But don't also forget that you got Craig Montesi Sr. back there. He was actually a contender for a top 3 spot to get into tonight's Benny Corbin Memorial race, was unable to do so, so tough break for him. But, hey, like you said, this is $550 going to the winner, so he's still up there trying to do some battle.
Yeah. Dustin, if you don't win that $4,000 and the last place car was guaranteed $150, well, these guys in the non-qualifier, they're going to make more money, the top 4 guys, than the guys that run the Benny Corbin Memorial.
Exactly. And, that's a good point that you definitely bring that out. And don't forget, some other stuff that we have here for the Benny Corbin Memorial race. Don't forget you got, who's going to start in the back of the pack and work their way forward. So, once we get time to kind of go ahead and announce that a little bit, we'll go ahead and kind of go over that some. But it's going to be a little bit interesting, no doubt, to see if anybody can come up to the back and claim that 150.
Yeah, it'll be great. Well, that 150 is guaranteed. Whoever passes the most cars out there in the feature is going to collect an extra $150, and that is sponsored by Florida Fresh Meat Company. So we thank Florida Fresh Meat Company for throwing that $150 at these V8 Thunderstock competitors for the gentleman that passes the most cars in the feature.
And don't
moves
forget,
up the most positions.
And don't forget, all this racing action is being recorded tonight by Gordon Motorsports. If you want that video, come up here and see him. See Chris. He's got a bright yellow coat on. You can actually relive tonight's action at the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial Race.
And green flag back in the air. Jeff Stallmaker, your race leader. With Mike Arminio running in the third spot.
Lazy green flag from the Wild Child. We're going to go ahead and get it restacked back up. He did not like that restart. Stallmaker definitely got out to a little bit of a jump. So we'll go ahead and restack it back up. Wild Child's going to definitely let them know that I'm not very happy with you. And then we'll go ahead and get a restack up and keep going. Don't forget that I think there is still some Benny Corbin Memorial t-shirts still on sale, $13 a shirt, located there at the merchandise area at the Budweiser Beer Lounge or up on the hill there at the drive-thru. Don't forget we still got Bud Light, Mick Ultra, Bud Light Lime for $4, bag of 5 for $16, Twisted Tea Seagrams for $3 a bottle, VSP beanies, VSP headbands on sale. Beanies are $10, the headbands are $13. Just remember, all that good stuff is located down at the beer lounge. Go see Melissa, please, and she'll hook you guys right on up. Also, don't forget that we are live right now on TV, or live right now through a video feed. If you go to the Facebook page for Racing Nation, you can go ahead and find the link to see today's video lead, or a video link if you're listening on the radio. Also, you can search Racing Nation on YouTube, and you can go ahead and find us there, and we got the live video link. But enough of that. We're going to go back green flag racing. Go ahead and reset it up. The Stallneckers are going to take it away. 7 laps down, 13 more to go. Off into the turn, it's going to be Jeff Stallnecker with the early lead. Chasing him is relative Mike. Here comes Eric Armino. He wants a piece of second place. If he can get it, can't make it actually work. The 88 machine trying to creep back on into that picture. Don't even have a name on the 88 now to look. I don't know. We're coming down the front stretch, still the Stallneckers. The 18 of Eric Armino still trying to chase him down. 1, 2, and 3 are nose to tail. And when I mean nose to tail, literally nose to tail, bumper to bumper. The Stallneckers, though, they are attached to each other's hip. One not letting the other go away. Oh, a little bit of a bump there from Mike over onto Jeff. That allowed Eric Armino to close back in on the inside.
Eric Armino is loving it. These two do battle off front. He's just sitting there waiting for something to happen, trying to take over that number 1 spot. And it's happening, Dustin.
Eric Armino with a great run. Here comes Armino. He goes from 4th to 1st. He's going to take the lead going into turn 3.
It'll be halfway home this time by Eric Armino is your new race leader in the number 18 car.
How about Eric Armino making it look really good right now going into turns 1 and 2.
I'll tell you what, Dustin, Mikey Kopke in that 118 car up to the 4th spot looking for more. So Kopke with a great run takes a good run into turn number 3, trying to take over that 3rd spot.
Yeah, Kopke's actually been subbing in that car for Ron Adams here the last couple of weeks, so it's paying off dividends right now. He's moving forward here in the non-qualifiers race.
Mike Kopke on the inside trying to take over that 4th spot, but still to no avail. He's dumped back to the 5th spot. Down the backstretch, it's all Eric Armino.
Eric Armino with the lead, but on his bumper right now is the number 8 machine. That is Mike Stallnecker trying to find his way around. Definitely not letting him out of his sights. Actually, it's the Stallnecker who's just lurking on Armino right now. It's almost reminiscent of Talladega right now, where do you really want to be in the lead with 12 laps down and only 8 more laps to go?
Exactly. In that 88 car running in the 4th spot is Steve Cox. Cox with a good run going.
Yes, Steve Cox in the depth right now. Coming down the front stretch, still Armino with the race lead right there, ready to pounce.
Eric Armino leading him off of turn number 2.
And just as we talked about, Kopke is starting to slowly fall by the wayside. Tires must be going away on that machine. We got a battle for the lead. Here comes Stallnecker trying to get around Armino into 3.
Stallnecker slips up a little bit through 3 and 4. That allows Armino to stretch it out about 4 or 5 car lengths. Now the great battle is for the number 2 spot.
Yeah, Jeff Stallnecker now is going to lose that 2nd spot to Mike Stallnecker. And the one guy that's loving this right now is Eric Armino because he's pulling away. But a great run by Mike Stallnecker. He's back in this mix. He wants the lead going into 3.
Absolutely great battle out there for that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th spot, Dustin. They're all chasing down that number 2 spot. Remember, the winner's going to get $550.
Yeah, definitely. They're all chasing it down. Everyone's a piece of that prize right now. The Stallneckers still doing battle side by side. Arminio now pulling away again down the backstretch.
Trouble off of turn number 2.
It looks like it's going to be the 93 or Craig Montesi Sr. getting out of shape. Not sure. It looked like something might have broke on that car as he exited turn number 2. He's just really lucky that nobody ran into him because it was really hairy there as a few cars had to sneak by, and then he almost ran into the inside wall. So great save on all parts. Not sure what happened. Looks like it was definitely some front suspension that broke on that number 93.
Yeah, it looks like it, Dustin. He kind of locked it down there coming off of 2 and probably prayed that nobody's going to run into him. But a great job by all these drivers out there to avoid that Greg Montesi Sr. car spinning out there. Well, he didn't spin, but he parked it.
We're going to go ahead and get the field reset back up. Remember, 15 laps down, only 5 more laps to go. It is going to be Eric Arminio out in front. He's got the Stallneckers behind him, the 8 car of Mike. Then we're going to go ahead and have Steve Cox in the 88. And then, well, look at this. It's Glenn Anderson from way deep in the field. Glenn Anderson has worked his way back up into this picture a little bit. So he's going to sit there on a top 5. So congratulations to Glenn Anderson for sticking it out what's turning into be an Ironman race in reality.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Anderson started back in that 11th spot. So he's definitely working his way toward the front. I believe we got 5 laps to go. And this one is still far from over. But that 18 car, he's got that thing dialed in tonight. That's the Eric Arminio machine.
Yeah, he's got it just dialed in enough, no doubt. So he's definitely kind of setting his way up front, having his way with the field. I shouldn't really say having his way with the field because the Stallneckers are just lurking him right now. They really, really, really want to get around him. And that being, the 9 and the 8. And really, the 9 and the 8 car of Jeff and Mike Stallnecker, they've been putting on a great battle on their own, side by side, bumping with each other just a little bit. They're doing good, though. They're not really slamming in or anything like that. They're being nice and smooth, giving each other racing room. I'm assuming they are family members. So you want to make sure the dinner table stays nice and calm tomorrow.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights at breakfast. We're still trying to work on the Craig Montesi Sr. machine and get it back up on the hook, so that's a great time to kind of go over some stuff. Once again, I want to thank every one of you guys, fans, for coming out, sticking this night out. Hey, you guys did a great job. The 50-50 over $700, which was awesome. So great job to all of you fans. Can't thank you guys enough for coming out here. Can't thank our sponsors enough either. Our 2014 sponsors here at Volusia Speedway Park: AC1 Heating and Air Conditioning, Benny's Racing Equipment, Discount Feet and Fenders and Race Car Parts, Dave Shank Photography, Daytona Custom Printing, NBC Sports Radio and NBC Sports News, VP Racing Fuels, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Allen Plumbing, Blackwater Inn, Williams Landing, St. John's River Campground, Rock Auto, Competition 101 Racing, Sparky's Place, M&K Used Auto Parts, Royce Persian Small Engine Repair Service, Castaways Bar and Grill, Main Street Bank, Kicks Country 98.7, Clean to a T Carpet and Tile. You're not clean till you're clean to a T. Willie's Ironworks, WNZF News Radio, Beach 92.7, Action Automotive, Auto Add-ons, Four Seas Fireworks, Sweet Things Mid-Florida, Golf Cars, last but not least, The Shack in DeLand, Florida. Cannot thank all of you guys for your continued support. Speedway Park. We're going to go ahead and restack things up here in the non-qualifiers race. 15 laps are down. We've got 5 more laps remaining. Eric Arminio, he's going to be out front. The Stallneckers, Jeff and Mike, are lurking back there in second and third. Steve Cox with a great run. He sits there in the 88 running fourth. Glenn Anderson will round out your top 5. 5 more laps to go. Bob, back to you.
All right, Dustin. This one is far from over yet. 5 more laps to go. Wild Child in the position again. Once again, this is the non-qualifiers race. So this is their feature for tonight. They didn't make we'll call it the big show, the Benny Corbin Memorial, but they're having a blast out there. Green flag back in the air. Eric Arminio, your race leader, but he's got company.
And he does got company. Here's Arminio up on the outside, gets a pretty decent run. Glenn Anderson, he's trying to go from 4th to 2nd, couldn't make it stick. Here comes the Stallnecker, the number 8 machine. That's going to be Mike Stallnecker. He wants to get around Jeff going into 3.
Absolutely. Glenn Anderson is right there in the X car up to that 4 spot, wanting some more, but it's still all Eric Arminio, your race leader.
Yeah, Eric Arminio is still the race leader, but he's going to have Mike Stallnecker all over him. Here comes Stallnecker. He's going to get to the bumper 3 going off into number 2. Glenn Anderson, Jeff Stallnecker, and Steve Cox into 3.
Steve Cox, the outside off of 2, had a great run, had that 3rd spot for a second, but now he shuffled that to the actually 6th spot. So Cox with a tough 3 and 4 out there.
Stallnecker is still all over Eric Arminio right now, trying to find a way around him. Steve Cox is kind of falling back a little bit now. Now you got to worry about the X11 machine.
It'll be 2 to go, Dustin. And Eric Arminio got a little tap going in there in turn number 3, letting that man know he wants that number 1 spot.
Yes, he
2
did.
more to go.
2 more laps to go. Stallnecker back underneath Eric Arminio. He wants that lead away. Can't make it work going into 1 and 2. Now it's going to be the X11. Daniel Keene blowing up, coming out of turn 1 and 2. He was in the 4th spot. Up front, still Stallnecker, still trying to get Arminio coming to the white.
Eric Arminio, it's going to be the white flag this time by Arminio on the gas. He's got company. That's Mike Stallnecker.
Mike Stallnecker still wants to try to find a way around Eric Arminio there in the number 18 machine. He's only going to have less than a half a mile to do it. Arminio slipped up a little bit. Here comes Stallnecker, the inside of Arminio into turn 3.
Mike Stallnecker on the inside. Eric Arminio on the high side. Looks like it's going to be Stallnecker, double checkered flags. Then who's it going to be? It's going to be the 18 of Eric Arminio.
Unbelievable finish. Those guys beat it and banged off of each other. Stallnecker lost the rear assembly of the car, almost looked like, and I don't know how Arminio pulled that one out of his hat. He is pumped up on the backstretch, just pumping. Everybody's congratulating him. What a job for your race winner for the non-qualifiers race, Eric Arminio.
Great job. $550, Richard. Ladies and gentlemen, there he is, Eric Arminio, winner of the non-qualifiers race. What a show you guys put on, man. That was awesome. Tell us about the whole race, but tell us about 3 and 4 and what went on there. It was great.
I'm not sure who was behind this. It looked like Stallnecker. He gave us a heck of a run. He run us clean a little bit. But I got to thank, first of all, Woody Wood, Steve Brayton of Bimco Fabrication, my girlfriend, my kids, Benny Corbin for building one of the 3 greatest tracks here in Central Florida, the fans, all of you out there right there. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thanks for coming out. Eric's Event Management, Shed Built Chevrolet, Sheldon Thrift, beautiful motor.
Great job. All right, congratulations. Enjoy the win. Congratulations. Sorry.
All right, race fans, this is what you've all been waiting for. The 2nd annual Benny Corbin Memorial Race. We're going to go ahead and start in the back of the pack and work our way to the front. Starting off in the back of the pack right now, we've got 29 cars actually starting this race. Remember, 28 cars made the race, 1 provisional, so 29 cars are making this race.
All right, race fans, this is what we've been waiting for. In just a few moments, we're going to give you the starting lineup for the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial. It is going to be one great shootout. 40 green flag laps. Caution flags will not count. Going to be 40 laps.
Distance.
We got all our other features completed. The only one we got left is the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial. And again, we want to thank everybody for coming out on this beautiful Saturday evening here at Volusia Speedway Park. We know there's probably a race going on in Charlotte, but you fans chose to be here with us, and we really appreciate you coming out. And I guarantee you that these 29 drivers, and we do have 29 cars starting in this race, because we had one driver that had a chance to get a provisional, and that was Shane Taylor. Shane won the first annual Benny Corbin Memorial. Therefore, he was a guaranteed starter. He didn't make it through the qualifying races, so he will start in the 29th position. What we're going to do now, folks, is we're going to bring out these cars on the front straightaway, and we're going to introduce the drivers to you. I believe they're going to stay in their cars, and we will introduce them.
All right, race fans, I'm going to send it back up to the tower with Bob. We're going to start the back of the pack, work our way to the front for your starting lineup for the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial.
Okay, race fans, here is your starting lineup. We're going to start at the tail of the field and work toward the front. Starting in the 29th spot, the defending champion of this race, driving the number 82 car, it's Shane Taylor. Starting in the 28th spot, driving car number 10 is Patrick Menigan. Starting in the 27th spot, in car number 54, it's Tim Hughes. Starting in the 26th spot, in the 2S, it's Dalton Straley. Starting in the 25th spot, in the 9AR, Travis Statz. Starting in the 24th spot, in the number 11 car, is Shane Williams. Brett Chilson in the 1 star will start in the 23rd spot. Joey Durbin in the number 55 car will start 22nd. Driving the 01 car is Kevin Mills. Starting in the 20th spot in the number 238, it's Scott Brumfield. Robert Hicks in the 18 car will start 19th. And Donnie Ashford in the P38 starting in the 18th spot. Starting in the 17th spot in the 98C is Doran Cheney. Starting in the 16th spot in the M1 is Marley Durbin. Hayden McCormick driving the 9M will start in the 15th spot. Starting in the 14th spot in the 19 car, it's Brian Morgan. Ben Hetto driving car number 38 will start 13th, with Tim Powers in the 44 car starting 12th. Starting in the 11th spot in the 3G is Bubba Durbin. Sean Doherty in the number 26 car will start 10th, and RJ Glazer in the 004 car will start 9th. Craig Montesi Jr. in the 39 car will start 8th, with Andy Hicks in the 113 car starting 7th. Starting in the 6th spot, in the number 16 car, it's Paul Shedd. And now for your top 5, starting in the 5th spot, driving car number 27, it's Chad Scranton. Driving the 1 shot, starting in the 4th spot, it's Mike Tovett. Marco Reyes in the 93 car will start 3rd. Alan Peacock on the outside of the front row in the 119. And starting on a pole in the 46E, it's Mike Eubanks. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your V8 Thunderstock Benny Corbin Memorial starting lineup. Dustin, over to you.
All right, I'm down here with Kent Corbin trackside. We're going to do a gentleman start your engines. Kent, the official 4 most famous words in auto racing. Go for it.
All right, race fans, this is what we've been waiting for. The V8 Thunderstock 40-lap feature, $4,000 to win, 29 cars, going to run 40 green flag laps. Folks, this is going to be great entertainment. And the pace truck pulling off, cars going in to turn number 1. And that beautiful pace truck out there tonight, Birkin Chevrolet. So we thank you for coming out here to do the pace laps for this Benny Corbin Memorial Race. Again, folks, we can't thank you enough for coming out here, and we promise you a great show, and it's about to get underway. Dustin, what do you think?
I'm trying to catch my breath right now. I'm out of shape. No, like you said, you know, it's an amazing event. Can't thank the Corbins enough. All the Volusia Speedway track staff that put this all together. You know, front row, you got Eubanks, Alan Peacock, you got Marco Reyes, you've got Mike Tovett, second row. You know, remember, we still have the $150 for whoever can move their way forward the most. One guy I'm watching, all the way back in 19th, Robert Hicks.
Absolutely.
He could be definitely one guy that could take home that extra $150 payday. You know, it's anything. And, you know, it's 40 laps the distance for $4,000 to win. We're going to see some bumping. We're going to see some banging.
And we're going to see some yellows.
And we're going to see some yellows, exactly. So, you never know. You never know. We might actually go green go green on the way. I've seen stranger things. It must be about a half a full moon tonight.
Yeah, it better be a double full moon if we go green to checker. But, well, hopefully they can do it. But I tell you what, these guys are hungry. $4,000 is basically an unheard of payday for the V8 Thunderstocks. And what Ken Corbin and his family have put together for the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial is just unbelievable.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you were definitely right about that. I mean, it's just an amazing event. I mean, some of these guys, they don't even have $4,000 or $5,000 in their car. So, you know, it's a great thing to see them. And remember, everybody gets $150 to start this race just to take the green flag. So, all the sponsors that are involved in this. But without further ado, though, as they come down the front stretch with one more time by, let's go ahead and stand up, wave your hands, tap your hat to them, give them a wave. Your starting grid for the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial.
And race fans, our honorary starter tonight is Tracy Tripp and his son up there. A little quick story about Tracy. Back in the day when Benny Corbin was running this place, Tracy was a young boy. He was sitting in the stands with his flags like a lot of these young race fans do. And Benny came up to him and said, get up there on the flag stand and start flagging. And Tracy, we thank you for coming out here tonight. We know you're not going to, we won't even say the word drop, but congratulations. You've been a great part of Volusia Speedway Park, and you are the honorary starter tonight. Tracy Tripp, thank you very much with your son out there. This is a great, memorable moment for you and your son.
All right, we're going to bring them by one more time. They will go green flag racing next time by. Green flag racing next time by. So one more time as they come down the front, still give them a clap or two. They're going to try to have their hands out the windows. Kent Corbin in the Perkins Chevrolet Pace Truck. One more time, race fans, your starting lineup for the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial Race.
All right, Tracy looking them over, giving them the one to go. That number 82 car you see out there, that's the Shane Taylor machine. Excuse me, Shane won the first annual Benny Corbin Memorial Race. So Shane was our provisional starter tonight. He's got a long way to go, Dustin, if he's going to get up to that number one spot.
Yes, he does. He's got 28 positions to pick off, and we're going to go green flag racing coming out of turn number 4. Bob, start of the race. Take it away.
Tracy Tripp looking him over. Looking him over. Green flag is in the air. We're underway for the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial.
Eubanks with the early lead. They're side by side going into turn number 1. On the outside, Peacock with a one crazy run coming off of turn number 2. He's going to take the lead. Mike Tobet's trying to go from 4th to 2nd. He's going to make it happen down the backstretch going into turn number 2 or 3.
Alan Peacock on the hammer as the green came out. Him and Tobet running 1-2. 39 to go. Alan Peacock, your leader. Tobet in second. Eubanks in the third spot.
Yeah, Eubanks falling back to third now. Mike Tobet up into the second spot. Here comes Chad Scranton. He's going to try to make a move inside to the top 5.
You know, Dustin, 40 laps is twice as long as these guys normally run. Are these cars and these tires going to hold up for 30 laps, or these guys going to wear them out in the first 20?
I see one car smoking already. It's going to be the number 2 machine. That's Straley. Devon Straley now, he is up in smoke right now. Not sure if he's going to be able to pull off, but definitely got some issues underneath the number 2 machine of Straley.
Yeah, definitely. His race is over, but out front, it's all Alan Peacock in the 119 car. Peacock with a comfortable lead over one shot, Mike Tobet.
Further on back a little bit, Chad Scranton. He's knocking on the door of third. He wants to get around Mike Eubanks. Going into turn number 1, he's going to pull side by side with him to try to make it happen. Not going to get it on this lap. Up in front, though, it is all Peacock.
Scranton with a good run through 1 and 2, trying to get up to that number 3 spot. Takes a peek to the inside, and Scranton still holding on to the 4th spot. Meanwhile, Tobet still in second, trying to run down Peacock.
Yeah, Tobet still trying to run down Alan Peacock in the number 119. Further on back, side-by-side action for third. Eubanks and Scranton trying to duke it out. He basically throw a blanket over 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Great race in action up front. It's all Peacock right now for what a battle for that 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. Great battles going on out there. Marco Reyes in the 93, hanging right there in the 6th spot.
Yeah, Reyes, Montesi Jr., Scranton, you guys are all just nose to tail right now, trying to find a way around. Here comes the number 16 machine. He's trying to get around. That's Paul Shedd.
Now Scranton in the 27 car moves up to that number 3 spot. Scranton with a good run. We have a yellow. We got a couple spinners back there on the backstretch.
Looks like RJ Glazer and the number 82 machine of Shane Taylor, last year's winner, got around there on the backstretch. I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe this other car coming up at turn number 4, the 98C machine, believe he might have got a piece of that action too. That is Dorian Cheney.
Yeah, tough break for our defending champion. Looks like his night is done, Dustin. That right front is broke. So Shane Taylor pulls it in the work area. They're going to try to fix it. They'll give him a couple laps, but that looks like it's more than a flat tire.
Yeah, it looks like Durant Taylor, he is definitely, or I'm sorry, not Durant Taylor. It looks like Durant Cheney, he is going to take the back of the field there. We're going to reset this grid back up. Remember, we're going to go double file restart here. It's going to be Alan Peacock and Mike Tobet starting side by side. Be interested to see where Peacock chooses. If he chooses the inside or the outside lane. Eubanks still sits there in 3rd, Scranton in 4th, and you've got Montesi Jr. trying to make his way on up there. I'll tell you, remember Montesi. He has had some bad luck here at Volusia Speedway Park. Then he slowly started to turn the corner here in the last couple of weeks. So hopefully he can make that luck keep on turning and keep on digging to the front. All right, we're going to go ahead and get the Wild Child down there. We got to kind of reorganize this order just a little bit. So with that being said, cannot thank once again the Corbin family for making all this possible tonight, as well as the entire Volusia Speedway staff family, all you race fans for showing up. Cannot thank you enough. Remember, 50-50 was over $700. Love to see that go even more next week if at all possible. Because remember, next week we've got the canned food drive here at Volusia Speedway Park. NBC Sports Radio late models, Daytona Sportswear, NBC Sports News limited late models, the Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks, the VSP Mini stocks are all in action next week. So if you like the racing tonight, come on back here next week. It'll be another great night of racing here at the Volusia Speedway Park.
Well, Dustin, this one is a long way from over, and I'm just like what we talked about earlier. You got Tovett up front and Peacock. Now, those guys are normally running 20-lap features. Tonight, it's double that.
Exactly.
Those tires and those
tires and equipment in general just has to make it.
Exactly. You take somebody like Powers back there in that 44 car, or Shed in that 18 car or 16 car. You know, they're liable to just be kind of hanging out there, knowing they're going to get quite a few cautions probably in this race. They may be saving their stuff. What do you think?
I think they might be saving their stuff a little bit, but, you know, I am very impressed. We've only had 2 cautions, and they've been 2 very minor cautions. Nothing really big. You know, there's a lot of cars on the track right now. There's a good chance we might not be as people thought we were going to have. That's for sure. You know, I'm looking forward to the end. What's going to happen? Is it going to be somebody running away with it at the end? Another photo finish, side-by-side action? You know, regardless, hey, we've got video here tonight, too. Don't forget that we've got Gordon Motorsports. They're up here videotaping this race. If you want to watch it over again, great night of racing all around, so it's always available. Just ask Chris up here with the yellow jacket on. He'll take care of you guys. But other than that, we're going to go ahead and go Green Flag Racing next time by.
All right, Dustin. Sean Taylor returns. That right front is laying way over. I don't believe he's going to make too many laps with that number 82 car, but he's giving it a shot. You just never know. All right, green flag back in the air. Peacock chose the outside. Tovett with a good run. Tovett's going to lead him into one. Mike Tovett, your new race leader.
Mike Tovett going to take that lead away from Alan Peacock, but Peacock with a good run on the outside. Give the lead back to Peacock coming up at turn number 2. He's going to solidify going into 3. He is your new race leader.
Alan Peacock chose the high side. Obviously, he likes it. Mike Tovett on the inside. Peacock on the high side. Peacock still your race leader with Scranton now up to the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Chad Scranton, he's trying to run these guys down right now. Scranton's running about the same line that Peacock's running, so he's going to slowly start to use that momentum on his side. 1, 2, 3, Peacock, Tovett, and Scranton into 3.
Craig Montesi Jr. or Senior, I'm sorry.
Junior
in the 39 car, working his way up to the 4th spot. So Montesi with a great run going here, trying to run down your leaders.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that high line not working out is great for Alan Peacock because Mike Tovett's got a good run. He's moved up the track a little bit as well. Here comes Tovett into 3, trying to look to the inside of Peacock.
Absolutely, Dustin. These two did battle last week. Exactly same thing happened. Peacock on the high side. Tovett got him on the inside. Mike Tovett, your new race leader. Scranton right there in 3rd.
Mike Tovett, new race leader. Chad Scranton right behind Alan Peacock in the 119 machine. Don't count out Craig Montesi Jr. He's back there lurking in 4th into turn number 3.
Trouble up there in turn number 2, right in front of Robert Hicks. So car goes around, can't quite get the number.
Looks like it's the 9 of Hayden McCormick. The 9 car of Hayden McCormick got spun around in turn number 2.
And that will bring out another caution. So they're going to bunch them back up once again.
Yeah, I was back about middle of the pack, too, so I'm very surprised there's just one car really involved in that wreck. Amazing, these guys doing a great job. They're dodging people left and right, so great job for all the drivers trying to keep it as clean as possible. And you know, they're leaning on each other, but once again, got a spin, middle of the pack, and everybody did a great job of evasive driving and missed the spinning car of Hayden McCormick.
Yeah, Dustin, these V8 Thunderstock drivers, some people might not give them a lot of credit, but I'll tell you what, these guys can wheel these cars. They are absolutely good.
Yeah, when it comes time for it, they can get up on that wheel and definitely do a good job. So hats off to everyone that comes out here for these Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunderstocks. You know, back to the action, though. You know, Mike Tovett, he ain't too shabby right now.
He told us last week in Victory Lane he's got that one-shot car. He's got the best of the best in there, and he was coming back tonight to take that $4,000. We're going to see here in about, 32 laps?
Yep, about 32 laps. We're going to see what's up with Mike Tveit and see if he's actually got enough to keep Alan Peacock, Chad Scranton, Eubanks, Montesi Jr., and the rest of the gang behind.
Well, race fans, up until 20 laps, the halfway point, they will be double file restarts. After halfway, it will be single file. And once again, the race leader has his or her lane choice, whether he or she wants to start on the inside or the outside. Now, last time Peacock chose the outside, he was your race leader. I'm thinking Tveit's probably going to choose the inside.
Well, you know what? I don't know, because I noticed when he made that pass, Alan Peacock got a little bit high. Well, Tveit went high as well, running about that same line that Peacock was running. So he might have found something up top. Whether or not he chooses that lane or not, not 100% sure. But remember, he was on the inside last time. Peacock got the jump on him. So you never know what might actually work and transpire here. We're going to have to wait and see what Tveit tries to or what he decides to choose.
I tell you, I got a feeling that 27 car of Chad Scranton, he is just sitting back there waiting.
Yeah, I think he's just lurking in the shadows right now. You know, Chad Scranton, he did start back there. I shouldn't say started back there. He started in the 5th spot, up to third place right now. Had to work for it to get there. But, yeah, he's definitely just kind of lurking back there right now, just watching these two kind of pan it out. There's no point. You know, you've got 8 laps down, 32 more laps to go. Really no point in trying to push the issue right now. And he's keeping them within striking distance. So you're right. He might be just kind of doing that thing we like to call sandbag a little bit and just kind of watch what transpires in front of him. He knows he's got a good car. No point in pushing the issue.
Absolutely. And, you know, race fans, there's no lap money here. The only lap that counts for the payday is lap 40. So you can lead every one of these laps, but if you don't lead that last one, there's no lap money. It's $4,000 to the winner at the 40th lap.
Yeah, the last lap, that's the most important. The most important lap is the last lap, no doubt about that. And it looks like, look at this, Tveit, he's going to choose that outside. I wondered if he might have found something up there. So he's going to take that driving line away from Peacock. Doesn't want him to get another good jump on him. Might have found something up there on the top shelf.
Yeah, and Tveit knows Peacock likes to run that high side. So he's taking it away from him. Tveit is the one that's going to start the race. When he pulls the trigger, that's when we go. If Peacock pulls the trigger, then we get a lazy yellow.
Exactly. So we're going to go green this time by. Wild Child set in.
Wild Child in charge. Again, Tracy Tripp, we want to thank you for being up there on the flag stand. Green flag back in the air. Tveit on the throttle. Tveit with a good run. Got Peacock down low.
Yep, Peacock is definitely going to fall back into second. Tveit is in the lead. Here comes Chad Scranton. He's got a great run now on Alan Peacock. He's going to move in the second spot. We're side by side. It's going to go 3 wide going into turn number 3.
Chad Scranton isn't wasting any time. Tveit way up on the high side. Scranton on the low side. Battle for that number 1 spot. 3 wide off of turn number 4. Who's it going to be? I couldn't tell you.
3 wide to the lead going into turn 1. Alan Peacock into second. Tveit back to third. Alan Peacock now the front. Scranton back to third. Tveit back into second. Scranton and Tveit are side by side going into 3.
Great battle for that 4th spot. Montesi Jr. in that number 39 car in the 3rd spot. We got it one sideways and got collected. And we got a couple other cars spinning over there in turn 4. We got 4 cars that are going to come to a halt over there. So,
yeah, there was only a matter of time before that was going to happen. We've got the 1-star machine of Brent Chilson. He actually just got involved. It looks like he might have ran underneath somebody. His hood's buckled in now. Scott Brumfield, he got a little bit of that. Not a ton, though. Looks like the worst in it is going to be the number 93 machine. I do believe that was the number 93, if I'm not mistaken, of Marco Reyes. It looks like the 54, Tim Hughes. He was also involved in that as well. So Tim Hughes was just an innocent bystander, tried to make his way to the inside. It looks like he got pinned up against the wall. And the number 93, Reyes.
Yeah, that was kind of slow developing over there. And unfortunately, there's a couple of drivers that don't agree what happened over there in turn number 4. And they're going to discuss it a little bit, I'm sure. Track officials over there trying to keep them away.
Yeah, when you got $4,000 on the line, you cannot tell me there's not going to be a little bit of tempers going on out here, especially when we're sitting here on lap 9. We still got 31 more laps to go. That's kind of why I'm sure they're a little upset. It's like, why are we pushing the issue so early, guys? Of course, I'm one to talk right now because I saw the leaders, 1, 2, and 3, Scranton, Tveit, and Peacock, 3 wide coming off at turn number 4, and not one of them touched each other. Hats off to the track crew to make this track with that many grooves, especially going on the front into turn number 1.
Absolutely. This track is in fantastic shape. I mean, for dirt track fans, you're not getting any dust on you. This is unheard of that this track, that a racetrack can be prepared so perfectly for this race tonight. I mean, it's phenomenal.
You just can't ask for anything else. No doubt about that. Cannot ask for anything else. So hats off the entire Volusia Speedway track staff. And week after week, it's been like that too. So that's what we like to see, and that is a great thing that just keeps getting faster and faster and more racier. And another reason why these V8 Thunderstocks, they just don't get enough credit because, you know, they're 3-4 wide every week when they're out here racing at Volusia Speedway Park.
Absolutely, Dustin. And, you know, I don't think we ever introduced ourselves, but I'm Bob Stokel alongside of Dustin Carter here, and he is your track announcer. And we have a lot of fun up here, Dustin.
We do have a lot of fun up here. You just gave everybody our names, though. Now we're in trouble.
We're in trouble. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're in trouble
take
now.
that back. But we want to thank, and I know Dustin will thank too, Wendy and Rob Underwood for, you know, letting Dustin and I come up here and kind of play with the microphone and try to entertain you fans. And I know we make some mistakes, and sometimes we don't pronounce the names right, and we make mistakes, but we're far from perfect.
Oh, yeah. You know, and everybody's got to remember, too, you know, we don't do anything digital up here. It's all the good old-fashioned pen and paper, too. So when we get the lineups, we got to somehow make a little bit of magic in only about the 5 minutes we get to try to keep this program speeding along. And, you know, we do apologize all the time for when we're a little delayed. If there's a little bit of downtime where we don't hear any music. And you know, we do apologize for that, but we appreciate you guys kind of hanging in there with us and letting us have a little bit of fun out there. So going back to the racetrack, though, you know, looking back through I'm not sure if my math is serving me correctly right now. I did graduate a while ago. I think the biggest mover right now might be Sean Doherty, possibly. He started in the 10th spot. He's moved up into the top 5.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, no, moved up into the top 6. Trying to figure out where we're going to be at here. Maybe I'm wrong, not 100% sure. It's kind of hard to get a good head count here, but you know, remember, we've got that $150 going to somebody that can pass the most cars out here.
Yep. And Dustin, I don't even know if these drivers know that, because the gentleman came up here to the tower from the Florida Fresh Meat Company and handed us $150 and said, give it to the guy who passes the most car or gains the most. I don't want to say passes the most cars, because somebody goes to the tail 3 times and passes 42 cars. That doesn't count. It's whoever gains the most positions from their starting position. And at the pay window tonight, those drivers aren't going to know who it was until they collect their pay down there. They're going to get an extra $150.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit surprising. They're going to look in there and go, wait a minute. Of course, the real question is they're going to ask where it came from. They go, okay, and just walk away.
Really? So, again, we want to thank the Corbin family. I've been to a couple of the drivers' meeting, and the purse started out at $2,000 or $2,500. And a few weeks ago, King Corbin said that they have guaranteed the purse for $4,000. And when I could tell when those V8 Thunderstock drivers heard that, it's like, bring it on. And then all the extra contingency money. And, you know, Dustin, they were talking, there's like 40 or 50 contingency award. No, I'm sorry, 75 contingency awards that will be handed out after this race by Kent Corbin. He's got the stuff in his trailer. And again, you can see all the sponsors down there by the M&K Victory Lane. It's just a huge event.
You can also see the 8-foot trophy too.
Absolutely. I saw that trophy. Actually, I don't know if they had a truck big enough to bring it here. They were still assembling it when we got here. And at the conclusion of this race, we are going to give trophies out to the first 5 finishers. So at the conclusion of this, Dustin and I will be going trackside, and we're going to probably turn it over to Kent Corbin for Victory Lane celebrations. We may do 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but there are trophies for the top 5 with that huge trophy sitting right there in Victory Lane right now for the winner.
Exactly, and that's a nice bit of hefty hardware definitely going to the winner. But on the track, it is Chad Scranton is going to be on point. He's going to go ahead and look at this. He's taking that outside lane away from Alan Peacock once again. So that outside lane might be preferable here with the V8 Thunderstocks.
Absolutely. I tell you what, 3 wide, the race leaders going 3 wide is just phenomenal. They are putting on one heck of a show. It looks like we got a little debris on the track.
Not quite sure what that was. Almost looked like a set of keys, which is kind of odd, but we'll go ahead and get
Maybe
that.
It's Wild Child's keys. He's throwing his keys in.
He might be throwing his keys. Who knows, actually. Well, I think we're going to go green flag racing this time by, if I'm not mistaken. No, we're still trying to reset everybody up. Nope. There we go. Now we found the culprit. We're trying to get Brian Morgan kind of adjusted around. We're also trying to get that 11 machine of Shane Williams all adjusted around. Looks like also Travis Stats, the 9AR, is getting a little bit of an adjustment. You know, these guys have race keepers inside their car, race sievers. I'm sorry, not race keeper, race sievers. You know, one-way communication. Basically, they can hear Billy up here in the tower, but they can't talk to him. So sometimes, you know, they want a little bit more clarification. Hence, the wild child's got to kind of do some pointing. So.
It's probably a good thing, Dustin, that they can't talk back to Billy.
And I think we had a watch on the front stretch.
Watch?
It was a watch on the front stretch, so
Cool.
not sure what that's all about, but okay. We're going to go green flag racing with Peacock and Scranton. Back to you, Bob.
All right, Dustin. Wild Child in the position. This is going to be a great restart. Remember, they were 3 wide last lap going into 1. Green flag is in the air. Scranton is your leader. Peacock on the inside. Tovett also on the inside in the 3rd spot.
Alan Peacock is trying to get that lead back away. He's going to wrestle away from Chad Scranton. Scranton better watch out because he's going to lose second to Mike Tovett as we go down the backstretch. Yep, and Tovett's got a great run. He might want a piece of Peacock going into 3.
Tovett back up to that number 2 spot looking for more. He's got his eyes set on Peacock. Now a great battle for that 3rd spot with the number 39 car.
Yeah, the Wilson's race cars of Greg Montesi Jr., he's trying to find his way into 3rd, running the bottom of the track. Scranton up top, not going to work for Montesi as he goes down the backstretch into 3.
Montesi holding on to that bottom, trying to make something work down there. But it looks like you said, Dustin, the high groove is working better. But Tovett throws it to the bottom, coming off a 4. Battle for that number 1 spot. Give it to Peacock.
Yeah, give it to Peacock for right now, but here comes Mike Tovett on that inside. He wants that lead back bad. He is bloodthirsty right now. So go ahead and fall Tovett now back to 2nd, though, as Peacock got a 3.
Scranton back up to that number 3 spot now. Got his eyes set on Tovett in the 1-shot car. Meanwhile, Peacock still your race leader, and 1 goes around and loses a left rear tire.
Yeah, it's Marlon Durbin. Marlon Durbin lost tire. Oh, and Hutto. The number 38 of Hutto, Ben Hutto, got a big piece of that, too. He ran over that tire that came off of Marlon Durbin.
That tire's still going. Now it's in the infield. Look out in there. Rolling. I hope it doesn't hit somebody's truck. Nope, it hits a mud pile before.
Yeah, that'll work.
That's
Mud
good.
pile's good. Yeah, Ben Hutto got a big piece of that. He definitely got airborne. Shows you how much any blunt object can make a car go airborne.
You're not kidding. That axle was still in that wheel, so the axle broke and came out. And unfortunately for Hutto, he ran over it.
Yeah, he was just
a dangerous situation when you got a 2-foot piece of steel sticking out of a wheel that's rolling down a racetrack.
Yeah, there could be a very good chance that Hutto's night might be done. It could have very well ripped the oil pan out from underneath the car.
Absolutely.
Okay, so getting back to the racing action, there was something I noticed. Okay, we were talking about who actually was moving up forward, who might claim that $150. I think I found the winner. Look at the P38 where he's running.
Wow.
Yeah, we got Donnie Ashford making some great moves in the white P38. He's gotten his way back up into contention to be inside the top 5. He was actually battling for the top 5 right before that caution flag came out. Donnie started this race all the way back in 18th spot.
Yeah, hats off to Donnie Ashford right now in that P38. You're absolutely right, Dustin. Ashford is coming to the front. He's right behind Scranton. And I'll tell you what, this one is far from over. We're not even halfway yet. These guys are putting on one heck of a show. And you know, sometimes, folks, fans, you might think, why do we always focus on the top 5 or top 6? It's just hard up here to call 28 cars on the track. We know there's great battles going on, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th. And, you know, we kind of apologize for not giving maybe those drivers and sponsors a little bit more airtime. But we try to concentrate on the top 5 or 10.
Yeah, try to do that, you know, and when you watch, you know, NASCAR races and stuff, you always see, oh, they always talk about the top 5. They always talk about the top 5. Well, sometimes they get strung out and they still talk about the top 5. So right now, the battles on the track, the biggest one is definitely inside the top 5, running 2 and 3 wide. Obviously, you know, Peacock and Tovett and, you know, Chad Scranton, they're putting on one crazy show up front, especially running their 3 wides and everything. And each restart is a little bit different. I don't know who actually has the upper hand. Seems like anybody that starts on the outside has the upper hand. But, you know, Mike Tovett, he tried to take it away from the inside. So, you know, this track is just coming into its own. I don't think we've seen everything. We're 12 laps in. We've got 28 more laps to go. I had to actually do my math real quick. I almost said 38, but 28 more laps to go. You know, looking through, I mean, we got some stout cars out there right now. And, yeah, the P38 of Donnie Ashford, the S&S roofing machine, it is going to be inside the top 5 now, running in 5th. And we'll see what he's got for these leaders because he definitely kind of came out of nowhere.
Absolutely. It'll be a double file restart. So Ashford will start inside of row number 3. So he's going to be right there in the thick of things. And Peacock is your race leader, and he is choosing the outside. Tovet's doesn't have a choice. He'll be on the inside. And again, fans, the only one that has a choice is your race leader. He gets lane choice inside or outside. So with all that said, we talk about Wendy and Rob and Billy and everybody, but hats off to our scorer. She does an outstanding job. And a lot of people don't know what goes on in the scoring tower.
Yeah, Tanya, she does an amazing job up here. Like I said before, we don't do digital scoring. There is no digital scoring. There is no transponders in these cars. They've got receivers in there for the drivers to hear Billy talk, and that is it. So Tanya's up here, and she just concentrates on the track, and she is tally marking where everybody's at, what laps they complete, all that good stuff. So hats off to her. She has kind of job that we get to have the fun job. We're running around here like chickens with our heads cuffed, trying to get the lineups in the best we can. But she's up here trying to keep score who's where.
Yeah, Tanya's the one doing all the work. We're just relaying the message. We're the messengers.
We're the messengers. So don't kill the messenger.
Tanya, hats off to you. You do an outstanding job with all your help also. So we want to thank everybody.
She's got her game face on right now. So we'll go ahead and reline them back up. I think we're still trying to get some stuff sorted out toward the back of the pack. This is where it gets a little interesting. The front's usually okay to figure out, but the back, it gets real interesting, especially with people trying to get an extra spot or two if they can, which can't say I blame them. $4,000 to win.
There you go. All right, Wild Child say, wind them up, boys. Let's go racing next time by Tovet and Peacock in row number 1. We're ready to go back green flag racing. 12 laps complete in this second annual Benny Corbin Memorial.
We got Montesi Jr., Craig Montesi Jr. in row number 2. Alongside of him, Chad Scranton. He's been up front, led a couple laps here so far tonight. Row number 3, how about that? Donnie Ashford in the P38. He's making his way to the front from his 18th starting spot, coming all the way up into 5th. You got your pole sitter. That's Mike Eubanks. He's back there in 6th, so don't really count him out quite yet. Also got
Robert Hicks is up to the 10th spot.
Oh yeah, Robert Hicks. He's slowly making his way back up there, and he started deep in the field too. He was all the way back there in the 19th starting spot. So,
yep. All right, Wild Child, look at him over. Alan Peacock is your race leader. When he pulls the trigger, we will go green. Green flag in the air. Tovet likes that inside, got a good run on Peacock. He's going to jump up, take Peacock's line from him.
Yeah, Mike Tovet got a great restart. He's going to take the lead away. Craig Montesi Jr., he wants Peacock's second spot away from him. Peacock, as usual, good run down the backstretch going into turn number 3.
Absolutely. Montesi Jr. now up to the number 2 spot. Peacock riding that high groove. Scranton in the 4th spot. Donnie Ashford in the top 5.
Down into turn number 1 they go. Tovet's still your race leader. Montesi and Peacock doing battle for second. Chad Scranton now, he's going to move in on Montesi a little bit. Bumper to bumper track it, 1st through 5th.
Mike Tovet leading him into 3. Great battle going on for the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th spot. Robert Hicks makes it 3 wide coming off of turn number 4. Is it going to stick for Hicks? Yes, it does. There's still 2 wide.
Yeah, further on back now, we still got a great battle. Robert Hicks is trying to make his way up to the front. Up front, though, still a side-by-side battle for second place. It's Montesi Jr. and Peacock. Oh, we got a car on the wall. Car upside down. Eubanks, your pole sitter, got upside down. Red flag is out. Red flag is out. Another car involved. Might have been Travis Stats out there in the 9AR. Not 100% sure on that.
Robert Hicks tried to make it 3 wide coming off of 2 there, Dustin, and kind of tried to split them, and they didn't split.
Yeah, big wreck out on the backstretch. We'll go ahead and wait for race control to make sure everybody's okay.
So Mike Eubanks, our pole setter over there, took a wild ride coming off of turn number 2, and we're waiting on race control to let us know what's going on. So again, that was a hard crash over there for Mike Eubanks in that 46 car. While we're under red flag, once again, we'd like to thank you race fans for coming out here on this beautiful Saturday evening. The forecast all week was for great weather, and we did have great weather tonight. We are having great weather tonight with the moon overlooking the speedway here, and for the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial, it's a huge success to see all these V8 Thunderstocks come here and put on a show for you fans. 29 of them started, and it's a great race. 3 wide for the lead.
I just got word, race fans, put your hands together. The driver is okay on the backstretch. Mike Eubanks with the wild ride here in the V8 Thunderstock feature. He is okay, though, out on the backstretch.
All right, well, that's great news, and that's another credit to the safety that is built into these race cars. It's just, they can take some pretty hard hits and rollovers, and, thankfully they come out basically unscratched. Might be a little dizzy, but it's good.
Yeah, you can't say enough. I mean, these guys, some of these guys, they build their own cars. They get the pieces, they build their own race cars. So, they still are very meticulous about it. I mean, this is the way we used to do it in the old days where there wasn't, big manufacturers, and you go into late model racing, you've got rocket chassis and master built chassis, and they're production cars. These guys put these cars together themselves and basically just try to maintain them the best they can. And right there's a testament to they do pay attention to safety. That is #1 concern. Cars are a dime a dozen, but you can only get so many drivers.
Exactly. It'll be just a few more minutes till they clean up the wreckage there on the backstretch. Looks like they got the roll back there, so that's never a good sign. And unfortunately for Mike Eubanks, these guys, like Dustin said, they put their heart and their soul and a lot of their money, or some of them, most of their money, into coming out here to put on a show for you, for us fans, because Dustin and I are huge race fans. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. And, to see something, cars get tore up, it's tough on the pocketbook, and they're going to try to get that car back together to be back out here next week. And it's a lot of work. And people that haven't been to race shops and see what these guys and their crews actually do during the week. They work a 8 or a 10-hour day, then they come home and they trash on the race cars every night to be out here.
Yeah, burning that midnight oil. Some of these guys get home 5, 6, order a pizza, start working on the car the most they can to get it ready for the weekend. People, sometimes people say, they'll work on it Friday or they'll work on it race day. You want to be competitive, you can't just work on it race day. You got to make sure, I was told once a long time ago, races are won and lost in the race shop. And the guys that are up front, they spend a lot of time on this. They'll be working, like you said, 8 to 10-hour days, plus coming home, working 6 to 8 hours on the race car every day, setting it up, scaling it, maintenance, making sure everything's tip-top shape to come out here and compete. And you get to compete for events like this sometimes. It's $4,000 to the winner.
Yeah, and these guys that are the drivers and the crew chiefs, they go to bed at night thinking, what didn't I do, or what could possibly go wrong? Because we got a $4,000 paycheck ahead of us if we can go out here and win the Benny Corbin Memorial. So I guarantee you these drivers and these helpers, I'll call them crew chiefs, the last 3 or 4 nights, they haven't got much rest.
Yeah, they have not got much rest at all, especially like you said, a race like this, all of it's on the line right now. Like Tavette, it's the best everything I got. If I can't win it with this, I don't deserve to win it. So
absolutely.
A couple more things to talk about while we got a little bit of downtime here. Don't forget, next week we are in action here at Volusia Speedway Park. It is going to be our canned food drive. It's going to be featuring the NBC Sports Radio late models, also the Daytona Sportswear Modifieds, the NBC Sports News Limited late models. Also is going to be the Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks. And the VSP Mini stocks are all in action next week. Don't forget, moving a little further on down the road, October 25th, it's going to be our Halloween special, our second annual Ghosts and Goblins Triple 30. That's going to feature 3 30-lap features for 3 of our events. So it's going to be the VSP Limited late models. They're going to be running 30 laps to distance. The Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder stocks, they will be running 30 laps. And the Auto Add-ons Hobby stocks will be running 30 laps as well. That is going to be race number 6 of the VSP Shootout Series for the Hobby stocks. 30 laps, $1,500 going home to the winner. So see if Rodney Wright can throw a little bit more magic on the 25th and take another one of those VSP Shootout Series races. Also on November 8th, it's going to be our swap meet during the AM. So if you're here during the AM, stop on out. We've got our annual swap meet. Then it's going to be our memorial race. We're still gathering some families for that memorial. It's going to feature the UDLMCS late model division, $2,000 going home to the winner. Daytona Sportswear Modifieds are in town. $1,000 going home to the winner. The Benny's Racing Tires V8 Thunder Stocks, the Auto Add-ons Hobby Stocks, and there's a bonus race down the road for those Hobby Stocks on that race, that date. We do not know any specifics of it. We'll go ahead and keep everybody posted as we get closer to that date. And we've also got the Kurz Automotive Gladiator Division on hand on November 8th. Once again, we've said this a ton of times here tonight. Cannot thank the track staff enough for everything they have done tonight. Everybody in the concession stand, all of our track workers putting all that time during the week with their full-time jobs, plus coming out here to try to make this racing surface as best as they can possibly make it. You know, tonight, a testament, 3-4 wide racing. Awesome job by all those track staffs. Don't forget as well, if you guys want a copy of the video tonight, it is being videotaped by Gordon Motorsports. You want to get a copy of that DVD and relive all of tonight's action, just go ahead and see Chris up here next to the scorer's tower. He's got the video camera on right now, wearing a yellow vest. He will go ahead and hook you up with a DVD, give you the specifics on the pricing and all that good stuff. So if you want to relive all tonight's action of the Benny Corbin Memorial Race, see Chris up here and he'll hook you up with that video. Don't forget, if you're listening at home, you can also watch us live right now through the live feed from Chris. Racing Nation on Facebook. Go there. You can get the link. It'll take you straight to the link that is also broadcasting on YouTube. There's like a 5-second delay, I think, but you can watch tonight's action live on YouTube. If you want to go directly to YouTube, just Google Racing Nation YouTube, and guess what? You'll find that live link that'll take you to what we're seeing here at Volusia Speedway Park. Don't forget the Budweiser Beer Lounge. It is still open. The merchandise is still open. Bud Light, Bud Light Lime, Mick Ultra, $4 a bottle, for a bag of 5 for $16. Twisted Tea and a mixed flavors of Seagram's, $3 a bottle. Our specials for the fall Volusia Speedway Park merchandise is $10 for beanies, $13 for headbands. They have the VSP logo on them. Don't forget, if they're still in stock, there were still some Benny Corbin Memorial t-shirts still available. $13 a shirt, located at the drive-thru, also located at the merchandise area. Don't forget, we have VSP cups, VSP candy bars, flags, earbuds, goggles. All that stuff is available with Melissa at the Budweiser Beer Lounge and the merchandise area. And while we really try to get that stuff cleaned up there on the backstretch, you can see a lot of that Speedy Dry is laid down for all the oil and oil, probably water, everything else that was laid down by Mike Eubanks in the 46. We'll go ahead and go over our 2014 sponsors one more time. AC1 Heating and Air Conditioning, Benny's Racing Equipment, Dan's Discount Feed and Fence, Kerr's Tires and Race Car Parts, Dave Shank Photography, Daytona Custom Printing, NBC Sports Radio, VP Racing Fuels, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Allen Plumbing, Blackwater Inn and Williams Landing, St. John's River Campground, Rock Auto, Competition 101 Racing, Sparky's Place, M&K Used Auto Parts, Roy Pridgeon Small Engine and Repair Service, Castaways Bar and Grill, Main Street Bank, Kicks Country 98.7, Clean to a T, Carpet and Tile. You are not clean until you're clean to a T. Willie's Ironworks, WNZF News Radio, Beach 92.7 Action Automotive, Auto Add-ons, Four Seasons Fireworks, Sweet Things, Mid-Florida Golf Cars, and last but not least, The Shack in DeLand, Florida. Once again, thank you to all of our 2014 sponsors. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Volusia Speedway 1 or on Facebook at Volusia Speedway Park /Wendy. And of course, our website at www.vspdirtlife.com. We try to update as much as possible with that website. With all that being said, and I am winded and I've talked for too long, let's go back to the racing action on the track with the second annual Benny Corbin Memorial. Really, the top four rather, has been kind of pretty much self-explanatory. You got Mike Tveit, Alan Peacock, Craig Montesi Jr., and the car that I don't see out there right now.
Where's Scranton?
Chad Scranton, which I'm not quite sure where Chad went. Chad is pit side. After doing all that talking, Chad is pit side. The hood is off the number 27 car. I'm not sure what's actually going on there. It looks like they've got some issues underneath the hood of your fourth place runner, Chad Scranton. So big development pit side right now of what's going on with Chad Scranton.
Yeah, Dustin, and that'll move Donnie Ashford up one more spot in that 38 car. So Donnie now up to the fourth spot. So let's see if they can get that 27 car. They're working on something over there, like you said, under the hood. So obviously they have issues.
They either got an overheating issue, maybe an oil line's coming free. Something's not right. You know, Chad must have noticed it while he was out there and came abruptly infield. I'm reading sponsors, and I didn't even notice that was going on. So not sure what's going on pit side, but some early race drama here on lap 14.
And the yellow flag is still out. The Wild Child going to give him the one to go this time by. So One more lap, and we're going to go back to green flag racing. That gives Scranton one more lap to try to get that 27 car back on the speedway. And once again, if he does return, he's got to start at the tail end of the field. So tough break for Chad Scranton in that 27 car.
Yeah, the crew is scrambling down there right now, trying to get that machine back out. We're not sure what's going on with it. We know it's underneath the hood. Could be a radiator leak. Nevertheless, though, we're going to go green flag racing next time by. We're going to line them back up. We're going to go ahead and put Alan Peacock. He's going to take the inside lane. I'm sorry, Mike Tovette's going to take the outside lane. Peacock's going to be on the inside. You got Craig Montesi Jr. He's going to line up in third. You've got Donnie Ashford. He's up into fourth now. Hats off to the two cars running in the third row right now. That is the number 26 machine, which I have the wrong.
Sean Doherty.
Sean Doherty, he's moved up very nicely to the field. And, of course, Andy Hicks in the 113, he's moved up to the field nicely. So good job to those guys.
Yeah, we still have Robert Hicks out there in the 18 car. I thought he had a little damage on that incident on the backstretch, but apparently not. He's got that number 18 up into the 7th spot. Green flag back in the air. Tovett with a really good restart. Donnie Ashford up to the number 2 spot.
Yeah, Donnie Ashford was shot out of a cannon there. He's going to go ahead and fall into second now. He moves ahead of Peacock, and he wants a piece of that lead going into turn number 3 from Mike Tovett.
Donnie Ashford in the P38 up to the number 2. We have a yellow.
Caution is out. Chad Scranton. I don't know if he was involved in that or not, but the 93 machine. I just went
Marco Reyes.
Marco Reyes. Sorry, I went completely mind blank. Marco Reyes is playing the wrong direction in the middle of turns 1 and 2. I don't think Chad Scranton was involved in that. I think he was just all the way back there because he made his way back on the track before going a lap down. And he is back pit side now, and he's going to get some more work as we come back into the work area. And it looks like they got a bucket of water, so there was definitely something up. Looks like there might have been a hole in the radiator possibly. We're going to go ahead, and they're going to dump some more water back in that number 27 machine and try to see if he can get him back out there.
All right, Dustin, from race control, I know we are not halfway, but we are going to start single file, and hopefully that'll cut down on some of the caution flags here. So we will be single file restarts from here on out to the end of the feature. And yes, Robert Hicks is in the pits with that 18 car. Hicks was involved in that incident coming off of turn number 2 with your pole setter, Mike Eubanks. So Hicks has got problems.
Yeah, Hicks has got some problems. They're going to go picking the hood up on that one. Looking underneath the car, trying to look. Looks like they're looking at the right front suspension on the number 18H of Robert Hicks. So tough break for him. He had moved up nicely. One of our bigger movers of the night, too. He was trying to knock inside the top 6 door, really. That's going to go ahead and shuffle Donnie Ashford, too. I do believe he is sitting really pretty for the 150 bonus right now because he's moved up the furthest of anybody.
Yeah, absolutely, Dustin. And, you know, if he does take home that checkered flag, he's going to get 4150 at least.
At least. And, you know, it's kind of a shame, too, because, you know, Donnie had gotten his way all the way up into second in reality, but that didn't count because guess what? Not a lap was complete, so Donnie's back to 4th now. Move Peacock back to 2nd, Montesi Jr. to 3rd. Then you got Ashford. Then you got the 26 machine of Sean Doherty rounding out your top 5.
All right, Wild Child looking them over. And we're going to go back green flag racing right now. Tovett pulls the trigger. Green flag back in the air. Ashford with a good restart gets by the 39 car of Montesi.
Yeah, Donnie Ashford caught Montesi sleeping on that restart. He got around him in there for the number 3 spot. So go ahead and move Ashford in. There's the yellow flag. We got a car over here. Oh, it's the 26 machine. Actually, Sean Doherty. Your top 5 runner, Sean Doherty, not sure what happened. He is sitting up here in the middle or up on the top of turn 4. It's kind of hard to see here from the scores tower what happened because, well, I've got a wall in my way. But Doherty definitely is off the pace, and he was just sitting up there in turn 4 now, so not sure what happened. All right, so tough break for your top 5 runner, Sean Doherty. Not able to basically get going there on the restart. So once again, though, Donnie Ashford, he's going to be bumped back into the number 4 spot. He caught Montesi Jr. sleeping on that restart and got a great jump. Green flag was out. Montesi just didn't really go.
Yep, he sure didn't. So Donnie Ashford, once again, in that P38 car. You know, Dustin, at the driver's meeting, they were handing out money, and the purse was going up, and $150 here and $150 there. We don't actually know what the total amount was that sponsors stepped up after the races actually started tonight, which is kind of unheard of. People were so into this Benny Corbin Memorial that they're just giving out extra money to these drivers, which proves that these drivers are putting on a fantastic show out here.
Yeah, and the race goes to a good thing. I mean, you got to figure, if it wasn't for Benny Corbin, there wouldn't be a Volusia Speedway if you think about it.
Absolutely.
So, that's kind of why all these sponsors, just keep dumping it in. I mean, if it wasn't for sponsors, we wouldn't really have a track. I mean, if it wasn't for fans, we wouldn't have a track. So between the fans and the sponsors, that's why we're here. And, Benny Corbin had a lot to do with that. He put his heart and soul into this track for many, 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 many years.
Absolutely. Hats off. And I mentioned it earlier in the program. If you weren't here or possibly heard it, there was a nice article in the Daytona Beach News Journal this week, and great compliments from Jim France from NASCAR and Dr. Jerry Punch on Benny Corbin. They personally knew him, and the nice things that they said about Benny Corbin and what he's done for short track racing in the United States. Green flag back in the air. Tovett, your race leader.
Mike Tovett is your race leader. He's got a great start now. You've got Alan Peacock. He's up on the outside. Now Montesi Jr., he was caught sleeping again and moved Donnie Ashford into the third spot by about a nose. Now Montesi and Ashford, they're going to chase down Peacock and thinking about going 3 wide into 3.
Here we go, 3 wide. Montesi, Ashford, and Peacock with Tovett, your race leader. Montesi on the inside up to that number 2 spot, looking for more.
Yeah, and I think actually Donnie Ashford might have laid off a little bit on that one. He knows it's early in the race still. Shouldn't be running 3 wide. But I'll tell you what, Montesi Jr., he's got a run now on Mike Tovett. Craig Montesi Jr. is going to take the race lead going into 4.
Tovett says, no, you're not going to take it from me, buddy. I'm still going to hold that number 1 spot. Montesi on the inside. Tovett on the inside. Give it to...
Too close to call on that one.
Montesi
and Tovett neck and neck at the line. Montesi's hugging that hub. Tovett on the outside. Montesi is door to door with Tovett still down the backstretch going into 3.
Side by side for the lead with Peacock in the 3rd spot. Ashford in the 4th spot. Still side by side. Montesi and Tovett for the lead.
Yeah, Tovett definitely had it that time from Montesi. The Wilson race car is number 39. Mike Tovett now rolling the outside a little bit more. He's going to pull about a bumper in front of Montesi. Montesi's still there going into turn number 3.
Mike Tovett running that number 1 shot as hard as he can, trying to stay ahead of Montesi Jr., and he does. Tovett still your race leader.
Mike Tovett still your race leader. Montesi's still 2nd. Alan Peacock still in 3rd. And, we got a car up, starting smoking. Tim Powers.
Powers up in smoke.
Tim Powers up in smoke in the number 44 machine. He should be able to make it off the track, I do believe. Up front, though, it's still a battle between the front runners. Tovett and Montesi still side by side as they go into turn number 1. Caution flag is out.
Yeah, must have spilled some oil or something there. It looks like that 44 grenaded there for Mike Powers. Tough break for him. He was having a good run.
Had a good night, really.
Yeah, but Powers is done. Hicks is back on the track.
Yeah, Robert Hicks has made his way back out onto the track, so whatever the suspension issues were with him, they've gone ahead and fixed. But up front, you do have Mike Tovett and Craig Montesi still putting on a show side by side, pretty much lap after lap. Caution flag came out on lap 18. We still got 22 more circuits to go. Further on back, you've got the 119 of Alan Peacock running in 3rd. Donnie Ashford still in 4th, and don't look now, but hey, there's Andy Hicks. Looks like he's seen some action there, but he is all the way up into the top 5 now, so great run from him. And Brian Morgan, he sits in 6th, so he's just been buying his time. He came all the way from the 14th starting spot, so a lot of movers starting to show their cars a little bit here. Like I said, we started 29. We don't got 29 left now.
No, we don't. The attrition rate will take its toll by the end of the 40 laps. We guarantee that. And we're not even halfway yet. And, some of these guys, like we talked earlier, Hicks could be just hanging back there. Andy Hicks in that 113. He's in the top 5. Donnie Ashford in that P38. These guys are just sitting there logging laps, and there's still 22 to go.
Exactly. The 2 guys not really logging laps right now are Tovett and Montesi. They are pretty much neck and neck going for that lead.
They are hard at it. They're abusing their equipment.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And like we talked about a couple of times, last week, Mike Tovett said, this is the best of the best. If they're going to beat me, they deserve to win it. So, your front runners are up there. You just got your sleepers right now trying to creep their way on up through the field. I'm looking at Andy Hicks. He's been strong.
Yes.
Pretty much since he finally was able to actually get his car out there about midway through the season, he has been strong. Just bad luck.
Yeah. So we're going to go single file, even though we're not halfway, to try to once again cut down on maybe a couple caution flags too.
Yeah, Wild Child set up, and we're gonna go green flag racing definitely this time. Bye, Bob.
Tovett in charge, pulls the trigger, green flag, back in the air. Mike Tovett, Montesi on the inside.
Yeah, Montesi's on the inside. He's going to try to make it work in 1 and 2. Montesi's got a nose on Tovett, but Tovett's got the momentum on the outside. Here comes Alan Peacock. Got a great run down the backstretch. Montesi's going to inch in front of Tovett by a nose and a 3.
Montesi serious about that number 1 spot. He's on the bottom. Tovett in the middle. Peacock thought about making it 3 wide off of 4, but still, it's Montesi, your race leader.
And Donnie Ashford got a great run going into turn number 1. He's right behind Peacock. Tovett's going to go ahead and reclaim the lead by about a half a door over Montesi as we go down the backstretch into turn 3.
It's going to be halfway home this time by. Give the advantage to Mike Tovett in the 1 shot. He's got Greg Montesi Jr. on the inside in the 39 car. Peacock in third, Ashford in the 4 spot.
Positions 1 through 4. Throw a blanket over them side by side for the lead. Alan Peacock trying to throw his nose in there. Donnie Ashford just kind of hanging back and watching it. Peacock goes in and thinks different about trying to challenge Montesi for second.
Alan Peacock swings it up to the high side in turn number 3 and 4, trying to get a run on Montesi Jr. Off of turn number 4, side by side for the race lead. Tovett, your race leader.
Tovett still holds the point with 21 circuits down, 19 more to go. Montesi falling into the 2nd spot, Peacock 3rd, and Donnie Ashford 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4, nose to tail.
All right, top 4 kind of single file now. Going to log some laps here. Montesi not giving up on the inside. Got another run on Tovett.
You got another run going into 1. Can he make it work? About the middle of the corner is where he starts to lose it. Tovett with the momentum. He's going to pull away by half a door. Now Montesi's going to battle back on the inside as we go into 3.
These guys racing each other very clean out here. Well, of course, we're only halfway. If this was coming down for that $4,000, how clean would it be? We're going to find out in just about 18 laps.
Yeah, top 4 positions still throw a blanket over him. Got to go back about 10 car lanes to find Andy Hicks running in the 5th spot. Then you got Sean Williams running there in the number 11. He's back there in 6th, and Brian Morgan in 7th.
Yeah, that's what looks like your top 4 kind of break away from the rest of the field. Andy Hicks all by himself out there in the 5th spot. They're going to need some help if they're going to run down those race leaders. 1 shot, Mike Tovett, still your race leader.
Mike Tovett still is your race leader, and Montesi is not giving up on that bottom. Gets another good run down the backstretch as we go into 3.
Montesi Jr. hanging right there with Tovett. Tovett holding his line. Craig holding his line. They're just logging laps. Give that one again to Tovett. Peacock sitting there in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, but here at Volusia Speedway Park, we're still side by side for that lead. Daytona International Speedway is just down the road, and it looks just like it, side by side at a super speedway.
All right, things single file going in 3. Well, not for long. Peacock decides to throw it up to the high side once again. Alan Peacock in the 119 car, trying to take over that number 2 spot.
Yeah, Montesi almost cut him off. Peacock backed off the gas a little bit. Montesi realized he was there. Still a good challenge. Now, Montesi falling back a little bit there. He's feeling that heat from Peacock a little bit.
Mike Tovett having it all his way now going into turn number 3. He's got the biggest advantage of the night here, Dustin. About a 2.5 car length advantage and shrinking.
Yeah, Peacock had his hands full. He's going to allow Donnie Ashford get right back to the bumper. Caution flag is out. Looks like it's going to be for the number 10 machine of, is it Patrick Menega? Did I get that right? Let's see, only 10 car I have on my list. So Patrick Menega actually brought the caution, I do believe. He slowed up there in turns 1 and 2. And we're going to go ahead and 27 circuits down, 13 more laps to go for $4,000. And these guys up front, they are racing clean as you can possibly race.
Yeah, like we said, Dustin, you can see everybody up in the marbles now trying to cool those tires off. They had about a 6 or 7 lap run there under green flag. So these guys trying to cool those tires off. Once again, they're not used to running 40 laps. This is a big show for the V8 Thunderstocks. So they're trying to save those tires, cool them down a little bit more, get a little more grip through the corners.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to cool everything down a little bit, kind of reset, maybe readjust the seatbelts a little bit. Try to think of a happy thought right before they go into another stretch of 13 laps. You know, one thing I'm a little impressed here. We started with 29 cars, and I know we've lost quite a few, but we haven't lost as many as I think some people thought we were going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, if we finish with more than half the field, that's good.
I'll consider that a good night.
Absolutely. We could count them, but that's a lot of cars to count.
That's a lot of cars to count, and anyway. So Menega, he is going to be on the infield right now. They're going to go ahead and looks like they're going to try to do a quick tire change. Looks like the right front is going to go ahead and get changed. Up front, though, your race leaders, it's Mike Tovett on point. It's going to be Craig Montesi Jr. second. Alan Peacock is running in third. Donnie Ashford runs in fourth, and Andy Hicks is still chilling back there in fifth. You know, the top four pretty much just checked out from the rest of the field, let's be honest.
Yeah, they did. But, you know, these caution flag jumbles things back up, and somebody could miss a gear or something, or the top 2 or 3 or 4 could get into one another. The next thing you know, Andy Hicks is right there in that 113 car.
Yeah, one thing I think is very interesting, and you know, we've talked all night long about the Volusia Speedway Park track staff, but one thing I've noticed when they go into turn 3, they're all scattered along the track. They're nose to tail. They get into 3. You know, you've got Tovett running the high side. Montesi goes low. Peacock sometimes will run high. Sometimes will run the middle. You got just they fan out. You know, they basically fan out when they go in the turn.
It's kind of like you throw the dice, you know, and there they all go into turn 3. Pick your lane.
Exactly.
And every groove out there tonight is fast. You can't. I don't think you could say that the middle groove is faster or whatever. But green flag back in the air. Tovett still your race leader.
Tovett's got the race lead. Montesi back to the inside, trying to find a way around him. You've got Donnie Ashford. He still sits in third. He's trying to find a way around these two guys as well. Montesi inside. He's going to edge about a half a nose length on the number 1 going into 3.
Mike Tovett knows on a restart that 39 car is going to be right on his inside. It's not rattling the veteran Tovett, though. He's on the gas and still your race leader in the one shot.
Yeah, Mike Tovett definitely led that lap. 28 laps down. We've got 12 more laps to go. Montesi Tovett, they've got something to settle in 12 laps. Donnie Ashford, don't count him out. He's still back there, and so is Alan Peacock in the 119.
Yes, sir. 3 wide back there for the 6th, 7th, and 8th spot. Going into turn number 3, they're kind of stringing out a little bit. 2 wide coming off of 4 for the 2nd spot. Montesi Jr. still in 2nd.
Montesi's still in 2nd, kind of falling back just a little bit. Peacock's starting to get a little heat to his tires. He's gotten back up with Donnie Ashford in the 3rd spot as we go back down into turn number 3.
Donnie Ashford looks like he got problems. Probably a tire going down on the P38, so tough break for Donnie Ashford in that P38 car. Looks definitely like a tire, and Donnie pulls it into the work area, the outside. So,
yeah, great job by Donnie Ashford getting that car and holding on to it. That's going to go ahead and reset everything. Tough break for Ashford, but up front, still Montesi and Tovett with Peacock still trying to catch up.
All right, Peacock, if he's going to make it a 3-man show, he better get going because there's only 9 more laps to go this time by. We're still side by side for that number 1 spot.
We are still side by side. I'll tell you what, Andy Hicks is not going anywhere. He's still lurking back there. The 2 front runners still side by side. Montesi's going to pull another quarter panel up on Tovett as we go into 3.
You know, Dustin, $4,000 to win. These 2 cars coming off of 4 for the final lap. It could be Peacock in victory lane.
It very well could be. You never know because we've only got 8 more laps remaining. Montesi's still reluctant to give up that bottom lane. Tovett now trying to pinch him off a little bit to see if he can get a little bit of a run. Montesi, though, is going to work in his advantage. He's going to pull up to the number 1 sign on the door of Tovett.
Montesi holding his line, Tovett holding his line, just like, okay, guys, we're going to just do this, and we're going to wind these laps down and come when that white flag flies, we're going to settle it.
Exactly. And I'll tell you what, Montesi is not going anywhere side by side. It's going to be a battle of who's the best. Tovett got a little bit of a better run coming off of turn number 2, pulls about a half a car length on the backstretch into 3.
Montesi now about a car length behind Mike Tovett, settling down out there. Tovett moves down just a little bit, kind of in Montesi's groove, but Tovett with a car length advantage now over the 39 car.
7 more laps to go. It's still Tovett. Still in front over Montesi. A little further back is Alan Peacock, then Andy Hicks about another straightaway back. And then from 5th on back, it is just a little bit of a crapshoot right now. You got Sean Williams. You got the 16 machine of Paul Shedd trying to work his way back up to the front. So definitely a gangle of cars further on back.
Absolutely, Dustin. It'll be 5 to go this time by, and we can rest assured that these top 3 or 4 cars, they're hearing every rattle in that car right now, hoping the same thing doesn't happen to them that happened to Donnie Ashford, probably getting a flat tire. They're just hanging on. It'll be 5 to go this time by.
Yeah, 5 more laps to go, and the flat tire is going to be, is it going to come from Montesi or Tovett? Because they are still racing hard here at the Volusia Speedway Park. Oh, and Montesi actually got crossed up a little bit. Lost a lot of ground coming up at turn number 2. Got about a 2-car length lead for Mike Tovett.
Yeah, Tovett now with his enjoying the biggest lead he's had here all night. It's going to be 4 more laps to go. Mike Tovett having it all his way in the final stages of the Benny Corbin Memorial.
And Paul Shedd and Sean Williams are duking it out for that number 4 or 5 spot. You can go ahead and give it to Paul Shedd right now as it stands, and I think it's going to be Sean Williams right now as the biggest gainer of the night.
All right, here we are, laps winding down. 3 more to go for Mike Tovett. Montesi in second, Peacock in third, Hicks in the 4th spot.
You start to wonder, did Montesi try to save something for the end, cool the tires off a little bit, and try to make a run at Tovett on the last couple laps?
All right, it's going to be 2 more laps, this time by 1 shot. Mike Tovett, your race leader, Wild Child, giving him the 2 to go. 1 more mile for $4,000 for Tovett.
Mike Tovett starting to set sail a little bit. He's got about a 3-car length lead now over Montesi. Now Montesi's going to start inching back into the picture when we go into turn number 3, coming to the white.
It'll be the white flag this time by 1/2 a mile here at Volusia Speedway Park. It's Mike Tovett, your leader, Montesi Jr. in second. Final time into 1.
Montesi has caught back up to Tovett. He looked to the inside, couldn't make it work. Going to lose about a 1/2 a car length as we go down the backstretch. Montesi, one more time into 3.
Montesi tried everything he did and could do, but it's Mike Tovett. Montesi throws it into turn number 3. Final time off of turn number 4. Mike Tovett, your Benny Corbin Memorial winner. Mike Tovett, somebody grenaded going down the front straightaway.
Mike Tovett was pumped up when he came down the front stretch. Fist was pumping. Definitely had one heck of a battle with Montesi. Didn't give him an inch, but they raced clean. Coming down one more time for his victory lap. Put your hands together. Feature winner of the night for the $4,000 to win, Mike Tovett.
All right, race fans, don't go away yet. We got some beautiful trophies to give away out there in Victory Lane. We're going to have the top 5 cars up there. So hang around. It'll be a great victory celebration.
Well, Sean, an amazing night of racing here at Volusia Speedway Park. It's right here, man. You just gotta pull it down, man.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, man.
It is not 1 o'clock.
Yes,
in the morning.
it is. 1 o'clock in the morning.
12:47 in the morning.
Wow.
And you could not ask for a better night of racing here at Volusia Speedway Park. 2nd annual Benny Corbin Memorial. How many cars showed up here tonight?
80
cars. Feature had 29 cars.
It's incredible. It really is.
It's a lot of cars.
Mike Tovett put a heck of a race on, and he won.
I mean, they were neck and neck there. Many laps. I watched a couple times. Cars going around 4 wide.
Yeah, it's crazy.
4 wide.
There he is.
There we
One
go.
shot.
He's gonna do a little
spin it
victory.
out. Oh yeah. There he goes.
I don't know if he got the tires to do too much.
I don't know. Well, he's going to put it in the wall if he does too much.
We want to thank our sponsors real quick. Of course, title sponsor for Racing Nation, which airs every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. GoPuck. Check out GoPuck.com. You want mobile freedom. You want wearable power. This is a unit that you can put on your side. You can put on your backpack. Easily fits into your pocket. Charge multiple devices at one time. Amazing product. Braille battery, faster, stronger, lighter. Check out braillebattery.com. For Sean Sullivan, for the whole Racing Nation crew, for Florida Sports Talk Radio, I'm Matt Nix. This is it. We're done. We're calling it a night. We're heading home.
See ya.